schools and sports clubs, are you ready for the ultimate sports adventure? Sawant Tourism and Event Services brings you unforgettable school sports tours to Southern Africa. Picture rugby in South Africa, cricket in Zimbabwe, or soccer in Zambia, where your team competes, connects, and explores incredible landscapes and cultures. We'll handle everything from accommodation to transport to custom itineraries to suit your needs. Please get in touch with Sisonke at www.sisonketours.co.za. My name is Eugene Molin, with me, Gavin Rich. Now, Gavin, firstly, let's talk about this weather that we're having here, because for 2 days we couldn't see a cloud. Now we're seeing plenty.
Yeah, yesterday I came here with my peak and I actually had suntan lotion in the car. Today it's very different. I feel like I'm in Edinburgh during the rugby season in November. It's pretty much like this, and I actually don't know, Eugene, whether how it works like this, because it still feels like a southeaster to me. It still feels like it's blowing from what Jeremy was talking about as the Weinberg end on that first day. It still feels like it's blowing from that direction. So why does the weather change? Where did this cold come from?
Oh, I don't know. I'm going to put it down to I haven't been here for a while, so I'm not a weatherman. I told you Jeremy was a geography teacher. He should have been here today.
In the shorts.
Yeah, in the shorts. That's what you want. But this game is finally poised. England got a lead of 27.
Yeah, and I think that the imperative for the South African team this morning is to, what you must do it quickly, because they let England take a bit of a lead yesterday afternoon. I sort of felt that was coming. I left just before. I don't know if they did take the new. Did they take the new ball before the close? Yeah, I had to leave just before the close yesterday, and I'm assuming they bowled with the paceman with the wind.
Yeah, they did. So Yenny and Mokoena open. Although Mokoena for me is the pick of the bowlers in terms of seamers. Yeah. He should have got the breeze for me. Yeah. That's a match situation where we find ourselves. South Africa scoring 224 all out. That came off 82 overs, and now England 251 for the loss of 8.
The standout there, just looking at Orion Sawant, who's kept their innings together, is 83 not out and 228 balls. It's a strike rate of 36, and that's, I think, what you've got to be on this wicket. You've got to. Sorry, we're going to get blown away here. You've got to be very watchful on this wicket, and he has been watchful, which maybe the South African side weren't on the first day. And you've got to continue to be watchful, because the ball's taking more. The pitch is taking more and more turn as the game goes on. I don't know how this weather will affect that. Whether you don't have the sun baking down as much, it doesn't get quite as dry and dusty for tomorrow. But and obviously there was a bit of rain overnight, so I don't know if some of that got into certainly the outer part of the square. But I'm not sure if that will impact the pitch at all.
Yeah, good point you make about the outfield. I felt it was a little bit moist, so they got to look after this newish ball. That's what they got to do as well. In terms of this pitch, yes, there's no sun today, but there's definitely wind that can certainly dry it out. And what we saw yesterday, I think it was a very good pitch yesterday. Even though looks can be deceiving, it's about moving day to day.
It suddenly started turning in that middle session, didn't it? The ball suddenly started turning then, and then right at the end of the day, when the England batsmen were watchful, there wasn't a lot going on again. So sometimes it can be deceiving. I think it's important for South Africa at the moment. England's lead is 27. I think it's important for them to keep it down. Well, if possible, to keep it in the 30s, but certainly keep it below 50. Otherwise, psychologically, it's going to be a big uphill battle for the South Africans.
Mokoena. It's a nice length ball. He's certainly been a pick from the first test even to this one here. Sawant on strike.
Now 12 overs for 18 runs, so he's been very economical, and that's what South Africa have. They've exerted a lot of control with their bowling, mostly through the left arm spinner or so. But some of the other spinners yesterday also did that, and Mokoena when he's bowled. But as we were lamenting it just after lunch yesterday, Mokoena bowled into the wind. So it's nice to see him now bowling with the wind.
Yeah, I think the wind probably pushed him a little bit further there, because he's bowled a no ball, just overstepping the mark. Umpire Shazy, umpire Stacey Lakay out there. And this is the other thing. I mean, look at these two umpires there, Gavin Rich. Stacey Lakay's got the old peak cap, we can understand that. But umpire Shazy, he's got the full Monty, the wide brim, on a windy day. Explain that to me.
Well, I think the most important thing is that they've got long sleeve shirts on. If I wouldn't like to be standing there, but no, it's, I don't know how to explain that.
Well, cheers, his hat doesn't blow.
Maybe there's a sartorial code amongst umpires that you've got to look a certain way.
No, there is that. There is that. But what I'm referring to is that little.
How it doesn't get blown off.
That little Panama hat there doesn't get blown off.
Yeah.
It's not even making a.
He doesn't have strapping. He doesn't have strapping on around his chin.
No, he doesn't.
No, well, if I had a hat, because my head's too big for just about any hat. If I was out there, I'd be chasing it.
No.
Alexander Wade has also done really well for a number 10, and just, sort of. I mean, a lot of the number 10s go out there and they try and hit out, and Parrish are going on the attack, but. Just it's nice to see a number 10 go out there, and he's got 7 or 58 balls. I don't know what that strike rate is, but it must be about 12 or 13.
Well, what you'll find as well, Gavin, when you get to this level here, that most of these boys will probably bat higher for their schools or for their states, wherever they are, or counties in terms of England. So they're probably more capable with the bats. Is obviously here where they're representing their countries that they find themselves batting lower down. Take, for instance, Chad Mason. He sort of bats in the high to middle order for KZN there. And there's plenty of others there as well that you can talk about. Maybe Mokoena is even a middle order batter for his province as well. Well, that's the first run. Well, the second run of the morning. Due to that first one was a no ball, and Sawant adds to his overnight score, brings Wade on strike.
Yeah, Wade is Wade. We were talking. I was on the air with the Fox yesterday when Wade came into bat, and I think he's got a higher score of about 39 playing in second division county cricket. So it's that's not too bad. So clearly he does know how to hold a bat. I suppose there's some people who discover that they all rounders quite late in life. I remember when Sean Polly was first coming through, I was told no, he's a bowler. I think later he discovered that he was batting 4 for Northwood. So I mean, I don't know why they thought that.
Oh, beats the edge there. Beats the edge.
Yeah,
I think McQueen is just trying to get a wicket here. But yeah, to your point, there's so many. I remember Polly making his debut for South Africa here, and he sort of pinned everybody.
He was quick. He was quick, and then he slowed down later, and he went more for the control. Yeah, no, there was an oddity about him. I remember he sconned a lot of batsmen in those two. They couldn't spot his bouncer, and but then he lost that later. But the thing about, I mean, there are those players that, I mean, look at Kevin Peterson's probably the best example. I mean, he was an off spinner. He became one of the world's premier batsmen.
Yeah, he started out there at the Dolphins as well, or Natal back then, and then moved over to the UK.
So we're going dual pace this morning. I thought they might ball spin from this end.
Well, the fella here, Ian, he needs a spell.
Yeah.
It's been a little bit erratic. He's bowled a few no balls. He's bowled a few wides. He just needs to settle in here.
Would you want to bowl into this wind?
No, I had my fair share, so I've done my work. Well, so he's not just running into the wind. For me, he's running uphill.
Yeah, no, he is. You definitely, when you sit here where we're sitting, which must be one of the worst commentary boxes in the world at the moment. I don't know. I haven't seen many cricket commentary boxes, but I would imagine that there's at least glass preventing you from getting blown away by the wind. But yeah, no, it's definitely uphill. And I think when he gets to the crease there, when he gets to the wicket, it's more of a climb.
Well, he's looked very good again, Sawant. Maybe he's thinking of 3 figures here.
Yeah, well, so far it's been very uneventful. I mean, there's not much happening on the pitch. I was watching that first morning, and I was quite impressed with the occasional lift some of those England bowlers got.
See the size of him?
Yeah. We're talking about Harry Moore or Jack. Both of them are quite big.
this is much better here. Good start for Yenny, 3-dot balls.
Yeah, they've been on target. Well, he's been on target. So you and Jeremy were talking yesterday about how South Africa had tended to start each session poorly until that, I think it was the last session yesterday. So far, I mean, there hasn't been a wicket and there hasn't been a false shot yet, but they've been on the money as in terms of line and length.
Looking to swing that from middle stump. Here's a little bit of hint. The ball should swing. They say if there's cloud cover, the ball should swing. It's a little bit cold though. If it was a little bit warmer, we'll find that ball moving around. Ball's still newish.
Yeah, it seems that the overcast conditions have different effects in different parts of the world. I mean, even in England, there's some grounds that has a big effect and others that it doesn't. And I mean, I was brought up in Durban watching cricket at Kingsmead. Sometimes it swung there on a lovely clear day. The wind obviously impacts it on a lot as well. So, I mean, I think that in Durban, the northeast is the batting wind and the southerly is the seam wind.
And the tide, when does that play a role?
And the tide, well, I was going to mention the tide yesterday because when the ball started spinning, I was sort of thinking this is a different type of tide. Suddenly, the one that affects spin bowling. The tide there, I think, plays a role in people's heads. Although it was uncanny, there were times when in Durban there'd be.
Oh, that's beautifully played off his legs. Just going to be a couple. Ready. They've added 4 runs here.
There'd be times in Durban where we were sitting watching a Currie Cup game back in the 80s or whatever, and there'd be nothing happening all day, and it would be 210 for 1, and then suddenly the ball would start whipping all over the place and bouncing, and you'd see 6 weeks. Like Natal's batting lineup in those days was a little bit top heavy, but with Barry Richards carrying it at the top. But it was quite uncanny how suddenly the conditions seemed to change.
Yeah.
And it coincided with the tide coming in.
So you had a tide forecast as well. Get the timings right. Know who to bowl at what time, especially when that tide hits the shores there in Durban.
Now, where's the nearest sea? Probably Muizenberg from where we're sitting at the moment. It's a little bit distant.
We're a little bit in the middle here. Depends if you want the warm water or the cold water. Nicely driven by Wade, a square of point. And they are taking every run they can get here, England.
Now the lead of 31 now, starting to become a bit of a frustration for the South Africans. If they keep it below 50, then it's manageable. But get beyond that, I just think that psychologically it's going to be difficult. Especially if the ball. I mean, we haven't seen spin. Obviously, we're not going to see spin for a while by the looks of things. But the way the ball did start turning a bit yesterday afternoon.
I wouldn't mind seeing spin. I wouldn't mind seeing the man that bowled exceptionally well yesterday, Nathan Rousseau, to give him a little bit of a harder ball. He bowled well into the breeze yesterday, gave them control. He got the ball to spin. And there were some good catches from South Africa as well, but also there were a few drops.
Yeah. He did open the bowling. I mean, he did bowl that 1 over on the first evening. That was mainly to get the 3 overs so it's not that he doesn't mind. He obviously doesn't mind bowling with a new ball.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah. Always nice to see a tall orthodox spinner, that left-arm spinner that exerts this type of control. I mean, he's going at less than 2 runs and over. I'm just going to look up his figures again. First ball in anger today as far as the bounce is concerned. 1-5. I'll just refresh my memory about his figures because they were very impressive. 37 overs, 15 maidens, 5 for 62. So if you talk about strike rate, he's got he's going at less than 2 and over.
Oh, that could be a wide. Yep, that could be a wide. That's way over Wade's head. A little bit more of an effort ball, but a little bit too short from Mokoena. Yeah, and he also bowled 15 maidens. That's the thing that stands out for me.
Jason Rowell's 1 for 45. He's also left armer in 22 overs. So he also exerted quite a bit of control. That's where the control came from. Chad Mason 1 for 43 and 10, not the leggy, not as much control, which is the case with the leggy often.
Oh, it's another wide.
Unless you're Shane Warne. I'm talking about control.
Yeah,
of
100%.
Yeah.
Oh, hopefully our leg spinners will get there. But that is 2 for the over, so you can't bowl another one.
I think he's just letting the batsman know he's there.
Well, I think while he's steaming in, I think he knows he's there.
Yeah.
Just bowl it on a good line length. That's made you successful last week. And you were bowling well here in this match, just without any reward.
Forcing the batsman back.
There you go. Just about there. I think that was close.
I
think that was close.
That was on the money. Yeah. I must admit, coming here this morning, leaving, I live in the Bloberg Strand area, coming through, because there's a lot of cloud coming in over the sea this morning, and that the bad weather does come from there, this part of the world.
But the wind is going the other
direction.
direction.
The wind, that's what I thought, because in the car you can't feel which way the wind's going, and I thought, well, this is going to be a rained out day.
Well, if it was blowing the other one, the northwester, we would have been in trouble, I think.
Yeah, well, maybe it would be winter then.
Just off the pad, one feels. Yeah, and he's going to mop up.
Okay, so the lead extended now to 37, if my mental arithmetic is correct. Heading towards that 50 mark. That Jeremy was quite right on the first day. He said that I remember he kept on saying, I was watching. He kept on saying that 250 is what South Africa should be aiming for. If they'd made 250, then it would be a really even game now.
Beautifully played, square on the offside. Will be a couple again to Wade. Yeah, we saw the pitch on day one, and we said immediately, you want to bat and you want to put a minimum of 250 on the board. South Africa were in a spot to bother and worked their way to 224. England, on the other hand, they surpassed that. And now it's just bonus runs here as over number 99 comes to an end. 39 runs is the lead.
Well, both teams have been in positions in their first innings where they would have brought where they ended up. You know, in South Africa, were 60 odd for 4. I think it was 70 for 4 at lunchtime. They might have been happy with 224. Well, actually, they looked like they were going to get 250 at one stage. And
yeah, they did, because Benny Hansen and Paul James were batting very, very well together. And then just before the stroke of tea, Benny Hansen got out.
Yeah. And they both gave it away to some extent as well.
That's nicely tucked again off the hip. Oh, that's going to be easy too. And runs again, coming a little bit easier for England.
Yeah, and now it means that the lead is heading towards, well, it's actually gone past 40.
Well, and more importantly,
41,
this partnership has gone past 52.
Yeah, and this, that's true. That's true. It's been a good rearguard action from England, and it's changing the whole sort of momentum of this game, because South Africa were back in it yesterday afternoon going into that last session, and now not so much.
Excellent work at point.
Well, I correct that. I mean, they are definitely. I mean, it's still an even game, but it's starting to. The pendulum is starting to swing in England's favour.
Well, we knew any lead any of these teams will be very vital. It looks like England are trying to build on their lead.
Yeah, and the South Africans. I think we were discussing it yesterday, and the South Africans don't play as much long-form cricket as the England guys do, because they obviously play their county second 11s, and some of them have even played for their first 11s. So they've played long-form cricket, and they will be used to a situation where they've got to recover come back from conceding a first innings lead. Whereas it's not really the case with the South Africans, who I would imagine have mostly played one-day school cricket.
Yeah, that's what it is. But I spoke to Michael Yari about that point, the coach of England, at the last test, and I spoke about his expectation, knowing that these boys have played the longer format, and he makes a good point. He says, listen, that they're still young, they're still finding their feet, so every day they play as well will be an experience.
Yep. No ball. Second no ball of the morning. Can't really afford that when in a low-scoring game.
So yeah, they are also learning. They haven't. It's not like a whole host, but they have played the longer format or time cricket, or whether it's 2, 3, or 4 day.
Well, everything's a learning experience when you're this age. It's that great time of life where everything just lying in front of you.
Wade having a waft outside that off stump.
He doesn't look a bad batsman at all to me.
That's what I said. Yeah. I said these guys, they might bat 10 in this team, but I think for their schools and for their counties, they probably bat a little bit higher up. Every day I've seen him, he's in the nets for sure, Wade, hitting a few balls. So he loves to bat.
Well, when he came in yesterday, I just thought he looked very correct against the spinners, and he played them correctly. You know, he got forward to them, and he looked like he knew what he was doing. Whereas I wasn't as impressed with. I think it was Jack who came before. He looked less complete.
You didn't like the big fella, left-hander? Oh, absolutely smoked. Absolutely smoked. As soon as that ball hit the willow, umpire Stacey Lacay turned around and just indicated that's 4.
Yeah, well, that's an indication of what I was talking about. It's not so much that I didn't like the left-hander. It's just that I feel, I just feel that Wade is perhaps a little bit more assured at the crease. He's got that he exudes that confidence that you don't sort of expect from a number 10.
Well, I would throw the ball here now to Nathan Rousseau.
Yeah.
I would say, Yanni, thanks very much. But we need to get control here. We need to get our left armour on. There's a few of the crowd in.
Yeah.
A few of them in shorts. I'm not sure. Even our other co-commentator here, he's in shorts. Got to find out why.
Maybe he wasn't here yesterday. Mind you, yesterday you wouldn't have thought of wearing shorts. I just listened to you giving Jeremy a hard time in that first afternoon, and I thought, well, yesterday I didn't know I was going to stay here the whole day, so it didn't matter. But today I'm here to the close, so it's definitely not a short stay.
No, well, you got to know your customers, and what I mean by that is when you come here to Western Province Cricket Club in Cape Town, you know the breeze is going to pick up at some stage. So I think Jeremy on day one came with the thinnest top I've ever seen. And then he still brought an even thinner top the next day, but he said, he's prepared. He's got a jacket in the car as well.
Well, it's the last 2 days. It's the wind's got up later in the day. Today it's been up from the outset.
Bit of a slow ball. Well, you can thank your lucky stars, Mr. Rich. You weren't in Stellenbosch. Let me tell you.
Last night?
No, last week.
Okay.
That was wind.
Oh, and
that was wind.
I heard so. I heard so. You guys saw quite a good game there, though.
It was a good game. It was a really good game. Could have gone any way.
I mean, almost chasing down 300 in that last afternoon. That's why, I talk about the psychological hurdle that South Africa will face if there's a deficit. But if you can almost chase down 300 in the final innings, you got to be quite mentally strong as well. I mean, as a batting team.
Oh, a little bit of fend off. That might go to the boundary. Yes, it does. Oh, Sawant now moves into the 90s. With that ball just fended off there, off the hip, maybe off the rib area.
Well, both of them motoring at a very different pace to yesterday. And they were trying to see out the day. 89 off 244. What did I say earlier on? It was 80. Mind you, not so much Sawant. It's actually Wade who's been the more aggressive.
The runs are still coming. The runs are flowing. Lead has gone past 50. Yeah. Mr. Rich, that's what you said is now worrying times. I think we passed that.
It's very worrying times.
South Africa need to polish us off very quickly. Well, that's good batting. He saw the man was out there deep backward square. Sort of just paddled it around to that fielder. Another run.
I think it's a no-brainer. They've got to bring the spinner on now from the side. And they haven't had any problems with the pace this morning.
No, it certainly hasn't.
Certainly not from this end, anyway. I mean, which is when Nathan Rousseau operated almost non-stop in that final session yesterday.
Ducks underneath that one. Just having a look here. I think Benny Hansen's going to ask for the helmet. That's a tell sign that there's going to be spin soon.
And it's sure to be Nathan Rousseau.
Well, if it's not,
being the best,
issue.
being the best bowler yesterday. I think maybe he's been being introduced to an over too late.
Again, a foolish ball, and that beats the man. Just in front of square on the offside, so back they come for 2. The other day, at that game, I was speaking to the umpire, and the wind was howling so much that the England batters were asking. It was a sunny day, let's not forget that. But the England batsmen were asking, listen, can we go off here, and can we go off for wind? I mean, I've never ever experienced that. That is
really?
the figures.
They want to go for wind?
Yeah, off for wind. According to umpire Shazi. So don't shoot me, don't shoot the messenger. That's the bowling figures there. Mokoena, 15 overs, 33 runs, yet to bag a wicket. Nathan Rousseau, the star, 5 for 62, and he's going to come on now from this end. So he's going to be bowling into the wind. Yanni, again, just not able to string a few overs together. So again, the workload is going to be given to this youngster.
Yeah, Yanni's been going at almost 6 runs an over, so it hasn't been a good outing for him so far. I don't think Nathan Rousseau would have bowled 30 overs in a game in his life before.
I don't think any of these boys stayed on the field for 100 overs.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah. How often was the new ball taken in Stellenbosch? Did they get?
They did take it. Yeah,
okay.
They did take it. Maybe not immediately, but it was taken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's must be a little bit stiff, even as a youngster. Toil hard for 37 overs, folks. 37.
A little bit of a leap of anticipation there. We haven't seen too much of that this morning. So far, there have been no real false shots that I can recall.
Nathan Rousseau will feel every ball. Every ball's an event for him.
Yeah.
There you go again with a little bit of a skip. That's just his mannerisms.
So 27 runs have been added this morning, and we're just approaching the half-hour mark. So they've done a good job of increasing that lead.
Oh, there he beats the bat. He beats the bat. And he's done that on numerous occasions.
In his 38th over.
Nicely bowled again. Much better line. Felt at times he was searching for the magic ball from outside leg stump. We started well here.
So one isn't really departing from his game plan. Very much the same forward defence that he gave us yesterday afternoon.
Well, if you're 6 runs away from 100, you're going to knuckle down.
Yeah, sometimes you'd imagine the guy would want the batsman when he's nearing his hundreds is almost gets impatient to get there, but he's still doing that, as I say, that very solid straight bat. And it's something that maybe the young South Africans can learn from. They were a little bit loose with some of their shots in that first day.
Yeah, a few soft wickets, as we say. Mokoena's going to continue. He's bowling to Alexander Wade, 17 of 72 deliveries. He's doing his job. What's needed? Partnership of 65 runs between these two.
For the 9th wicket. It's not That's not good for South Africa. It's called surrendering the initiative. I hope this gazebo doesn't blow away whilst we're sitting here. It keeps lifting up.
I'm not gonna say anything on that there, Mr. Rich, because I don't want to be putting the mockers on us, but for some reason that thing just stays. The boys have done a great job tying it to all sorts here.
Well, this side that's tied to the side screen, I suppose, is the pivotal. Those are the pivotal knots there that are keeping this thing from blowing away. I think if that's, and I'm looking to the right here, if it wasn't tied to that pole, I think we would have had the gazebo disappear already.
Solid.
And solid from a number 10 who's playing like he should be much higher up the order.
Well, just to come back to it, they've put some other sort of helpings on from all the other legs. If you can see, there's a few extra poles being bashed into the ground.
They've got a stake or something they've banged into the ground. No, you're right. I hadn't noted that.
Full ball. And now McQueen's searching for a wicket. And the first half an hour has come and gone, and they are really wanting this innings of England done and dusted.
Well, maybe I'm bad luck. I'm going to be handing over to Keenan in about 3 balls, so maybe he'll have better luck in getting wickets. You were buying the wickets yesterday.
I was a wicket taker of
you
note
were a
yesterday.
Wicket taker of note yesterday. Every time you were on, the wickets fell.
No, not today.
Yeah.
Another good shot. Oh, that is a little bit of a London Bridge there. That's a good shot. It goes for 4. Glorious all along the deck from Wade.
For a moment, I thought it was Sawant. I was going to say he's closing down on his 100, but it's not. It's that shows that he does look like a class batsman. I was confusing him with the middle order batsman.
Oh, that's glorious. Glorious shot.
Yeah, both these guys very confident at the moment, very compact, and hardly a false shot played this morning. 282 for 8, so the lead is now at 58. Yes, I think it's 58. So
well, there he goes. There's the confidence in the man. Calling through Sawant for a single. 59 is the lead gone to now, and worrying times for South Africa.
Well, that's going to depend on Bubula. How do you pronounce his name?
Bubulia.
Bubulia, that's it. I mean, I was just very impressed with. I know he only made 30 in that first innings, but he looks like a class batsman.
Yeah, but the word you said there for me was the mindset. So knowing that you've got a deficit as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's clipped off. Work for Nathan Rousseau. That's excellently done. That's great work from the youngster. Will just be a couple as well.
The thing is on that deficit story, if the wicket is going to start taking more and more turn, and we go into tomorrow, then a lead of 150 might be enough.
Well,
or was that wishful thinking from a South African perspective?
It could be. But Rich, it was good having you for the first half an hour. I'm sure you're going to find some shelter wherever you can. I'm not sure where that will be. As Aaron Sawant, he's on 96. Alexander Wade on 22. Partnership of 72 runs, and hopefully for South Africa, we've got a new wicket taker in Kieran Thompson. Good morning to you, sir.
A very good morning to you, Eugene. Wow, what a wind. let me just start by saying that. I was having a look at the overhead conditions just before joining you here in the commentary box, and it's a fair amount of great cover overhead. it's definitely going to make things a bit tougher for the spinners going into the wind, but England certainly in the ascendancy so far this morning.
Well, I know it's your first take here with us through the series. Have you kept an eye on it? Just a little bit of maybe one of your eyes on how the boys have been doing?
Yeah, I've kept an eye out from afar. Had my hands full with the SA20 so far. But it's been a pretty good experience for the boys from what I can tell. That first test going right down to the wire to the very last ball. Some exciting stuff over there. And hopefully we can get a result in this one.
Well, that's so slow, and that is going to be another boundary to Alexander Wade. And he is certainly cashing in here and scoring a little bit quickly. Maybe just a touch too slow from Rousseau.
Yeah, maybe even a bit too much width as well, allowing Wade just to rock back onto the back foot there and nicely smash that off the back foot through the covers.
Yeah, a bit of a drag down. We did say he bowled quite a number of overs. He's bowling over number 39 now for himself. Oh, that's better. That is better.
Yeah, really impressive was he yesterday, Nathan Rousseau. Pretty much South Africa's shining light in a difficult day.
Yeah, it was. And it's just proving to be a little bit of a difficult morning for them.
Difficult as it may be, they just have to stay as positive as possible. It's only just gone past the first half an hour of the day. So a wicket could change things very quickly, but they want to start plugging up the runs and filling up those gaps because England have been scoring way too easily this morning.
Well, it's going to be Mr. Paul James to turn his arm over for the very first time. Batted nicely in that first innings for South Africa. And what you get with Paul James, he bowls sort of wicket to wicket more often than not. He certainly turned the game at the Kaya Majola. It was a ridiculous game. Central Gauteng, they were waltzing away to victory. 8 wickets still in hand, and then all of a sudden 8 wickets fell for about 12 runs. It was the most ridiculous game. But it was all due to this man, Paul James. Maybe he has the golden arm.
It's a decent start. And I'm sure the nervous 90s might be just creeping into Sawant's mind at the moment. He's played really well for his 96 runs, facing 254 balls. Really have to apply yourself in an innings like that.
Imagine him and Bobulia batting together. Oh, that's going to be his 100. An inside edge. And the ball goes over the boundary. And look at him. He is so elated at that. He's got his 100. And what a good knock it's been. He's been the glue for England. And he's getting the applause he rightfully deserved there.
Yeah, just had a little bit of luck on that one to go to 3 figures. Could have easily chopped it on. Different morning, in a different setting, in different conditions. He chops it on and South Africa get their way back into the contest, or the first session rather.
Well, the lead is growing and growing and growing. It's almost up to 70. Partnership of 80 runs.
Yeah, and that lead just ticking over really plays a massive mental role, or can have a massive impact on the team's mentality, especially bowling, the fielding side rather.
Well, you can certainly apply pressure. You can have catches all over the place. You can just, even when the spinners are bowling, get men around the bat. There's so much you can do with a lead.
It's nicely played, but he's picked out the fielder.
These are, as I said earlier, these are worrying times, Kieran, for me, for the South African U19 team, and the runs are still coming. Paul James even conceding 4 runs, and that's all that England need to do.
Yeah, just make sure they chip away each over, 3 to 4 runs, keeps that scoreboard ticking. Solidly kept out again by Sawant.
Well, this pitch still looks good. Obviously, yeah, there will be some turn. We're into day 3. There might be a little bit unevenness, but you can expect that. England are finding it good though. They're nearing their 300 here. Just 7 away.
Yeah, I was watching both sides warm up this morning, or the bowlers rather, and geez, the speeds the boys were generating was just incredible.
Well, half stop there by Van Schalkwyk. No run.
Generally this pitch tends to break up and slow down on day 3, but just back to what I was saying about the boys in the warm-ups, then the amount of bounce or the type of bounce that they were getting was quite worrying. I wouldn't want to face that, I'll tell you that much.
Well, the boys, South Africa 19, have been very much up to the challenge of facing the taller bowlers of England, especially when they get a little bit more bounce. They've actually sort of handled themselves with the bat very well. But yeah, there's a few big ones. And this man here, Alexander Wade, he actually bowled really nicely. He's the type of bowler that's very skiddy. So he bowled a lot more fuller deliveries than most. But he's doing a sterling work here with a bat. 26 he's on. Just a polite inquiry.
Some good flight from Nathan Rousseau there to begin with, as he begins his 40th over. Jeez.
Again, going back, and maybe the lack of pace on the delivery allowed the batter to just put the bat down. Good work by Van Schalkwyk again.
Just interesting to note, Nathan Rousseau's first 3 balls of this over, all different lengths, giving a little bit of different variation, just asking a few questions of the batter.
He's making him play. So this time he brought him forward. When's a quicker one coming? Not that ball.
Might just finish off with a quicker one. It's been a very good over so far from Rousseau, looking to finish off with a maiden.
Oh, tossed up. Oh. Go and have a hit of that. Well, that's another maiden for the youngster. 106 bowl. Now, South Africa in the field. 293 for 8. Sawant on 100 and Wade on 26.
Yeah, and Eugene, at this stage, I would think any runs from England, even coming in this morning, getting past the 50-run mark would be bonus runs. We are well into that territory now. So South Africa would want to make sure that England don't reach 3 figures in terms of a lead.
Yeah, that's another psychological number, the 300. Oh, nearly played at that one. So just the one slip and a gully. And a man sort of backward point there. And then you have one just in front of square on the offside, just forward of point. Cover and mid-off. Who's going to be the golden arm here for South Africa?
And Paul James just having another bite at the cherry.
Well, nicely played just for one.
Didn't get all of that one.
Yeah, that takes the lead now to 70. Partnership 81.
Eugene, where do you think South Africa can make a change here just to swing the game back in their favour?
Well, firstly, I just got to keep them quiet. I think Nathan Rousseau must stay on. They've now turned to Paul James. The other option that they can bring on is Jason Rolls. He's bowled nicely. Then there's also Daniel Lateghan. Apologies, Daniel Lateghan. Daniel Bosman, I should say. He bowls offies as well, so they've got that in their armoury as well. I think in terms of seamers, it has to be Mokoena, but they've taken him off.
Yeah, I would imagine bowling, running into this wind can be very challenging for a bowler. Easily throw you off your line, even while you're running up. You might just catch a gust of wind to the throat. It's never fun.
Oh, that's beautifully guided past the man there at backward point. And again, the chase is on.
Brilliant work out in the deep there. Oh, even better take from the keeper.
Yeah, but again, they're just managing to keep getting runs.
Yeah, it seems like England are almost trying to make up for that last over. After that one went from maiden from Rousseau. They've already got 3 from this James over now.
Well, Benny Hansen, he thought it was over up. Umpire says he can count to 6 very well. He's a bowler, who was a bowler before, left arm seam. Nice. And that will be the over. No, Wally, there's still a ball left. I'm not sure how Benny's counting is working this morning.
Blame it on the wind. It's important South Africa also stay alive and awake and vocal in the field. You don't want these England batters to get more comfortable than they already are. It's nicely kept out by Wade. Brings an end to the 107th over. England now on 296 for 8.
Yeah, and there was lots of this where I think umpire Shea's just having a very quiet word just about where you got to run. And again, they got to keep off the danger area. And he will say that in a very polite way. The second time might not be.
Now, always at the umpire's discretion, those warnings.
Yeah, there was a lot of, what I found, a lot of tapping on the pitch yesterday. And I think that should also be looked at. It is Rousseau to continue. 5 for 66.
It's a bit of an interesting battle here, because Sawant and Rousseau would have faced off through the majority of yesterday. That battle continuing this morning.
Yeah, it's been a good battle. And still Sawant sticks to his guns. He doesn't want to give his wicket away. It's try to bat as long as he possibly can and score runs in the meantime as well. Oh, beats the edge. And that's from the straight. And to your point, there's going to be some turn.
Looked like that one turned a little bit, didn't it? Get some assistance from the wind as well. And that one looked like the quicker one.
Yeah, just homing in on those pads, and tell you what, he would have been up in arms there as the breeze. I think during my break I'm going to get another set of layers on. Don't think this jacket is doing quite what it's supposed to do. Good feet again.
Oh, and that creeps through.
Yeah, and it's gone through. Bata, he can't stop that, and that's 4 more. And the lead goes to 76.
And that also brings up the 300 for England now. 300 for the loss of 8 wickets after 107 overs. More than halfway through that 108th over. Rousseau just needs to reset and get back on that horse.
I don't think those men in England are going to move anywhere from where they're sitting. They want to build on this lead. The partnership is 87 between these two. It's been a very good partnership.
Yeah, I think the conversation in the England camp this morning would have been somewhere along the lines of try and get us to 100. You guys did the hard work last night just to stay at the crease, occupy the bowlers, maybe just chip away at their confidence a little bit. And when the last man comes into bat, it's just about getting a bunch of bonus runs.
The longer they stay out there, the better for England.
Ooh, that one kept a bit low. Been very impressed with Alexander Wade's application. Got a solid technique. Can seem to fall over a little bit, but maybe that's just because of his height. He's a big boy.
He's got stout defence. As I said, every time we see these boys in the morning, he's one of them. Though when it was the ODI series and the test early on, last week, apologies, he's always got bat in hand and goes for a bit of a throwdown session with some of the coaches.
Nicely kept out. A bit fuller this time from Paul James.
Yeah, it's a pity South Africa don't have somebody with out-and-out pace, because that certainly ruffles some feathers sometimes if you have a man like that just can steam in for a few overs. They don't have someone like that. Mokoena is probably the quicker one for South Africa.
Had a decent start this morning, did Mokoena. Operating from the so-called Wynberg end.
So-called? I'm going to call it the windy end.
I think that's
by
what we
lunch. I mean, really now. I must tell you, I'm counting the minutes. Do apologise, Kieran and Gavin.
No worries. I dressed for yesterday, wearing the shorts.
Oh, again, beautifully in line. Well, where's the urgency here? Where's the urgency? Where is the person that's going to create a little bit of a spark here for South Africa to finish this England innings off?
Yeah, they seem to be lacking that this morning to the home side. I mean, they were a little bit vocal in the opening 5 overs, but since then, and since Sawant's gone to 3 figures, it's quietened down a bit.
Oh, there's a waft outside that off stump.
Bit of a lazy stroke from Wade.
Yeah, that's another over that comes to an end. 300 for 8. England on the 19 in a very, very good position with a lead of 76. I mean, look at those flags. I mean, you don't need to pull it. You just need to put it in the wind and see. There's Patrick Moroney on the left. Subi on the right, having a lovely couple of nuts.
At a much better vantage point out of the wind.
Oh, Pat Moroney's got shorts on. So there's no breeze up there.
I think I know where I'm going during my break.
Well, here he is. Daniel Bosman. And what he does is he bowls around the wicket. I find that this is a little bit, unless he's going to rip it, a little bit negative. I'd like to see him bowl over the wicket and sort of pitch it outside off stump and turn in. He's looking to straighten this, so let's see how he goes.
Got a bit of an interesting field, does Bosman. Just the one guy on the square leg boundary, it seems. But that first ball a bit loose, bowling towards the offside there.
He's just darting it in here very quick. They look flat. They look flat. No one saying anything, or no one saying much out there.
I'm sure wicket will change that.
Yeah, but you need that beforehand. You just need somebody out there just to raise it a little bit. See, so around the wicket, it's just everything has been played on the offside. I'd like him to come over the wicket here.
Maybe force the batter into playing onto the leg side. Oh, that's a big one.
Well, that's going to be 1 bounce and a 4. And that's what I said. He just bowls it into that arc very quickly, and he can just utilize the pace of Daniel Bosman, and that goes for 4.
Yeah, I didn't have to do too much on that one, did Sawant. Overpitched and just stroked it past the bowler.
Where is it going to come from, Kieran? Partnership of 91 runs for the 9th wicket, folks.
Yeah, it's looking a bit grim and gloomy, and I'm not just talking about the weather and overhead conditions here. South Africa need a breakthrough desperately.
Desperately is the understatement. Oh, didn't bounce as much. Was a short delivery. Yeah, someone just indicating, yeah, it just sort of rolled. And that's probably wouldn't give South Africa much confidence looking at that.
And those last 2 deliveries from Daniel Bosman are definitely what he should be aiming for. But just coming a little bit too late in the over. 304 for 8 now. 110 overs gone. And that partnership building up towards 91 runs now.
It looks like he's going to change ends. So he's going to come from the top end, the so-called Weinberg end, and he's going to have the breeze on his back. He's yet to bowl and over from that end.
Eugene, I have to ask, bowling with the breeze at your back, being the type of bowler Nathan Rousseau is, do you think that will maybe help the ball hang up in the air, or maybe push it through the air a bit quicker?
Probably push it through because he's going to be bowling with the breeze. It's when you bowl into the wind and it just stays and hangs and then it dips as well. Jeremy spoke about that yesterday. Here it might be a little bit different, although sometimes the ball can sort of push the ball, the wind can sort of push the ball down as well, even from behind you. So can he rip it? Definitely bounced the side. Oh, he's tossed that up.
Oof.
Well, will this be the last over to drinks? We'll wait and see.
Oof.
Yeah, through he comes. That's good work from Sawant.
He's had a good start here as Nathan Rousseau, changing ends. You just see a mild change in the field here. Field on the square leg boundary moving a bit more squarer. And it seems as though Gully has come out and come towards a short fine leg position.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more straighter. Heading to overs, Nelson here. 1-1-1. All the people that's superstitious out there. Maybe not for the overs. little bit quicker.
Nicely cut away. Watched into the hands at point. Cover region, rather.
Nicely driven again. Good work again by Van Schalkwyk. He's still alive out there. Still not much chatter from South Africa. Final ball of over number 111.
Just on the chatter front, to be fair, it might just be the wind that's getting the best of the chatter. Good end to the over from Nathan Rousseau. Just the one from it. Takes England to 305 for 8 after 111 overs. Still no drinks break yet. I think we might just be able to squeeze another over in.
Looks like it's going to be one more. And it's going to be Jason Rolls. So it looks like Daniel Bosman just bowled an over just to get Rousseau onto the far side. So this over will take us to the drinks break.
Yeah, and he's one of the bowlers you were talking about, or one of the options rather you were speaking about earlier, just to try and change the tone of the game, move the momentum back towards South Africa's favour.
Yeah, it's all very similar. Left arm spin, leg spin, trying to bowl the ball away from the right-hander. Yurik van Schalkwyk is also there that can turn his arm over.
And Raul so far has 1 wicket for 45 runs in his 22 overs. A bit of a lofty start there. Alexander Wade doesn't take the bait though.
He's playing for drinks. He's playing for drinks.
I do think South Africa have targeted Wade as the one to try and go for the big shot, but so far hasn't taken the bait this morning. Really applied himself well at the crease.
Well, 54 runs scored this morning. South Africa can ill afford that. Struggling to keep them quiet.
And that question again, Eugene, where is that breakthrough going to come from for South Africa?
Anywhere. I mean, just anywhere for them. Anyone.
At this stage, they'll take anything.
Well, final ball is going to take us to drinks here. Where England are very well placed.
Oh! That's not... Oh!
Oh, was it an edge? Oh, that spun. Did that find an edge? Firstly, Benny Hansen couldn't hold on to it.
South Africa is still just not getting the rub of the green this morning. On another day, that goes to hand.
Oh, the bounce did him. The bounce did him. Well, we're going to go to the drinks break here, where England are 305 for 8. They are piling on the runs here. A lead of 81 now. It's a lot for South Africa to do here. So we're going to go and enjoy a little bit of a drinks break. And when you come back, it's going to be Gavin Rich joining Kieran Thompson.
continue their first innings. South Africa looking to wrap things up here with the tail.
They started the day looking as if they wanted, looking to wrap up the tail, and it hasn't worked out so well. Been an hour this morning and I've been sitting here in the cold. Since I was last on the air, I've got an extra jacket on. That's how cold it is here. Well, I find it cold anyway. You're sitting here in your shorts.
Believe me, I'm shivering.
Almost got in the car just now. I thought, well, I'll go for a drive to warm me up. But they must be, we were talking now, they're nearing 100 partnership. They've really done well, these two. South Africa do look like they've gone a bit flat though.
Yeah, just looking for a little bit of inspiration at this moment.
Like they're not very talkative out there.
Yeah, I was saying to Eugene, maybe the wind might be masking that.
You mean we can't hear it, or it's not happening?
I hear a little bits of chatter here and there, but the wind can definitely be soaking a lot of that up. But just judging the body language in the field as well, South Africans seem to be getting a little bit agitated, but somewhat lackluster as well.
The partnerships before this one there was 70 between Fineska and Sawant. That was yesterday morning.
Chance.
Yeah, very, very faint chance.
Won't run away to the boundary. Outfield's a bit slow, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose they did have a bit of rain this morning. I don't know. I live in the north. I live in Blouberg Strand area. We had a bit of rain this morning. I'd imagine there would have been more rain here, so it would be slow. Slower. It definitely looks slower than yesterday. Trying to get the score up. So, because these two must be able to just have a look at the scoreboard quickly. Three hundred and 8 for 8. And 110 for Sawant, and Alexander Wade now 31. So that lead is 74.
84.
84.
Yeah,
no, 84. Yeah, sorry, my addition isn't good. 84 run lead. So I was talking about a 50 run lead at the start of the day for them as initial target, or one for the South Africans to avoid. It's now gone up to 85. That lead. Now it looks like they're going to double that. They've gone from 50, looking for a 50 run lead to a 100 run lead.
Yeah, certainly not ideal for South Africa. I have to start asking the batters a bit more questions, trying to get them playing forward, playing away from their body, maybe just tossing one up.
Well, the field's mostly defensive now as well. That's they got the one slip. They don't have anybody else near the bat. Somebody else at deep square leg.
Yeah, and they haven't really bowled that well to their field this morning, of the South Africans.
So it was 251 for 8 overnight. So they've added 58 this. Is my maths correct this time? They've added 58 this morning in an hour, or just over an hour. There's a good shout, but I think more in hope than any conviction.
Yeah, very much so. Just looking for that little bit of inspiration I was talking about a few balls ago. But Jason Riles hitting the pad can give them a little bit of hope and belief. Oh, might just blow away here. A bit of a false shot there from Sawant to end the over. England on 309 for 8 after 114 overs.
Yeah, so from a South African perspective now, you're just looking at, like, you've got to. I mean, when we started today, when I was with Eugene, I said, you've got what you must do it quickly. They haven't done that, so now you've got to revert to Plan B. So there is a little bit of damage limitation. When I say that, I mean they've got to defend a bit as well and try and reassert some of that control that the bowlers had yesterday. Certainly the left-arm also orthodox spinner Nathan Rousseau had yesterday, although are we seeing a change in bowling now? Chad Mason coming on?
Yeah.
So he's bringing his leg spin in from the Weinberg end, bowling with the wind.
Hopefully that might be the inspired change South Africa need to make that breakthrough this morning.
My laptop fell down just now. I was trying to actually try and find out when the last wicket did fall, because they must have come pretty close to the 100 mark now. In fact, I'm sure they've gone past it. 230. I think it was 213 when the 8th wicket fell. Let me see how good my memory is. 213 for 8. So the partnership would be 96 now.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was 213. So 96 run partnership now. So that's the next milestone we've got to look forward to.
Yeah. That was the wicket of Eddie Jack falling at the end of the 79th over, which seems a distant memory.
It does. I was on the air then with James King, and we was looking forward to South Africa wrapping them up and pull for 4.
Given that the treatment as well
over mid-on. So that is the 100 partnership. That's the 100 partnership. An hour this morning, and there was at least an hour yesterday. So they've been at it for over 2 hours. So aren't 112 and 281 balls. So he still isn't going at a strike rate of 50 yet, but he's been very watchful, and that's been the trademark of his innings.
Yeah, and Alexander Wade also now just about moved to 30. He's been there for over 117 balls, or actually on 117 balls now. I'm sure he'd want to convert that score into a milestone as well. Well,
overnight he was seven runs off 58 balls, so that was a very low strike rate. Today he's come out of a shell a bit, gained in confidence.
Oh, that one's short.
And Sawant now starting to hit out as well. Has decided to take the attack to the South Africans. So it's England certainly inexorably at the moment starting to move into control in this game. They're heading now towards a lead of 100, which seemed like a very long way off last night. And at one stage it looked as if South Africa might even have a lead in this game. So the game has changed quite quite emphatically, not dramatically. Dramatic sort of would indicate a very quick change. Emphatic, it's been more of a gradual change, and now I think that England are very much in control.
Well, Gavin, maybe give it till the end of the day. We might just have a dramatic change again.
Well, emphatic change. It's going to be a long time before South Africa would be in control in this game. So it's going to take some really good batting, and I'm still not sure that this wicket is one where you can score quickly. Although they're giving the light to that this morning.
Oh, that one's hung up.
That's going to be. I thought it was going to be caught. So it goes over mid off for 4. Is it no 4? I think the fielder's going to get there. Okay, it's just gone for 4 over into the nettings on the netting on the far side. So these two guys really starting to take control now. I suppose England, I don't think they would think of a declaration, would they? They don't need to. The bigger if they get a big lead and put South Africa in again, they can almost, well, not quite get into a situation where they don't bat again, but get themselves into a situation where they don't have much to chase in that last innings. And you don't want to chase anything on this wicket if it does start to turn on the last day, and it does break up on the last day.
And something South Africa will also want to limit is England getting a lead of over 150 runs, and we are heading towards that direction right now. So
a lead of 108 now, yeah. So it's 42 runs. No, it's starting to look like a tall order for South Africa to come back into this game, and this third morning has been, as they would say in cricketing parlance, the moving morning. It was all square when we arrived here, and this man Sawant has been the guy who's just held England together, and he's just given that straight bat, that sort of shot, that shot that he's just played now. No, it's not him actually. It's Alexander Wade. I keep getting mixed up between the two, and I don't know why, because one's taller than the other. But they both have been very, very, very correct.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Wade
bat.
in particular. I mean, he's supposedly the tail ender.
Yeah, he is batting number 10. Although, as Eugene said earlier, a lot of these guys would probably bat a lot higher up for their clubs or their schools. Often you get, like, when you know, at school level, or under 19 level, guys are also essentially all rounders and become more specialists later on. And he was making the point that Wade faces a lot of balls in the nets and a lot of throwdowns, so which would indicate that he's a guy who has batting ambitions, if you like.
Yeah.
Although most fast bowlers do, don't they?
Yeah, I remember one Dale Steyn used to be a batter during high school.
Well, that worked well for South Africa and Melbourne, and I think what's 2008.
Yeah,
when he made that 76 and saved us from, set up the win.
Jeez, what a game!
Yeah, he and JP Duminy. That was unforgettable. It was one of those nights where I think South Africa were about 240 for 7 overnight. I was in Jeffreys Bay. I was on my way on holiday somewhere, and I needed to get an early night because I was flying. I was driving the next morning to the Eastern Cape. Obviously Jeffreys Bay is already in the Eastern Cape, but I'm talking about further into the Eastern Cape towards the old Transkei. And I went to bed early, and South Africa were 243 for 7 overnight. And I think Morkel coming. I remember I always used to think Morkel was going to make a good number 8. So I don't know if he'd come in yet. But then the next day when I turned on the radio, and I heard that South Africa were just taking the lead and they had 8 down. It was just such an amazing feeling. I remember speaking to Mickey Arthur, because he was the coach of the South African team then. I remember did an interview with him for the SA Cricketer magazine, and he said that they were sitting there sort of thinking about people like me who would have woken up in the morning sort of thinking, what happened?
I also have a very vivid memory of that. I actually stayed up from the start to play. My dad also woke up a little bit later in the morning, and he also couldn't believe his eyes.
Yeah, the other experience I had like that was I was covering a rugby tour. I was in the UK, and you'll remember that test in Perth in 2012. I think it was 2000. Yes, it was 2012. Towards the end of 2012, that test in Perth where we were struggling on the fourth afternoon, and I woke up and I thought, well, the game would have been over hours before, and as I crossed, Morné Morkel hit a 4, and I thought, what's Morkel still doing there? And then the commentator said, now South Africa have saved the match. That was the Faf du Plessis debut test when he made the 100, and South Africa have saved that test. But both of them games where I wish that I had actually stayed up and watched. Although in that second instance where I was on tour in the UK on a rugby tour, and I think I was flying that night, and I had work to do, it probably wasn't possible. But certainly that JP Duminy innings, I'd like to have sat through every ball.
Yeah, just announcing himself on the world stage. Oh, that's a bit uppish, but it should be safe. One bounce before going to the boundary. That takes Sawant to 118 now. And that brings up the 100-run lead for England.
He's gone from being the grafter to being the imperious one. He's starting to become quite flamboyant. But certainly a very watchful innings for most of the way, and it's an object lesson for those batsmen who haven't played much of this form of cricket, of how to go about things. 327 for 8, so that's another 4. And 331 for 8 makes it a lead of, 107?
Possibly 105?
If it's
107.
107, a lead of 107. So South Africa, when they do go into bat again, it's going to be a long haul for them just to get onto the positive side of the balance sheet. So the longer these two guys are together, the more unlikely it is that South Africa are going to fight their way back into this game in a meaningful fashion. But you never know. It's played over 4 days, not just 3.
Yeah, but you would imagine, Gavin, coming into bat on day 3 with a massive lead well, not necessarily a massive lead, but in the context of the game, a pretty big lead, you would think damage limitation would be high on the priorities.
Yeah, and the other thing about South Africa in that first innings, they made 224. They batted the whole day. They batted almost 90 overs for 224. So it's if you take the first innings as an illustration of what to expect in the second innings, and remembering, of course, that the wicket would have deteriorated now, it's not like they're going to bat quickly. I mean, there was that game. I mean, now we're talking about examples, times when I've been overseas or somewhere, and another one was the South Africa Test against England in Durban in I think it was 2005. I think it was actually, it would have been late 2004. It was before Michael Vaughan's team won the Ashes, and South Africa were completely on top in that test. They got England out for about 134 or something, and then South Africa made about 350 or 360, and had a bit of a collapse to get to 360, and they had a lead of it must have been almost 200 runs, and I thought, well, this is going to be an easy win for South Africa. And I was travelling from somewhere in England to somewhere else, and I remember arriving at Paddington Station and seeing a newspaper. Was it a newspaper? I don't know, but Triscothick and Andrew Strauss had managed a 200-run partnership in next to no time at all and cancelled out the deficit on the third day. Or was it the fourth morning? No, it must have been on the third morning, and that was absolutely phenomenal. So you're not going to see. Or it's unlikely we'll see batting like that, where the deficit is cancelled out quickly. Something like Davey Warner would be able to do that.
Just clip down to the mid-off boundary. Moves England to triple Nelson.
Triple Nelson, that means a lead of 109.
Any Nelson superstitions, Gavin?
I have lots of weird. They're not all related to cricket. So are you lifting your foot?
Yep.
Okay, but why? You want the wicket to fall, surely.
Actually, trying to egg it on.
Okay. Well, I've got my left foot. I've got my left foot up naturally because I'm sitting cross-legged here, something as a buffer to the wind coming through. No, I don't have. I used to have superstitions for Nelson, but not once the Nelson started to accumulate, and possibly for good reason, because my superstitions are normally batting related superstitions. So when you get to 333, it doesn't matter so much.
Not too much to worry about.
Yeah, 666 definitely not. I thought he had played it uppishly out to the deep, but where did that go?
Just to short mid wicket there.
Short mid wicket, okay.
Bounce just before him.
Well, 333 for 8. Who would have expected it to be that when they were 113 for 8 last night? So that makes it a lead. I mean, a partnership now of 120 for the 9th wicket, and any 9th wicket that gets beyond 50 is normally something to celebrate. So England will certainly be feeling very buoyant at the moment. A lot of confidence going through that dressing room, and when they come out to bowl later on, they'll have that buffer of a lead, so they'll be able to go on the attack.
Yeah, from the get-go. One question I have for you, Gavin, is Alexander Wade is obviously pretty handy with the bat, but bowling's more of his strong suit. Would he not be thinking about possibly wanting to put his feet up for a bit?
I'm not sure if
Oh, what a shot.
I see we've got Bandile Mbata back on here.
And that goes all the way.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut your word there, Gavin.
No problem, but he's greeted in the most uncompromising fashion. But there's the first ball of his spell. Dispatched for 6.
Oh. Tough start for Bandile Mbata.
What I was going to say was that I think on this wicket, unless something changes in the way this game's gone, is the spin bowlers will probably do most of the bowling. So although obviously he's going to have that short burst with the new ball, he probably isn't looking forward to a long day of toil and and also the weather conditions today.
Yeah.
I mean, he will probably operate with them. Mind you, assuming Harry Moore is fit to bowl, because he did go off on the first day. He did bat yesterday, but that doesn't mean necessarily that he'll be fit to bowl. Assuming Harry Moore is fit to bowl, I suppose one of them's going to have to bowl into the wind. Although, no, actually, Jack would be the other opening bowler. So Wade is actually first change. So he'll have a chance to rest up in the field possibly before he gets a chance. An appeal for a run out there because it came off his hand, but umpire Shazi doesn't look moved by that.
Looks a painful one for Bandile and Bata.
That was South Africa's stroke of luck yesterday, by the way. It was it wasn't a stroke of luck. It was a very good throw from Bandile and Bata, but a run out is always a stroke of luck. Brought them back into the game yesterday afternoon. They need something like that now. Some kind of X factor, some kind of freak occurrence.
They nearly got that just before the drinks break.
Yeah. So a lead of 116 runs.
No, it looks like Sawant's out.
So it was out there. I thought that the umpire, I was looking for the umpire to give him out, but he didn't. But maybe because it was so obviously, where we're sitting, and I should have checked the screen actually. I was watching live.
Well, here's the replay.
Yeah.
Bata steaming in.
So he actually drops it. He drops it and then it goes onto his wicket, and there goes the finger. The finger's up for run out. So I missed. I didn't see him. It was only a little finger. I mean, he didn't. He didn't hold it up high. So the ninth wicket goes down, and there is the stroke of luck that South Africa needed. You could argue that it came a little bit late, but very much like the luck they had yesterday. Although this is more. It was again Mbata. He hasn't taken a wicket in this game, but he's been involved in both run-outs. Pivotally involved in yesterday's run-out, and today dropping a catch and a return caught and bowled, and then it going onto the stumps. So fortuitously going onto the stumps with.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Gavin.
With Sawant out of his ground.
And that's something I've noticed a lot in modern day cricket is the non-striker doesn't really back up, or they kind of just stay stuck in their crease. So it's, I don't know if that's where the game is heading, but from a purist perspective, it's a basic of cricket. Just stay switched on.
So one of the things, as the ball goes out for a single, one of the things that I've noted in this England innings is that the two guys who scored the most runs have both been run out, because Finesca, I think, was the next highest score with 52, and he was the guy he was the batsman batter run out yesterday by Mbata. So you could say South Africa have had a degree of fortune in this bowling stint, because they've been helped out by two run-outs. The two set batsmen both times have been run out by, good fielding in one instance and a bit of good fortune in the second instance.
Just unfortunate for South Africa that those wickets came a touch too late.
Yeah, 341 for 9. That's England moving into control. Tazi Madley, the leg spinner, coming into bat, and I'm not sure what his credentials are as a batsman.
But as most bowlers and tail-enders do, I'm sure he'll fancy himself.
Absolutely. Well, I was a tail-ender. I didn't fancy myself.
But surely the message from that Ali would have brought on would be just go for it now. We've got a healthy enough lead. There's nothing to lose from this point on. Yeah,
well, they'll want as big a lead as possible. I don't think they'll be looking at. Well, you don't declare when you're 9 down anyway. Well, you do sometimes, but I wouldn't in this particular instance. Get as big a lead as possible. It's at the moment standing at 117, and when I was talking to Eugene earlier, I was talking about the mindset, the psychological barrier that you have, in particular if you're a player who hasn't played long form cricket that often, and then going out to bat with having to wipe out a 117 run lead before you start building your own lead.
Yeah, and under these conditions as well, doesn't sound too appealing.
No. But I don't know if I'd want to field in these conditions either.
Yeah, standing in the wind all day.
Yeah.
I mean, we're sitting in the wind.
It's actually got a bit brighter. It has got a bit brighter. It was a lot gloomier earlier on. I mean,
Yeah.
I said earlier on that it reminded me of being in Edinburgh in November. It's more like Cape Town in September, in early September, before spring properly arrives.
Yeah, right on the money with that assessment. Reminds me of the last bits of the hockey season here at Western
Yeah.
Province Cricket Club. I went to school just down the road here, so
Okay.
fairly familiar with these spots.
End of the hockey season would be early September.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's supposed to be spring in Cape Town in September, but it always arrives a little bit late. The flowers arrive at the end of August up the west coast, but and that's really the start of spring. But I always sort of feel that it's not really spring in Cape Town until October.
Yeah. Especially last October as well.
Yeah,
It was extremely cold.
but there's no such thing as climate change. Or has it always been like that?
Clearly not.
So Ali is also looking quite correct out there and quite compact. Doesn't look like he wants to give it away. Like, we've only seen 4 balls, but it doesn't look like a bunny, as I'd like to call a number 11 who... You don't get those number 11s anymore. That there used to be I mean, Glenn McGrath was a bunny at one stage, and then I think he made 50 against South Africa somewhere. I think it was at Sydney, and suddenly he wasn't a bunny anymore. Or was it Melbourne? I don't know. One of those tests over the festive season.
Yeah,
Well, maybe he didn't make a 50, but he was part of a partnership, a big partnership.
Yeah, and maybe that's all you need as a bowler in your batting career, just to tell yourself, hey, you can actually do this. You can stay at the crease, apply yourself.
Yeah, no. When I played cricket at school, it was a case of asking the batsman to declare when the 9th wicket fell. Another run coming onto the total there, 343 for 9, so one run away from now making it 120. We're going up in increments of 10. We started off the day when I said, well, we don't want to see the lead go to 50. Now it's heading to triple that. But remembering, of course, that the last pair are at the crease, so it could end at any time.
And with that, we'll have a change in the commentary as Eugene replaces me and joins Gavin.
Did you get some extra clothing on there, Eugene?
Okay.
Not yet, Mr. Rich. Oh, there's an edge, and that flies past Benny Hansen and goes for 4. The runs are still coming here for England under 19.
Yep, 123 now. 123. We coming towards the end of the first session on day number 3. So it's the one thing that is actually happening, Eugene, is that the more the runs accrue to this England team, the less chance there is of South Africa actually winning the game, because we've got 5 sessions left after this. It's going to take the best part of a session and a half to wipe out this deficit, if they do wipe out the deficit, and then you've got a day to go.
Yeah, it's all going to depend on how they bat, especially that opening partnership, to lay a platform and to really eat into that deficit, which is on 123. Started on 27 this morning, so they've scored very quickly as England.
Yeah, it's certainly no debate about who wins the session, regardless of what happens between now and lunch. I mean, the worst case scenario for South Africa is that a wicket falls now and they go into bat and then they lose a wicket before we take lunch.
Well, I'm looking at Babulia and Van Schalkwyk. What are they doing? Normally they're in their own bubble, counting down the time. They'll be wanting the clock to get to 11:50.
Yeah.
Because there's a 10-minute break.
11:50, then they won't have to bat. And then what do we take an early lunch? Get stuck into the food.
Yeah, maybe that's what we need to do, just to keep warm. Although I've seen a few blue skies now, not blue clouds, blue skies.
I was saying to Kieran that the weather has changed. It's certainly a lot lighter. I'm hoping this afternoon the sun might come out properly. The weather forecast that I looked at overnight did say partly cloudy. It never said overcast.
Yeah, the one I saw yesterday just had this wind emoji throughout, so I knew there was going to be wind. I was coming from the Burgundy area, and there was plenty of wind there.
Well, that's the thing about these weather emojis. If there's going to be wind, they'll show the wind emoji, and they won't tell you whether it's going to be sunny or not.
No.
And that can be quite irritating because sometimes, I suppose I live in the Bloberg. Was that a drop catch?
Oh, it looks like that was a drop catch. That was a drop catch by Daniel Bosman.
In the gully.
Well, I said it were very flat this morning, and it certainly looked like it in the field.
I see the wildlife's coming out now. There weren't any birds on the field earlier on because of the wind, and I see we've got a couple of pigeons just behind the batsman. Can't really hear myself talk.
Well, hopefully it's not in the air, but there is the squad for the Tri Series that was announced. Themba Bavuma, Ethan Bosch, a few new names in that. Bongwana, he's represented South Africa before. Gideon Peters, he has as well. But the new name, Mikael Prince, the man that now plays his cricket out there in Northwest. He is in there. Jason Smith, Calvarena.
When is the Tri Series? I thought that the next thing was the ICC Champions Trophy.
Yeah, so they squeezed in this Tri Series just in between.
Okay. So to prepare them for, but mind you, there's a lot of players there that aren't playing Champions Trophy.
Yeah, the players that are involved with the SA20, and that reaches the eliminator tonight between the Joburg Super Kings and who is that? The other team? The Sunrisers. And the Sunrisers, the team that has won it back to back.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting game last night. I suppose you didn't watch it because you're elsewhere. But, interesting game last night.
I was following it on the old phone then. I mean, 199.
Yeah, 199, and given that nobody chases 160 on that ground, Paul Royals actually did quite well to get to 160 in the end. David Miller looked really, really psyched up last night. And something happened in the field, I think, that irritated him. He just looked. I don't know. He just had that look on his face, such determination, and looked frustrated the whole night. That ball kept low.
Well, they got another crack at it, the Paul Royals, thanks due to them finishing in the top two. My Cape Town, they're going to be waiting to see who joins them in the final. That final happening on Saturday. Nicely clipped.
Always nice when the team, well, not for the people, for Paul supporters, I suppose, but when the team that finishes top of the log goes through to the final, I always feel there's some justice in that. But there's also a lot of pressure. There's always a lot of pressure on the team that tops the log, that goes into the final, ostensibly as favourites as well. It's the other teams will go in there feeling they've got less to lose. I've got a funny feeling it's going to be Paul Royals.
Wow. You can't bet against the Orange Army. We'll see how they go tonight in Pretoria. But so England have got to 350.
I saw Paul Royals chase down 200 odd against Pretoria Capitals at Centurion, and that's where they're playing these other two eliminators. So I base my prediction of Paul Royals making the final on that. I just think that's they mind you, they had Joe Root at the time.
Yeah, that's true. 350 for 9, 122 overs.
So it's a lead of 126. Are those people sitting out without long sleeves?
I'm just trying to see where they're sitting because
over there on the.
Oh no, there's wind there. I'm not sure why, but I think they're just enjoying the sun that's trying to beat through these clouds. Mbata's going to continue. Field spread far and wide.
19 minutes till lunch, so 9 minutes that the two South African openers have to wait before they are absolved from having to bat before lunch.
Well, half stop by Jurik van Schalkwyk. Will this be the one?
Although I suppose they'd rather bat than these guys than England stay in the field until lunch, and then beyond that.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I heard your comments there to Kieran, and I can understand what you're saying there, but them staying out there for as long as possible and getting every single run is more important.
Yeah.
Just trying to bat South Africa out of it. That's what they're trying to do here. It's a lead of well in excess of 100, and
Yeah, as I say, given that this is a 4-day game and not a 5-day test, and we've effectively got 5 sessions left. It's just I feel that they are batting South Africa out of being able to win the game. Well, they will have if they bat for much longer. It's going to require a Davey Warner type of opening innings.
nicely clipped by Ali. He's also not the worst person with a bat, for sure. We had this conversation up there just during my break as I normally do my rounds, greeting everybody, seeing if everybody's okay. And certainly everybody's in agreement that, yeah, your numbers 9, 10, 11 is not normally that. They normally bat higher up wherever they play.
Okay.
And certainly we can see here where Wade is 2 runs away from what will be a very, very good 50 for him.
He certainly got a move on this morning. I mean, it's 7. I mean, I like to see somebody profit from their patience. Last night, 7 and 58. As I said, I think it was about 13, a strike rate of about 13. And now he's faced another, about another 80 odd balls this morning, and he's added 41 runs.
He's been excellent. He's been very good. Gets his 49th run.
Which and it's also not normally the hallmark of a tail ender. Tail enders often, either they're somebody who'll just stonewall and sort of like bat to the straight, or not build an innings. You know what I'm saying? He's actually built an innings in this knock.
Well, there's an edge, and Ali has to go. And that is the innings completed, where Alexander Wade found himself on 49 with not out. And he can't get to his 50 as Ali is the last man to depart the scene here. That last wicket partnership of 13 runs. Every run is vital. I think there could be potentially maybe 1 or 2 overs here before lunch.
Yeah.
But this was the end of the innings. Mbata gets reward. A little bit of an edge. There it is. Through it goes. Shezi, the slow poison.
So Mbata actually in the end was involved in 3 dismissals, because he was involved. He was the one who affected the run out yesterday, Finesca, and then he was the one who dropped the catch, the return catch of Sawant, who had 118 at the time, and it went onto his wickets and onto the bowlers' wickets, and it was run out. A very lucky run out that. Now he's taken that wicket, so he was involved in 3. But Nathan Rousseau, the pick of the bowlers, obviously taking 5 wickets. Didn't add this morning, unfortunately, to the 5 he took yesterday, but should still be happy with his 2 days out.
Yeah, so one there, 130 of 293 runs. It was unfortunately run at Mbata, where it was Wade that smashed it back at him and just ricocheted off him. Good contribution lower down the order. Eddie Jack at 10 of 48. Alexander Wade not out on 49, and then Tazim Ali, the last man to go, on 7. So it's going to be a big deficit for South Africa to really eat into here. They're going to come out here, probably 2 overs, I make it, Gavin. So we're going to take a very short break, and when you come back, it's going to be South Africa under 19 that's going to go and bat here to try and eat into that lead of 129. Join us in a minute. Welcome back for a little bit of a short session here, maybe two overs. After England's first innings have been completed, 353 for 10, all thanks due to Sawant with 130. Fonseca with a good 50. Wade was very impressive, batting at 10, getting 49 not out. Nathan Rousseau, he was the pick of the bowler. Bowlers 5 for 74. Couldn't add to his bowling count or wickets count this morning. But eventually the innings is finally done and dusted with me, Gavin Rich. Well, first and foremost, you got to negotiate to lunch. Unscathed.
Yeah, that's what they call a scare session. You can't gain too much as a batsman when you face. If it is 12 balls, I'm just wondering if they might have spin from one end and turn it into 3 overs. I think I've got enough time. 7 minutes now. I don't think they're probably two overs maximum.
Maybe. We'll see how quickly they do get through it. But England will be having the tails up here, knowing that they have got a 3-figure lead that South Africa have to eat into. And much is going to depend on that man. Mohamed Bubulia scored a good 100 there. And Stellenbosch and 80 as well. Looked good.
And in the first innings, he looked good as well.
Yeah.
Even though he only made 30 odd in the end.
Yeah, he got 32 in that first innings. Harry Moore, the big, tall bowler, is going to be steaming in with the wind at his back. And I'm not surprised there are a few jumpers out there.
So Moore's fit. He pulled up on the first day. I know he batted yesterday, but I thought maybe there would be some problem that would prevent him from bowling. So it's good to see him ready to bowl.
It's just a touch of cramp. Just a touch of cramp. Nothing that water and a Schultz tablet won't cure. Here he is.
Well, nothing that the physio can't cure as well by attacking that. I think it was his ankle, wasn't it?
Yeah, just his calf. His
Calf
calf muscle.
Yeah.
Umpire says he's going to go into the other side because he can't see quite well. Obviously, the umpires change ends now for the second innings.
Yeah. The attacking field you would expect in a little scare session just before lunch with 3 slips. Is it 4 slips? 3 slips. 3
slips in the gully.
In a gully, yeah. There's 3 slips in the gully and a man at point.
Solid already from Bubulia.
He is solid. I mean, I haven't seen much of him, obviously, and just watching him the other day, he's looks like a real sort of good, solid batsman, compact batsman. One of those strong on both sides of the wicket as well.
What you get from Harry Moore, he'll make you play more often than not. Saw that in the youth ODIs, and he certainly made them play more than any other bowler, and that is good, especially in this format.
And for a tall bowler, he's on the stumps a lot. You know, he's not one of those guys who just pitches it short of the length. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but Bubulia does look like a player made for the long format.
You've gone and said it anyway, Gavin.
I said it anyway. I don't want to do it, but he does. And he looks like he's got the temperament as well. So maybe he's the guy. I think a lot depends for South Africa on how he goes. I mean, how they open here. If they lose early wickets, then it's going to be a long haul.
He's on the stumps again, as you rightly said. He just home in on that. I think there was only one ball that Bubulia didn't play, and that was the first ball of this over.
Yeah. And still the wind blows, as it will for the rest of the day.
Another good leave. That's the end of the first over.
Uneventful first over. Very compact Papillia, and as I say, I don't want to put the commentator's curse in him, but he just looks so rock solid. I didn't expect him to go. I mean, he went out for 32, and I mean, he hung the bat out, didn't he? It was.
Well, in fairness to him, I think it was a ball he needed to play.
Yeah, he did need to play it. But it was a sort of it wasn't. He looked like he was tentative. He didn't go like with conviction.
Farhan Ahmed is going to be bowling this over, and looks like it will be the final over to the lunch break. A session that has belonged to England under 19 quite comfortably, I have to say.
Yeah, they've bossed the game. They bossed the game since about 4 o'clock yesterday. Since about 4:30 yesterday afternoon.
Short leg, silly point, slip. They got a man at catching mid wicket.
Yep.
Just in case Yorick will flick one off the pads.
They're quite talkative, aren't they?
Oh, why not? Yeah. They're in the ascendancy here.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a lead of 100 odd. You're the ones with the energy, and it's the other team that has to find that energy from somewhere. But it's a long road back into the game for South Africa.
Oh, that's short. And that's asked to be hit. And Yuri van Schalkwyk, he's not going to take a second chance at it. And he pummels that for 4.
Got a lead. You got a lead like that. You can also go on all-out attack, which is what they are doing at the moment. So it doesn't hurt England if a batsman hits out. Well, it doesn't hurt them yet.
Ooh, got a bit of bounce that time. Cramping him for room as well. 3 balls to go.
Do you think they'll persist with the spin from this side after lunch, or do you think that this is just means, mind you, that they're not going to get an extra over in anyway? So it's not that's not the goal of bowling the spin from this side.
That's the all important question right there. Yeah. Something tells me they might not. I think they might give the ball to Wade or Eddie Jack. I think, mind you, Eddie Jack probably going to come on after Harry Moore from the top end.
Yeah. If you've got Jack's pace, you'd want to bowl with the wind. Whereas, as you said yesterday, Wade has got a bit like a Craig White. Was it Jeremy who said it?
Yeah, Craig White. No, I dubbed him that.
Okay.
I think he comes from that region as well, Yorkshire. He's from that region. Final ball. And this ball's going to take us to lunch. He's going to come around the wicket here to Yuri van Schalkwyk. And that will be that. 4 without loss as the boys head off to have a bite to eat with England under 19 really on top here. They started this innings with a 129 run lead. South Africa have got the 4 runs. So it's a 125 run lead here as we go to lunch. Gavin, they've got it all to do. They've got a session. They've got a bat session for session. They've probably got a bat hour for hour to try and eat into that lead.
Yeah, first job done, those 2 overs, but that was the easy part. Now they're going to try and get through the next session. Hopefully without, from a South African viewpoint, without the loss of a wicket. A deficit of, 129, so still 125 runs before you get into the positive side of the balance sheet. So it's a long, long road of winding for South Africa as we go to lunch.
Well, Again, this broadcast being brought to you courtesy of Sasonke Tourism and Event Services. And if you're planning to come over to Southern Africa, please get in touch with them at sasonketours.co.za and they will put a package together to suit your sporting needs. But for now, we're all going to enjoy a bite to eat and join us in about 35 minutes for the resumption of this youth test between South Africa under 19 and England under 19. You name it, you name the country, I'm sure they will be able to assist you. Not just with things on the field, but also off the field. And it's great to have Sasonke with this broadcast. And you can find more details at sasonketours.co.za. My name's Eugene Molin. With me, Kieran Thompson. And I know the clouds have got a little bit whiter. There's a little bit of blue sky ahead. But the wind is still here.
If anything, the wind's gotten a little bit stronger, Eugene. Went to go have a look in the car, and much to my angst, there were no longer sleeves or longer pants. So shorts is where I'll stay.
Well, lessons learned, I take it.
We'll find out tomorrow.
Whenever you come to Western Province Cricket Club, nothing to do with the ground. It's a very beautiful ground with Table Mountain away to our right here. As the batters, Mohamed Mabulia and Jorik van Schalkwyk making their way out to the middle, as well as the England under-19 team led by Archie Vaughan. Well, I guess now the game really starts.
Right, you are, Eugene. It was a over or two that South Africa just needed to navigate past before lunch. Managed to do that. And now, as you said, the hard work begins. England will have their tails up. They can feel, or they would feel, that 2 or 3 early wickets up front can put the hosts under pressure, and from there they might just be able to build on towards a win.
Harry Moore going to continue here after lunch. From an England perspective, what do you reckon they'll be happy with in terms of wickets while that deficit is still there?
I'd say anywhere between 3 and 5 wickets. It's a decent amount for them to build on pressure, and then to sustain that for a day and a half. It's worth the play. It's not the most ideal conditions you'd want to bat in, keeping in mind the overhead conditions as well. England have some really good quicks and some spin twins as well.
Yeah, in terms of South Africa, it's just a question of batting, and bat on, as they say. Taking it 1 hour by the time, and then the session. There's 5 sessions still left in this match.
Yeah, and South Africa just need to break that up in terms of their wickets. 5 sessions left in the game, 10 wickets in hand. Play sensibly. You don't have to go chase balls. You don't have to go and hit this deficit away. This is where you earn your stripes as a cricketer. Difficult situation, challenging situation, but one you can take control of.
Well, he has pulled that quite comfortably, and he's going to come back for 2. He's very assured on the short ball. Is Mohamed Mabulia, as he gets off the mark now.
Yeah, kind of just went through that shot a bit half-heartedly, didn't he? But more control than anything else.
Coming from the northwest area there, Mabulia.
Harry Moore really does bang it in, doesn't he? He's got some good height on him and generates some good bounce. Bowls at a fairly quick speed as well. Tricky customer in these conditions.
Left on length, and this is what Mabulia does oh so well. He trusts the bounce. You can just leave that. How was your lunch, Kieran? All good?
Yeah, no complaints on my side.
Lovely.
Your end?
Just had a nibble. Didn't get into it too much. Didn't even have a dessert, so it was quite nice. A little creamy number.
Yeah, no, I also avoided dessert. not by my own choice, though. Duty calls. Got into position a little bit quick, did Mabulia there. But he's managed to keep that one out. And you can kind of see on the body language, and you can hear England in the field. They're a lot more talkative than the South Africans were this morning. But maybe that's just the first few overs, and We'll see if that talking pressure is sustained or
Well,
vocal
we'll see.
pressure.
We'll soon find out. That's the first over done and dusted, just 2 from it. 6 without loss. Looks like it's going to be Eddie Jack, the big, burly, fast bowler. He's going to be running into this breeze. Wonder if this breeze will be holding him back.
Yeah, I just wondered during lunch if England would continue with the spinner from this end after lunch, and we've clearly gotten our answer.
Yeah, it's something that I probably would have kept Farhan Ahmed on. The reason being that you can then follow Harry Moore with this guy here, Eddie Jack. But they've decided no, they're going to go with their 2 seamers, the tall seamers.
More of a traditional start to an innings. Oh,
Now, Eddie Jack got Jorik van Schalkwyk caught behind. And Jorik van Schalkwyk just plays from the crease a little bit. Comes from the high-felt area there where the bounce is always very true and you can play from the crease. And he just didn't get any feet work going towards a ball.
yeah, that's the last thing you'll want so early in his innings, to be trapped on the crease. Could get wrapped on the pads, and that might be the end of his game. Solidly kept out. And Eugene, these, as much as we talk about the conditions being difficult for the bowlers to run into the wind and massive gusts of wind possibly stopping and blocking messages in the field, it's not much easier for the batters to navigate. I mean, you have that whistling in your ears from the helmet, ball swinging, moving in the air.
Starting Gavin Rich there on when comms. The wind was gusting so badly that England in Stellenbosch asked the umpires, can we go off? I've never come across that ever. And they found it tough as well because the wind does play with the bat in your hand as well. What does it weigh? 2 pounds 10 or something like that. So it's not a lot of wood there. So the wind does play. The wind does play with it. And wind bustling in your ear, as you said.
But I've never heard going off the field for
Never,
wind.
never.
Or even that type of request.
Well, that's a first. Looks like Jorik van Schalkwyk needs a new bat. Sure, these youngsters even got 3 or 4 bats, don't they?
The wonders of sponsors. At the risk of sounding old, in my day, it was just your one bat, and you had to keep that until maybe you change an age group.
The old Lindsay Doyle came out there as well. Oof, played. Got an extra bounce by the big fella. Nicely played by Babulia. He's not going to give way. He just stands there, goes through his normal routine.
Yeah, looks a very composed figure, does Bobulia.
Touch on the SA20 there. We saw Maya Cape Town beating the Paarl Royals yesterday. Who you fancy today? Sunrisers, Super Kings.
In terms of where the game is being played, you would have to think it benefits the Joburg Super Kings. Oh, that one just beats the outside edge there. But with the Sunrisers Eastern Cape being the defending champions, they've snuck through to the finals in the last 2 seasons. I wouldn't bet against them. So I think it's perfectly poised, but I'd just go with the defending champions heading into today's game.
Oh, you're not taking a punt on the men in yellow? Not taking a punt on them, Kieran?
As much as I'd like to see Faf du Plessis playing in a final, I just don't think they've got enough.
There's Babulia's dad. He's always watching.
Seems to have found himself one of the best seats in the house.
The best seat in the house, let me tell you, is a little bit where there's shelter. Anywhere where there's shelter, that's the best seat in the house.
I mean, Mr. Babulia looks like he's got the perfect mixture of sunlight and the breeze.
Well, you see a man now at leg gully with a helmet on. That is Fonseca. Finds him there and Wade is going a little bit finer. Well, are we going to see some short bowling here?
Starts with
Here's a run out. Oh! He's hit it. Tazim Ali. Jorik van Schalkwyk clipped this just onto the onside. And he was scampering off, and South Africa could not have asked for that start.
What was going on there? Van Schalkwyk might have been a little bit unsettled. Expecting a short delivery. That one comes in a bit full. What a throw.
Well,
Stump and a half to aim at.
Whoa, what a start. Unconventional way, we would think, because we didn't think the run-out would be the first option. But however, England will take them just like they will. And that is the end of Jorik van Schalkwyk. Now South Africa already a little bit of pressure here.
Yeah, like you said, Eugene, certainly not the start they would have wanted after lunch. Losing that early wicket, that will certainly put get England's tails up if they weren't already feeling confident after this morning's start. They did the hard yards this morning with the tail, getting some runs, extending that lead, and now they put South Africa under early pressure with an early wicket after lunch.
They were under pressure at the start of this innings. They're further under pressure now with the loss of Jorik van Schalkwyk. Run out. Good throw by Tazim Ali. As Jason Rolls, left-hander, comes to the crease now. We know that he will like to get on with it as well once he's set, once he's in.
Yeah, earlier, Eugene, you asked me about what a good session would look like for England, or a good day's play would look like for England. And I mentioned getting a couple of wickets before the day's play is done. We've now entered that first wicket territory, and I would imagine as the day goes by, England will start reminding the South African batters they just need X amount of balls, X amount of good balls to wrap the game up, because at this stage, England just need 9 good balls to win the game.
Oh, there's that extra bounce. You said it. You were out there with them this morning. You said, these guys, they can zip it through. They will get bounce. And somebody that can get bounce is Harry Moore.
Yeah, it was seriously impressive this morning in those warm-ups. I mean, it's not the fully fledged run-ups, but taking a few steps off, and he was still able to generate that type of pace, that type of bounce. I'm sure he's got a very bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, tall Harry Moore. I've got to look up to him. Literally. Got to look up to Eddie Jack as well.
And you aren't the shortest of blokes either.
I just don't understand it. Oh, so now you see one that doesn't bounce as much. And that all puts doubt in the batter's head and batter's mind.
Interestingly, there's no leg gully for the new man. Perhaps that's just the tactic employed for the right-handers.
Well, they want to keep him at the crease. Jorik van Schalkwyk. This was that run out. And he tucked it in and then just set off. Babulia was not interested whatsoever. And boom, there it goes. 1.5 stumps, you said?
Yep.
Oh, great work by Thomas Roux. Diving away to his right. He got it on the bounce as well. Well, you can see why they're on top here. England under 19.
I believe in backyard cricket that would definitely be out. 1 and 1 bounce. Excellent work behind the stumps.
Don't bring that sort of larky in here, please, Kieran. We gotta back South Africa under 19s here, but England are doing a great work as he's going to come around the wicket now to the left-hander. Oh, that is not nice. That is not nice. It was a full toss that was edged, bounced to Archie Vaughan.
Looks like he's taken that one in the rib, but looks okay. He's back on his feet.
Was it rib, hands? Who knows? Oh, there's still a ball left, fellas. Oh, I think it did get it in the chest. Oh, he's giving it the old rub.
He's a growing young man. He'll be fine.
Well, why not? He don't want to go off this field because his team is definitely right on top here. Oh, maybe Rolls was interested, but Babulia wasn't. Over gone, 5 gone, 7 for 1.
Just on Jason Rolls, he'll feel a little bit under pressure. Only scoring 1 in the first innings, 1 of 17 balls. So he'll want to make sure that he takes that a little bit further.
Yeah, that innings, Kieran, he played a lot of balls, he defended a lot of balls, and then Wade just threw this ball wide outside off stump and said, listen, have a go, because they left the cover area open. And he just managed to get an edge and flew to second slip. Archie Vaughan was good bowling. Good plans in place there by England.
You mentioned England's plans, the bowling plans, that is. That's something South Africa didn't quite stick to this morning, bowling to their field.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit flat,
Yeah.
I have to say. No one really gave it a spark. We know what we get from McQuena. Know what we get from Nathan Rousseau as well, but there was no spark today, I feel, just to try and wrap up that innings a little bit earlier.
Oh,
What a delivery. What a delivery. Now the next one might not even bounce that much as we see this pitch now. Just putting a little bit of doubt in the batter's head. One bounces extremely high and the other one just rolls through. But this one was a little bit of extra bounce.
just flirting with that outside edge of Bulbulia's bat. Jack to continue with his third delivery. And that one a bit fuller and just worked off Bulbulia's legs down to fine leg. Picks up a single.
Well, Jack is going to come around the wicket here to the left-hander. Jason Rolls still yet to get off the mark. Bulbulia's moved on to 3. Have you played in conditions like this?
A handful of times. I actually played some golf in weather like this 2 weeks back, and wow, that was fun.
Playing with a wind is nice. And into it, no. I always judge a wind by how many clubs you have to use, how many extra clubs you need to use. Maybe this is even up there at 4 club wind, I think.
Yeah, safe to say.
Yeah, good discipline from both these players. Jack with good line length, Rolls just leaving it outside that off stump. Sure, the hierarchy of cricket South Africa, they're very glad they got their room back. They were sitting outside in the elements. They weren't too happy, but they're inside now. A few men wearing shorts, I'm not sure about that.
I'm sure we wouldn't do too badly over there as well.
Oh, I would bite your hand off now, Kieran. Oh, there we go. There we go. And all the time, those are putting a little bit of doubt in the batter's mind, in the batter's game plan here, because you're not sure whether it's going to keep low, if it's going to have a little bit of bounce. What the bowler should do, yes, keep hitting the surface.
Yeah, and that angle certainly putting Rolls in all sorts of trouble. Eddie Jack senses something is on here. Question is, what does he follow that ball up with? Something fuller? Does he attack the stumps? Leave one outside off stump? We're about to find out.
Here's the bounce again. And that's another over that comes to an end. Good over again from Eddie Jack. 8 for 1. Yeah, where I played my cricket, played at Avondale, but where the wind was for Victoria Cricket Club.
Oh, Chukka
The
Road.
old Chukka Road. And yeah, we called it the House of Pain because the wind just really just...
Attacks the eardrums.
it's unbearable at times. Sometimes I had to bowl into it, but thankfully, the powers that be felt that I need to run down with the wind on my back.
That extra bit of assistance.
It all couldn't. I mean, I'll take that up all the time. Well, if you see the man that was there at leg gully, he's going to go into a conventional gully now.
Oh, looks to be going down leg side.
Oh, there's a peel. We just need to see how far Bubulia went across here. Certainly the men behind the stumps, they were well and truly up for it. Can't see where exactly that ball hit. However, he did move across his stumps a long, long way.
That he did. And maybe just that fielding placement before that delivery was bold. Possibly put Bulbulia in a sense false of security, thinking that the short one might not come. Taking out the leg gully. Maybe just to get his guard down a bit. And there's that extra bounce from Harry Moore again. It's important that Jason Riles just stays level-headed, keeps going through his processes, keeps himself in check. Don't need to go and chase runs.
No. Just play in your area, play in your V, so to speak. So far, as I said before, this fella, Harry Moore, he makes you play most of the time. There's a high percentage of balls delivered that you have to play when he bowls.
Sure.
Nicely on top of the bounce out, off the back foot by Jason Rolls. And that's him off the mark now. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, got into position nice and early, since there was a short one. Just rocks onto the back foot and punches it through the offside. I'm sure he'll feel a lot better now, making bat on ball contact and finally getting off the mark this innings.
What batter doesn't like getting off the mark, eh?
When I find him, I'll let you know. Or her. Oh, it's a nice bumper.
Oh, you also a bumper guy.
Not quite.
We had Ezra Poole on. And Ezra Poole was a bumper guy. He says it's not a bouncer. He says a bumper. I asked him why. He says, well, I mean, Roger Telemarker said, listen, I'm gonna bowl a bumper. Then he just stuck. So he doesn't use the word short ball. He doesn't use the word bouncer. He uses bumper. And you said the exact same thing there. Well, you've got another one on your street, fella.
I tend to switch it up quite a bit. Don't want to be monotonous. But the trouble is with using that term bumper, it sounds very similar to bump ball.
No, not when you say it. I know what you mean there, Kieran. You mean a short ball getting the batsman in trouble. That's what you mean. A bump.
Unsettling the lad with the willow in his hand.
Ken just getting a little bit of bounce again there. That concludes another over. That is 7 gone, 11 for 1.
In South Africa just playing a bit of a... Well, they'll need to dig in. They need to be a little bit gutsy at times. They are going to face a lot of pressure. They are going to need to soak up quite a bit of pressure as well. They've done that so far, apart from the run-out mishap earlier. But it's important that Bulbulia and Rolls consolidate now. Try and take South Africa through to the tea break, just to give them any chance of getting a result in this game.
First port of call would be that drinks. Top of the hour, well, at, what will that be, 10 past or 22, apologies, 22 the hour, that will be drinks. Don't think spin is too far away here.
Yeah, I mean, England began the innings with, opening the innings with a spinner and a seamer. So it's not too far-fetched to imagine that the spinner will come back into the attack. Just wonder which end he'll operate from.
Beautiful shot by Bulbulia. Well, the ball win the... I think the ball will win the race. Wade in pursuit, but he can't stop that glorious shot once again from Bulbulia.
Yeah, textbook stuff from Bulbulia there. Foot to the pitch of the ball. Doesn't try and push it too hard. Just caresses it down the ground beautifully. Look at that. Showing the bat maker's name.
Very simple technique from Bulbulia. Stands very still. A little bit of an on drive this time. A little bit in the air.
He looks a very assured opener, doesn't he?
He's a man that will go to the trenches for you, as they say. Values his wicket extremely highly. And tells the bowler, whoever they are, you've got to work really hard to try and get me out.
Look at that. All the patience in the world.
So frustrating. Could be annoying as well, isn't it? Bowler runs in, batter just leaves it. If he gets straight, he plays it. Knows his game inside out.
It's nice to see from a young cricketer being so mature, being so composed, and very patient as well.
Oh, 100%. I have to agree with you with that.
I mean, just watching him in between deliveries, just takes a slight stroll away from his mark, almost as if he's hitting the reset button and right back to his guard again. Doesn't move around on the crease much either.
Again going gun barrel straight there. Eddie Jack, so one ball to go. And then that will be my half an hour. And then I'll gladly hand over the microphone here to Gavin Rich. And he can join you, Kieran.
Make sure you bring me something warm later.
Oh, well, I think you will be off when next time I'm back. So you can venture up there, get a coffee. Probably a hot one.
Might just even go for a run.
No.
Keep the blood flowing.
I'm not sure about that now.
A brief jog.
Well, over comes to an end. That's 8 gone. South Africa under 19, 15 for 1. The loss of Yurik van Schalkwyk. Kieran Thompson, he's going to continue. And with him will be Gavin Rich.
Thanks, Eugene. Somebody needs to nail down these. Needs to peg down these chairs. I'm not sitting on them; they blow away. I was actually thinking about 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, that this is what the commentary is supposed to be all about, because the sun was coming out. It was starting to look a little bit brighter, and I actually put a cap on. I went to the car and I put a cap on. And now, just as I sort of come into the commentary stint, in the last 10 minutes, the wind has intensified, and it doesn't feel like I'm in a tent anymore like I did earlier. It actually feels like I'm in a sailing ship in the sea.
Shot nicely clipped away down the leg side. Won't go to the boundary. It's cut out in the deep. Looks like Wade out there on the boundary for England.
15 for 1. They're playing the long game now. I suppose if you're a batsman in a situation like this, you go into your bubble, and I've always thought that. I mean, obviously, I've never been in that situation myself, but I would imagine that you're almost happy to sort of play for yourself in a way as well. Like, accumulate your own runs. You know what the team situation is. You've got to. There goes the chair. There goes the chair. I'm a bit of a soothsayer today. I knew that was going to happen. You just go out there and bat for time, and we just watch that ball be played into the covers. You're just batting for time and trying to spend as much time out there as possible. I think what you need to channel, if you go back about 17, now what are we now, 2025? Yeah, 17 years. I was actually right first time. Lords 2008, England against South Africa. England made, I think it was about 500 on I think Alistair Bell was his first name. Sorry, I had a teacher at school called Alistair Bell. So watch that delivery. He goes past the outside edge.
Great work behind the stumps again.
Pardon?
Great work behind the stumps again from Root.
But what is Bell's first name?
Ian Bell.
Ian Bell, that's it. Ian Bell. I mean, he's not playing in this game, so I didn't have to do any research on him.
I wasn't sure if you were talking about Alistair Cook or
I was talking about Ian Bell. He made a big 100 in that game. In fact, if I remember correctly, he was out just before 200. I think he was out for about 197. But anyway, be that as it may, England made 560 odd, and South Africa went into bat, and they were rolled for about 200. Ashwell Prince made 100 in that game. I remember Ashwell, but he made 100 in the first innings, and we'll just watch this delivery.
Nicely played. Behind square, goes to the boundary. A much welcome boundary for South Africa.
So in that game, we followed on the third morning. It was the third, or was it the fourth? Anyway, there was a lot of time left in the game, and not many people were giving. No, it must have been the fourth morning they followed on, and there weren't many people giving South Africa much chance. I remember Graham Smith and Neil McKenzie opened, and I remember, that initially you sort of thought, well, there's not much hope, and we're just watching to see how many these guys got. They batted just about the whole day. Neil McKenzie, who was a great hooker of the ball, put his hook away. Let's watch one more delivery.
Oh.
These bowlers actually do impress me. I mean, they're pretty sharp for under 19s. Pretty strongly built as well. This guy, Harry Moore, looks like he could be a lock if he filled out a bit. Going back to the cricket. So anyway, Graham Smith and Neil McKenzie saw out just about the whole day. I think they lost the wicket probably about an hour before the close. And the next day, Hashim Amla, if I remember correctly, also ended up scoring 100, and South Africa ended up making about 400 for 3 in the second innings. This isn't that kind of wicket. That Lord's wicket was very flat, but that's the type of mindset that you need. Down towards the fine leg boundary there, I think they had an opportunity to take one. So 21 for 1, 108 runs the deficit as we speak. In fact, it's was the last ball of the over, so it's 22 for 1 now. 22 for 1 now. Bulbilia's got 7. Rolls has got 9. I thought it was a late great cricket commentator, Charles Fortune, who once said, and I've never forgotten it, nothing that happens in the world of sport can really be deemed a tragedy, unless somebody dies, obviously.
Yeah.
So I hesitate to use the word tragic, But it was a big blow to lose a wicket, but with a run out like that.
Yeah, especially in that manner as well. Just before that wicket actually fell, I posed the question to Eugene if maybe the wind might be hampering the talking in between the wicket between the two batters. That could have easily been a case of that, but yeah, very very unfortunate way to be dismissed. All credit to the fielder. That was a brilliant throw.
Well, it's been a game of runouts in a way, just in the sense that we'll just watch this one ball before I continue. Just plays it safely out towards point or wide gully. I almost completely forgotten what I was going to say now. What were we talking about?
Something to do with cricket.
Something to do with cricket, yeah. Something to do with cricket and being here on this lovely day. And my mind's gone completely blank. It doesn't matter. That's we were talking about the runouts, yeah.
Yes,
So to go back to the runouts, and again, maybe I shouldn't pause for the delivery. I should just carry on talking. But that one's wide, and he leaves it alone. What I was going to say was that the two biggest scorers in the England innings were both run out.
Yeah.
And who knows what they could have gone on to if they hadn't been run out. And we've had this run out in the second innings. So run outs, although the left arm spinner took 5 wickets, Nathan Rousseau took 5 wickets in the England innings. It's I think it's fair to say that run outs are having quite a big say on this third morning of the second youth test.
Yeah, I mean, wickets to runs ratio surely in the favour of runouts.
Absolutely. Well, it was 52 to Riles and 130 to Wara, and what's that? 182 is my addition correct?
It sounds about
Well,
right.
you said you went to school at Rondebosch.
Yes.
Was it Rondebosch? Okay,
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Oh, well, you must be able to add then.
No comment.
I spent an extra year at school because I couldn't add. 22 for 1, a deficit of 107, heading towards the midway point of this second session of the third day of the second youth test.
Lots of numbers.
Yeah, lots of numbers.
It's been a decent start from Alexander Wade in his opening over of his spell. He took 2 wickets for 39 runs in his 10 overs during the first innings, bowling with an economy rate of 3.9. So he'll be looking to add to that decent amount of batter just not ready there. Rolls. We saw you might not have seen it on your screens, but there was a few leaves that just caught his eye while the bowler was running up.
I would say this Wade is the ideal guy to bowl into the wind. If I was one of those two big guys, those fast men, I wouldn't be happy to be bowling into this wind. One, because you need the pace, because they are genuine quicks. And whereas Wade looks more, I wouldn't say military medium, but he's more medium, fast medium. And 2, because if you're a big guy, it's just harder to run into the wind. I know that.
True.
I've run this Peninsula Marathon a few times back in my youth, and running into the southeaster on a Sunday morning, 42 kilometers.
Not fun.
Not fun, no.
I actually recently did the Cape Town Marathon myself last year. Thankfully, there wasn't much wind around. More of a cooling breeze.
Well, the Cape Town Marathon's run at a decent time of year.
Yeah.
It's not run in the southeaster season. I'm not sure if I'm sure it has continued. It's been a good 5 or 6 years since I ran the Peninsula Marathon. In fact, since I've run anything. Since I've run. The Peninsula Marathon used to be around about Valentine's Day, which isn't that far away now. So it must be due in the next couple of weeks. So you ran the Cape Town Marathon. That's normally in September. October this last year, wasn't it? Yeah, it was October this last year. So you're not running Oceans?
No. Okay. We crawl before we can walk.
Okay.
I was thrust into the deep end with the Cape Town Marathon, but nothing I couldn't handle. just don't find the two oceans as appealing as yet. I wouldn't have minded to have done the half marathon, but registered or wanted to register a touch too late.
That extra 14 kilometers is the killer. They always say that the two oceans starts in Hout Bay, and they're quite right about that. I've had many a run that's either I got my blue number for oceans. The many of my runs was either made or broken in Hout Bay, and that's like just beyond the marathon mark. So, but you should do. I mean, if you're going to do marathons in this country, you should do. I won't suggest you do the Comrades.
No. That's not high on my list of to-dos at all.
Yeah. Well, the Comrades Marathon, you have to run the whole day. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean, the two oceans, you can run in the morning and then you can spend the afternoon having a couple of drinks.
Yeah.
Whereas the Comrades, you wake up, you get up at about 3 to get to the start. You start in the dark, and if you're me and you're running in the 12-hour bus, you finish in the dark, and then you're too tired after that to do anything. We're waiting for a mallet. We're not talking about Nick Mallet now. We're talking about the hammer that somebody would use to hammer down a tent, and which might be needed on this gazebo at some point.
Hopefully we can get him here afterwards. No, he's running in the opposite direction.
He used the mallet to iron down a few deficiencies in the pitch over there. 22 for 1, Babulia on 7, and Jason Riles on 9. The deficit is 107, and that after England earlier today recovered from the overnight total. They took the overnight total of 251 for 8 to beyond 350.
England will feel there's still lots in it for them before the tea break, well before the drinks break even, as Eddie Jack continues.
I like that line. Just you're basically asking the batsman to play. Play it if you want, and if you do play it, there's lots of peril.
Yeah,
they got 3 slips, a gully, a man at point. So England's still very much on the attack here, as you would do if you were 130 runs to the good. Well, 129 runs. Call me a liar for 1 run on the first innings deficit. There we go, nice on drive. They'll get 1, they'll turn for the second. They should come back comfortably for 2 to take the score to 24 for that loss of that 1 wicket. And that 1 wicket, the run out that I mentioned earlier. So there have been 3 wickets that have fallen today. And us experts who all spoke about this being a moving day in sense of the wicket breaking up and the bowlers having a field day. It hasn't happened so far. 2 of the 3 wickets that have fallen so far have fallen to run-outs. And one caught at the wicket. Pardon?
Some would say a fielder's day.
A fielder's day, exactly. Although not so much of a fielder's day if you consider that Mbabata actually dropped the ball, and that's how he got. He dropped a caught and bowled onto the stumps.
A fortuitous fielder's day.
Yeah, fortuitous fielder's day. But yesterday's run out was outstanding. And today, was it Tasmin Ali who threw the ball in?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was an outstanding bit of fielding as well. So certainly both teams are good with their ground fielding. Haven't been that many catches that have gone down in the days that I've watched this match either.
Or too many chances, really.
Yeah, no, there haven't been.
Oh, great line, great speed again from Eddie Jack, who was actually the pick of the bowlers in the first innings for England.
Yeah.
Took 3 wickets for 42 runs in his 14.5 overs.
Yeah, I'd take both these big guys. I mean, Harry Moore's big and he's big. I would take both these guys on a sort of, if I was a recruiting agent and I was looking for fast bowlers. So both of them impress me. I mean, Wade does as well, but as I say, Wade's more of a, as Eugene put it the other day, a Craig White type of bowler.
Craig White, wow.
It's a blast from the past.
Jeez.
Again, that line, and it's an unerring line and forces the batsman to be honest. He knows that if he if he wants to profit from him in terms of runs, he's going to be taking a risk. But that's what I like about Babulia, is he just seems to have a good head on him.
Seems unfazed.
Yeah, and he knows when to leave and when to play.
Very assured of himself and his technique, his shot selection.
And take one run out towards cover point. Again, a shy at the stumps. But, the batsmen are home safely to take the score on to 25 for 1. It'll take Babulia, not that our screen reflects it at the moment, it'll take Babulia to double figures, if I'm correct, because I think we have to wait for the screen to change. Indeed, it's the end of the over now, so Babulia on 10, Jason Riles on 9, and South Africa still have that long trail of winding to any sort of sense of safety in this game, but they've made a start.
Yeah, that they have. They've managed to navigate themselves out of a bit of trouble after that run out. But now the hard work continues. Doesn't end there. Still 104 runs behind. And I'm sure these two will want to make sure that they leave at least about 40 runs for the guys coming in after them.
Well, if they don't apply themselves, if they don't knuckle down, and I've always sort of said to people that when if you talk about character building in cricket, I think that it's when you play for a draw that you build the most character. And I'll tell you why after this delivery from Wade, which is just played away on the onside without a run. I've always thought that the draw is one of the most playing for a draw in cricket is one of the most character defining things, because in every other sporting endeavour, you're playing for a win and you're playing to like sort of bragging rights. Whereas in cricket, like you can play against. I mean, I'm thinking when I was at school, because I batted 11, so there were a few times that I had to play for the draw.
Yeah.
And the other teams made 250, and you 78 for 9 at the close, and you're playing to sort of just get the draw, so that after the game you can say to the opposition, you didn't beat us.
Yeah.
There's no bragging rights there. And obviously in a test match it's even more that's even more the case. I mean, you can have 460 plays, 130 and 249 for 9. Yeah. And the team that got 249 for 9 and lost 19 wickets in the match walks away with a share of the spoils. It's actually amazing. It's one that's, I mean, Americans won't understand this, but I think it's one of the great beauties of long form cricket.
And you can always tell based on the reaction from both sides after a draw. Obviously, one side will feel more aggrieved than the other, but it's generally the side that was defending, trying to play for the draw.
I mean, I keep mentioning past series with 2010, I think it was, South Africa against England, and I think Graham Onions was involved in 2 9-wicket draws for England, and they drew that series in the end. But South Africa actually should have won 3 of those tests. Graham Onions and was it Moeen Ali that was with them? I don't know. It was at Newlands. The one test was at Newlands, and England were in huge trouble. And then at lunch they were 4 down, and I think it was. I can't remember. I'm sure Collingwood was one of the batsmen. Paul Collingwood was one of the batsmen, and they saw out until I think tea, and then they lost wickets quickly after tea. JP Durmani, funnily enough, bowling as spinners, took a few wickets right at the end, and then they had to see out about 4 overs against Morne Morkel and Dale Steyn, and they did it. And before that, there was a test at Centurion where exactly the same thing happened. I remember Dale Steyn was injured in that test, and Friedel de Wet, who I think probably only played one test, but he took 4 wickets in one of the innings in that test. Friedel de Wet was playing for South Africa then, and England saw out the test, but also with 9 wickets down. So twice in one series, and they did celebrate. I remember Graham Swan being interviewed after the Cape Town test, and he was behaving as if they'd won the game. You know, this defines our character, it does, and he's quite right. So it's going to be a character-defining day and a half for the South African under 19 side.
Indeed, it will. You just mentioned Friedel de Wet there. Wow, what a stalwart of South African domestic cricket.
Yeah. That poor guy got injured, I think. It was not long after that. He played in that test, and he probably would have played in one of the following tests. Obviously, Dale Steyn came back, but he might have played in one of the following tests, particularly on one of the seaming wickets. But he got injured, and I don't think he played again that season. We never, well, he never played for South Africa again.
Yeah.
It's funny though how the South African stocks and fast bowling seems to be particularly sort of deep at the moment. I mean, even now when there's so many bowlers that are injured, you've then got somebody like Corbin Bosch coming through, who would probably hold a place in many other international attacks, and here he battles for a place.
It's almost like there's a conveyor belt of quicks in this country.
Now, and if you think about it, there are a number of players who I remember when I first saw Marchant de Lange. It was in a game against Sri Lanka in Durban. I was there. It was a Boxing Day test, and if I remember correctly, he took 7 wickets in that game. There we go. And
it was definitely 5+.
5+, yeah. It was definitely 5+. I'm sure it was 7. And I remember the overseas watchers, because obviously it was being broadcast overseas as well, we're all talking about how similar he looked in his bowling action to Freddie Flintoff.
Yeah.
And
I actually remember those conversations.
Yes. Yeah.
And how taken back they were by, who is this guy? Where's he? He's just burst onto the scene, taken 5+ wickets in a test match on debut, and where have South Africa been hiding him?
And exactly. But he didn't. I know he got injured later on, and then I think he went and did Kolpak later on. But he was, and talking about Kolpak, then there's the other one. Was it Duan
Van der Merwe?
Yeah. No, was it Van der Merwe?
Olivier.
You know who
Duan
I'm talking
Olivier.
about? Sorry, Duan Olivier. That's it. Duan Olivier, yeah. Duan Olivier, he was on top of the world, and then he went for Kolpak, and then he came back, and certainly on the television evidence, he never looked quite as quick again.
Yeah.
But
I can say that watching him in person as well, he didn't look as quick. I actually commentated on one of his games at the back end of last year, one of the domestic 4-day games, and he looks significantly slower.
Yeah, he did. He definitely did. I had an argument with somebody about that, and they said, no, if you actually watch him live, he still looks as quick. And I said, he doesn't on TV, but he seemed, and I thought, and somebody told me he'd cut it down because he'd been coached to do that when he was in counties on the county circuit. Well, that was a bad move, I thought, because he was genuinely quick at one stage, and then. But that's really what I'm saying, is that in South African cricket we've suddenly got quite a few genuine quicks, guys that go 140 clicks and above, and I remember 20 or 30 years ago because we mentioned Friedel de Wet, he was the next cab off the rank then. There was a stage when Andre Nel was the next cab, and he was never really genuinely quick either.
But he certainly troubled the batters.
Yeah, with his mouth.
I was about to say, if it wasn't with the ball, it would be his words.
Let's just maybe return to the cricket quickly. Watch that delivery to the left-hander, and he pats it out into the covers, and there won't be a run. And is that the end of the over? Not quite yet, no.
Might even be halfway through. Yeah.
Halfway through, yeah. What's that fourth ball? That was the fourth ball of the over. Wait for the computer to click over. Babulia on 10, Riles on 9, 25 for 1. And we've had 12.4 overs in the innings, so it's a very easy. You don't have to have gone to Rondebosch or my old school of Northlands Boys High School to get this one right. It's almost exactly 2 runs and over. 1 ball short of being 2 runs and over.
Impressive work with the numbers.
It is. I mean, I had to spend an extra year at school because I failed maths. It's ridiculous. Although it was a good year at school. I spent an extra year at university as well. Best days of your life.
Can confirm.
Well, they're a long time ago for me. Now, when did you leave school?
I matriculated 2012.
2012. Okay.
Yeah.
2012.
Finished studying about 2018. Yeah, 2018.
Okay. 13 years ago. So you were matriculating at the time then. Morne Morkel battered out the world. It was actually Faf du Plessis. I was going to say Faf de Klerk. I suppose it's because I write about another sport. Faf du Plessis battered out that draw in Perth in 2012. You were finishing matric at the time.
Yeah.
I was finishing off. Where did the Springboks play in 2020 and 2012? They would have played. Inevitably, they would have played a test against England. That was Heineke Meyer's first series as coach. So they played a game in England. They played in those years. They always played Italy.
Yeah, for some strange reason.
Yeah, for Italy and Wales was always on the menu as well, or Scotland.
I think there was an Italian test here in South Africa, wasn't
in
there?
2012 as well.
Yeah.
When Heineke started, there was a series. There was a sort of tri series involving Italy and Samoa and South Africa. I don't think there was another nation. And I remember the final of that series was played in Mbombela. And that was when South Africa played Scotland. So Scotland as well. So Scotland, Italy, and
Samoa.
Yeah. And it was where, if this could be a trivial pursuit question, down the leg side. Good work from the wicketkeeper Roo, driving across to his left. I suppose this could be a good trivial pursuit question. Is some notable South African rugby player made his debut in Mbombela against Scotland?
Notable.
Well, he was notable. He's much celebrated. He's one of South Africa's greatest ever in terms of what he's achieved. 2012.
Eben Etzebeth?
No. Eben Etzebeth also made his.
No.
Eben Etzebeth made his debut that year.
Yeah, you still played in.
I might actually be getting my dates wrong now. I'm getting a bit nervous now. I was about to say it was Sia. Sia made his debut again. He made his debut against
2012.
He made his debut against Scotland in Mbombela. It was either then or 2013. Why we would have played another test in 2013? Was it actually I might actually be getting my dates completely wrong. It was 2013 that we played those tests against, because Heineke Meyer's first test series. I was completely wrong. Sorry. And I remember this because I just finished Peter de Villiers' book I was doing a book tour. 2012, South Africa played against England in Heineke Meyer's very first series.
Shot.
That's a nice drive, but it doesn't pierce the field. Sorry, so it was 2013 that Sia made his debut in Mbombela. And that was when they had the series against Scotland, Samoa, and Italy.
Yes.
They were here then. So Italy weren't here in 2012. They were here in 2013. That was Heineke's second year as the Springbok coach.
Yeah,
but anyway, let's get back to the business at hand, which is this youth test. And that ball's pitched up to the batsman, and he plays it out towards man at square leg short square leg. It's sort of halfway in between there and the square leg umpire. And there's no run. 25 for 1.
Alexander Wade's had an impressive start here to his spell in the second innings. Bowled 2.5 overs so far, hasn't conceded any runs. He'll be looking to finish off this one with a maiden as well. South Africa won't be too concerned by that. They just need to make sure they occupy the crease, get the odd run here or there, wait for the bad ball. It will come. Oh, a bit uppish.
Was it uppish or did it go into the ground? I'll watch it again. Although we might not see it again. Eh?
I'm sure we might.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fielder at mid off here just kind of blocking our view.
I've got to get into the habit of actually watching the screen rather than watching what happens on the field all the times.
Just a little bit of quick neck movement here and there.
Yeah. Bit of exercise. Yeah, Wade has impressed me. He's almost a genuine all-rounder, the way he batted today.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's had a very good day, hasn't he?
It's a bit wide of the stumps. His batsman just shoulders arms and lets it go through. 26 for 1 after 13.5 overs. In fact, after the end of the 14th over. So South Africa going along at 1.9 runs an over. Very slow and steady stuff, but that's what's needed on this windy afternoon down here in the southern suburbs of Cape Town, with the wind blowing from the southeast. but still somehow being cold and almost like a rain wind this morning, which I found a little bit sort of incongruous.
Well, I'd actually just say it's typical Cape Town weather this time of year.
Yeah.
You dress for one season and you end up experiencing all four.
So we're having drinks here on this third afternoon, so halfway through the day's play, I suppose. Yeah. Drinks on the third afternoon. It's halfway through this third day's play, and England's still very much on top. I mean, I'd much rather I would, obviously. I mean, why don't we just state the obvious? I would obviously rather be in England's shoes than South Africa's shoes, unless I'm one of those people who gets off on being humiliated. Or it's it's definitely been England's day, and it will continue to be England's day for a while until the South African batsmen get the ball. I mean, get their score more towards credit. Mohamed Boubilia fulfilling the role we'd expect him to, 11 not out, and Jason Rolls 9 not out.
Yeah, and just in terms of match equations, it's pretty simple for England. 9 good deliveries wins you the game.
Yeah.
South Africa, it's a bit more difficult. They have to try and knock off this deficit score. They still trail by just over 100 runs, and then they still need to make sure that they don't lose wickets at regular intervals. It's a lot to do, a lot to defend, lots to navigate, lots of personal battles as well. When I say personal, I mean players themselves.
Yeah,
they have
absolutely.
to play against themselves, play within themselves, actually.
Well, I mean, let's face it. I mean, these guys are actually getting their first real exposure. I mean, not just now, but over this month of playing against Japan. Japan. This month of playing against England, they've been getting the experience of playing international cricket for the first time. So everybody wants to make their own individual statement. If I was somebody who'd played South African schools, for instance, I wouldn't look back and tell people, well, I played SA schools, but I lost to England.
Yeah.
I would say I played South African schools.
Yeah.
I played Test rugby for South Africa. You don't tell people I lost 53-3 at Twickenham.
It's up to them to remember that or not.
Yeah. Unfortunately, when they're talking to me, I do remember those things. It's like somebody who played only one test and they lost 49-0 in Brisbane or somewhere. But I suppose we're welcoming Eugene back. Am I continuing the shift? I must be, because I came in and joined you. So you looked a bit perplexed. Do you not want to leave?
I mean,
you're finding this company too stimulating.
A little bit, but I'm also frozen to a frazzle, so I can't really move. But I'll hand over to Eugene. It's been fun, Gavin. I'll see you in a bit.
No, we will see you just now. And I just want to actually change something I said earlier to Eugene, which is that I think that I said that I don't think South Africa can win this game. Looking into my crystal ball, there is a scenario, given that this wicket could break into pieces tomorrow afternoon. Let's hope. If South Africa made 280 by lunchtime tomorrow, and given that England will probably want to win this game and win the series, and will then have the mindset of chasing. In fact, even later, it doesn't have to be. It can be even a little bit after lunch tomorrow. South Africa all out for 280, 300, and then they have to chase on a wicket that's turning. Then I can see South Africa winning. Because when a team's forced to chase, they take risks.
Yeah, just on that, I think that they can control the game, so I don't think that would be an issue for me. The reason why I say that is five sessions left, and South Africa need to bat probably a very long time, probably the guts of 3 sessions. One feel for them to have. Maybe just get away from that deficit a little bit, and then they got to build it. You can see the run rate is not very quick. So that 280 that you possibly
I'm talking about tomorrow afternoon this time.
Yeah, I still feel that that's a little bit far-fetched at the minute. However, it's just about occupation in the crease for now.
You just never know. I'm just saying that if you've got a score in mind where the game could be competitive from a South African viewpoint of chasing a win. A lead of 150, which is a long way away, and then we're in the third innings of the game on the third day, so it's not going to get any easier. But it is, it is possible. It's cricketly possible.
Everything is possible. Now, I would love to have your optimism and
I'm
for a
not-
result. However, having been around and played the game, I think first and foremost here, these two and the rest to come was all about being occupation of the crease for a long time. Yes, they want to eat into the lead because you don't want to dig yourself into a hole. And then if you look at the scoring rate, so it's under 2s at the minute.
Yeah.
So let's say there's another 15 overs now until the tea break. That's another 30 runs, give or take. That takes the score there to, what is that, 57, say 60 for one.
60
With
for
one
one.
more session to go. Today on day 3.
So you cancel out the deficit by the close, but maybe lead by 40.
You're very optimistic.
No, because in the how there's the ebb and flow of an innings. The longer you bat, sometimes it does get easy, especially if it's a tame two guys together. I mean, if the tame two guys are together and they're seeing the ball like a beach ball. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm not really being optimistic. It's not like I would like to think that the petrol price will suddenly start going in a reverse direction one day. But it probably won't. But there's a scenario maybe where it will. So I'd like to sort of keep that possibility in the air, if you know what I mean.
If they can get to that deficit by the close of play, I think South Africa would have done really well.
Yeah.
I think just the way these guys are just knuckling themselves down here, and maybe just eat into a little bit of a lead once 2 set batsmen go, then maybe. But then there's 3 sessions left tomorrow.
Yeah. And this is all dependent. Goes down towards fine leg for a single. It takes rolls onto double figures. I think every batsman enjoys getting into a situation where they've gone from single figures to double figures. 28 for 1. We're not going to count down. Don't worry, I'm not going to count down the 129 deficit because then we're going to be very frustrated. We're going to sort of sit here and it's going to be a very long afternoon.
Yeah, I'm not counting that down.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for these two to really just knuckle down. Get themselves in, stay in. They've seen through the first hour.
Yeah.
Now they've got to see through the next hour to take it to tea. And that's how you break this down a little bit.
We're coming to the end of the 15th over, so the shine and the new ball's becoming something of the past.
I'm not sure whether he played at that or not.
I think we'll give the batsman the benefit of the doubt. 28 for 1, Babilia on 12, Jason Riles on 10, a partnership of 21, but as you say, a long way to go. I wouldn't be walking into the South African change room now and saying, look guys, here's the scenario. You're going to make 280 by 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. You're going to set them a task of scoring 150, and they're going to collapse in a heap because they're going to have to chase the runs. I'm not saying that because I don't think as a cricketer you think like that.
No. It's about. This is why I love this format. It's about just sessions and how long you can go there. England got themselves in a very good position, excellent position. They've got still 101 run lead here.
Well, the long format cricket is a bit like a war. I mean, there's lots of little battles that make up the war, and then in the end, on the final day, you get the opposition to sue for peace, and you've won the war.
Well, the way this series have gone, Mr. Rich, anything is possible. We've seen a clutter of wickets at one end. We've seen runs, batsmen being in, and then seemingly going on their merry way. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, as you said earlier, maybe the tide comes in, and then all of a sudden the boys, not sure what they're doing, but then there's a clutter of wickets. But for now, South Africa, this partnership worth 21.
21, and we watch Wade again coming into bowl and outside the off stump, and nothing to report, as they used to say in radio commentary. They used to always love that, nothing to report. It's the one. I don't have that many regrets in life, but the more I sit here, the more one of my regrets in life is that I didn't go to Stellenbosch last week, because it sounds like that was a heck of a game.
Well, day 4 had everything, and in fact, I mean, South Africa, even on day 1 in that first hour, had England 27 for 4. And England did really well to get to 299, and then South Africa were in a very good position. Yeah. And then they started to lose wickets, and they got a little bit of a lead. It was an excellent game of cricket, I think.
He steers that one out towards mid-wicket and takes the single. I'll take the score to 29 for 1 after 15 and a half overs. So run rate isn't an issue at the moment, just getting in and establishing yourself and setting up shop.
Yeah, set up shop. Park your bus, as
Park
they
your
say.
bus.
Just stay there.
Jose Marino.
Don't move.
Jose
Set up
Marino.
camp, as the Rhino used to say.
I love this bet. He just looks so solid.
I'm looking at Wade here, and I've seen him now a few times.
You're not going to say Craig White again.
No, not now. But it almost looked like he's putting the ball there. He's not bowling it with any amount of zip. It's almost like he's just not sure of the length, and he doesn't want to really just bowl it into the surface because he's mindful he doesn't want to be short, potentially. But it just looks like the ball's not coming out altogether well. He's bowled well.
Well, maybe not having been brought up in the Western Cape, he's not used to this wind. It could be that. It could just be that. I mean, you've travelled the world as a cricketer, and I don't know how big the winds get over in England.
Yeah, they could be. Depends on where you are. Depends on where you are.
It's somewhere near the coast, I can imagine.
Well, coast or up north, there's plenty of wind up there.
Yeah.
Well, in Ireland, there's plenty of wind.
Yeah. But
I'm just surprised that these boys don't have jumpers on. Maybe it's a good day for them.
Possibly. Well, they do say that April is very cold, the start of the cricket season over there. And maybe maybe they're channeling that experience.
Another over comes to the end. 16 gone, 29 for 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, their season gets underway, I think, around about April, probably March and beginning of April. They'll probably be doing some pre-season stuff. Most of them do go to Dubai, I'm led to believe. They used to come out to Cape Town quite often. Maybe
for a pre-season
yeah,
camp.
there's normally a few county sides that do venture out to South Africa.
I know a lot of schoolboy sides come out these days. I mean, we know that from the sponsors, and it certainly is a place that people like to come for sports tours. I know in rugby as well, and I know there's some horror stories I've heard from mates who are in the touring business where these rugby schools come out to play in South Africa, and they underestimate the strength of the teams they're playing against sometimes.
Yeah.
Apparently it's a bit of a horrible experience sometimes. You come out, I mean, a team like Otanikwa will now put out their sort of third or fourth team against an English school. Yeah, just because they've had well, this is, I mean, I'm hearing this from one source, but it's interesting. Because you don't want to sort of come out here and get beaten 108-0.
No. Rather wicket. Eddie Jack. 6 overs for 11.
But these definitely aren't quintessential South African. I mean, the wind is quintessential Cape Town, but I wouldn't call the bite that the wind has quintessential Cape Town. Not this time of year, anyway. Maybe in the rugby season.
Well, I've always known Cape Town to have wind, so I'm not sure. Maybe in Blouberg it's a little bit different.
Yeah, we have wind there, and we're right next to the Atlantic, so it is cold. No, it's a cool breeze, but this is actually quite cold. Has been quite cold at times.
Yeah, we're just trying to ride it at Jason Rolls. They've got a man tucked around the corner. That's Archie Vaughan himself. So here we go again with plan B and C now potentially for England.
Yeah. Wonder what they're talking about. The two batsmen.
Well, just maybe Babule just reminding Rolls, listen, you got a man around the corner, you got a square leg as well. So just be careful of the running when you knock it into that square leg region.
So it's not something like innocuous, like why is the umpire's hat not blowing off or something to that effect?
They don't even look at them. They don't want to look at umpires. This
is cricket, though. I mean, I I enjoy. I mean, I loved watching the game last night on TV. It took me away from here earlier. I'd love to have stayed here till the close of play. And I do enjoy I'm enjoying the T20 format much more than I used to. But give me 4-day cricket any day of the week, and I'll take that ahead of a one-day international.
No. Oh, that's good to hear.
No, I'm very old-fashioned when it comes to that.
Must say I'm a connoisseur of the longer format.
You say
really
you are?
enjoy it. Yeah,
Yeah.
really enjoy it.
No, I've picked that up. It's good to be alive and to be sitting here watching the cricket. And,
Yeah. Yeah, and I think these guys will be learning a lot about that as well as they go on.
yeah. And the ball should be red and the clothing should be white.
No, we've seen you put color clothing on cricketers. They do some amazing things.
No, I mean, cricket has it has. I mean, I like to go to the SA20 games just to watch the skills that have been developed. It's like I was talking about in a rugby the other day. Some of the fly halves now, like Mani Lebok. I was talking about at Toronto yesterday. Watching that ball.
Oh, good stop by Ali.
Speaking to Toronto yesterday about the fly halves that currently sort of coming through at international level and what they're prepared to do and what they're prepared to try and the skills that they have to do that compared to like maybe a decade or so ago where you had a fly half who had a certain sort of like set of things that he had to do. Now you've got a cricketer who does the ramp and who does the switch hit and everything. It's starting to come through in rugby now as well. I mean, certainly with the playmakers.
Yeah, there's plenty of him. Boys that can do strange and wonderful things with the ball as they overcome to an end. The person I'm alluded to is sitting there as well, Roger Telemarcus. Whenever he donned the colour clothing, he would dive around in the field. He would bowl a little bit quicker. And I mean, it's just strange things that sometimes you put on the old whites and then you just put on the old size 14s to try and stop the ball.
I suppose I would imagine that because somebody said to me the other day it must be great, like if you're a cricketer and as you get older you can then go and play 2020 leagues around the world. And I said, yeah, but when you do that, then the expectations as a fielder must ramp up as well, and that must become more difficult as you get older.
Fielding is a non-negotiable for me in any format, unfortunately.
Yeah, but you can in a test match in a 5-day game you can field a fine leg, and you're not going to have as many eye catches coming onto the boundary that you have to flip back and and then jump back and catch it. That sort of thing. It doesn't happen as much in test level. Yeah. You can stand out there and you can think about whether Arsenal are going to beat whoever they're going to play tonight.
Oh, you're an Arsenal fan?
No, I'm not. I'm a Liverpool fan. That's tomorrow night.
Okay. Well, Liverpool is 1-0 down. Arsenal are playing tonight.
Yeah.
In the Carabao. Is it still Carabao Cup?
It's it's a Carabao. The League Cup has become the Carabao Cup. Yeah. Liverpool obviously defending champions.
Yeah, we're not having the same zip. So maybe it's time for a change. Maybe
Spinner.
Archie Vaughan might just say, listen, we can see Van Abed limbering up as well. So maybe it's time for him to come into the attack.
We're No, I was misreading the time. I was going to say we're 10 minutes from tea. I was going to say they've done well, but
No, you're 10 minutes from your break.
yeah. We're 40 minutes from. We're 40 minutes from tea. I mean, if these two are still together at tea, then I suppose you should say it's South Africa's session.
The discipline of Mohamed Bulbulia. Say now 12 runs, 49 or 50 balls.
Yeah, very impressed with. I mean, it's the first time I've seen him. Well, yes, on the first day was at 32, and I mean I'm raving about him over a 32 that he made, but it just looks, sometimes you see a batsman and you just know that he's got it. Tommy, so like I look at this under 19 side, and immediately I sort of think, well, there's a couple of players that I know that are under 19 playing SA20.
Yeah, they are. Parker's one.
Yeah.
Andre Pretorius is another.
Pretorius.
Stoltz as well.
Yeah.
Plays for the Capitals. Obviously, his one is come and gone because the Capitals are out. So there are a number of youngsters. I mean, Tristan Luce as well, fast bowler.
Yeah. Because I saw him play for Cape Town the other night. He's quite sharp.
Yeah, still his team's in. Seen him a couple of years.
Yeah. No, I've been very impressed with the youngsters coming through. I mean, imagine Parker playing in this game.
I mean, England can say the same. Flint have scored 100 there for the Lions.
True.
Or there in Australia, I think it is.
True.
So
Yeah. No. They're in
he's
Australia at the
another one.
moment. Yeah. Everybody was saying it was nepotism. You know, how can he choose his son? And then he answered the critics straight away by scoring 100. Kudos to him. Completes his 5th over, so he's bowled 5 overs into this wind. Maybe you're right. So time to put somebody else on.
Yeah, just something different. Get these batters to do something else. The 30 there. Still trailed by 99 runs.
They've gone through one little barrier then, although I don't think they'll be counting down. Or will they?
No, that's just about time. They'll want to get, as you rightly said, through the next 35 or so minutes unscathed, and hopefully they can still be one down, and no matter what the runs are.
30 for 1. Bobulia's 13. Jason Riles has 11. As Eugene said, 99 runs the deficit. And we've got 4 sessions after tea, which is 40 minutes. We're 38 minutes away. Hopefully tomorrow won't be like, not that I'm coming tomorrow, although I might come as a spectator.
Yeah, I think the weather's set fair, and when I say fair, the wind would have died.
I've enjoyed this enough to actually want to come as a spectator. I mean, I'm not on duty tomorrow. I'll come and watch.
I'll pension your name in.
I've got to go for lunch with somebody at Furry's at lunchtime, so I could probably pop in here in the morning and watch.
Yeah, good lunches there.
Yeah, absolutely. Cauliflower based pizza. I'm not a pizza man, but if you make it with a cauliflower base, then I'll do it. Yeah. No, I'm not. I don't know. Somewhere along the line, I started believing all the rubbish about carbs aren't good for you. Not that you can tell. Looking at me.
Definitely not.
Eddie Jack into his 8th over, conceded 11 runs.
Yeah, it's been impressive, the big fella.
Yeah,
especially bowling with the wind at his back.
Well, they haven't taken a wicket. I mean, the one wicket they've claimed is a run out. So the bowlers would want to be making inroads soon.
Yeah, good energy again. We saw this in the first test where a certain Jack Home, he ran in with some vigour and gave England some good momentum, really steaming in. Might not have taken wickets that much, but he really ran in and caused South Africa a few problems.
Bowling a good line at the moment as well. He's being pushed in by this very strong wind that I keep feeling like this thing's going to get lifted off. But you've allayed my fears. You tell me it's not possible. Yeah. Swinging in, he says.
Well, there will be a lull in proceedings here. It's how England try and manufacture getting some wickets. Because at the minute, these two, their discipline have been good. Mm-hmm. The game plan has been excellent, and they're really forcing England to really knuckle hard, and that's what you want.
Yeah.
You don't want to give your wicket away cheaply.
Well, it's all part of the learning process. That's why they play these youth tests. I mean, if some of these guys go on to play test cricket and have great international careers, they won't necessarily look back and say, well, I beat England or vice versa, I beat South Africa. They'll look at what comes in the intervening period, but this is a good platform for what comes later on. And a lot of them haven't played that many games where it's gone beyond a day as well.
Again, good energy from the big fella. Maiden over. 8 bowled, 11 without loss. That's his bowling figures. South Africa, 1 down for 30. Now look at that for a picture. Well, I'm not sure if you can appreciate the breeze here. The breeze will be blowing from left to right.
Yeah.
As you look at it on your screen there. It just shows how much work Alexander Wade was doing running uphill and into that breeze, and Eddie Green, or Eddie Jack I should say, apologies. There's the bowling figures. Harry Moore 5 overs for 11. Faan Ahmed, just the 1 over, but he's going to come on soon, I think.
He's going to have a big role to play, I think.
Yeah, Eddie Jack, as we alluded to, 8 overs for 11. And then Alexander Wade, look at that, toiling into this breeze. 5 overs for 3. And we turn to some leg spin here from Nazim Ali.
Get some leg spin. That was always going to happen, I think, after Wade had bowled 5 overs. Won't be too long, I think, before we start seeing the spinner from the other side as well. It'll be a 2-pronged attack.
Yeah, could be the next over.
Yeah.
And that will give them a good 30 minutes to bowl to tea.
And you're playing time, and by bowling the spinners, you get through more as well. So there's also that angle.
Well, that is a real loosener from Ali. A long up of note.
I guess South Africa's just got to play the patience game and not play one of those soft shots that got some of the wickets in the first innings.
Oh, they're going to... Might as well just walk through for the 1. Nazim Ali, he did get Bubulia's wicket in Stellenbosch, where he was well set on 88, I think it is, and then he played 1 across the line and got bowled. I want to just keep playing straight.
.98 runs the deficit now. Not that will be uppermost in anybody's minds. It's not something England will be thinking about. They'll just be thinking they want to get a wicket before tea. Or maybe 2. Not a commentator's curse, just what they want.
Well, we're renowned to get some wickets here in this cold box of ours here. So maybe just let's not go there, Mr. Rich. Let's not venture there.
Well, Kieran's coming in after this next delivery, I think. So maybe he can
Nicely played. Through they go for 1.
bring some better luck. Not better luck. No, you don't want the wickets to fall now. If you're South African,
I was wondering
other
what
way
you're
around.
doing there.
Yeah, sorry, I was going the wrong way. 32 for 1, and we've got 2 balls left in this over. 32 for 1 after almost 20 overs. So they are being very watchful. Just building that platform we were talking about.
Yeah, South Africa would have thought that was very unlucky losing van Schalkwyk. We're not sure what the shouting or calling was there, but he was way, way short of his mark. Got run out by this man bowling now.
Yeah, it was a good piece of fielding like that. Just like around about this time yesterday, we saw it from Mbata on the South African side when he ran out Finesca, and two run-outs in the England innings accounted for the two top scorers, 52 to Finesca and then the 130. But it's time. I can hear the teacups rattling, so I'm going to hand over now to Kieran, and I'll speak to you guys after tea.
Thank you, Gavin. Rich, as in sort of shivers, Kieran Thompson. And Kieran, these two looking really comfortable out there, dare I say that, and know what the game plan is. And I think that's what I like about what I see with these two.
A very good afternoon to you, Eugene. Yeah, looking a lot better are South Africa, or a lot more comfortable at the crease, should I say, after that little wobble earlier with the run out. As England continue with the 21st over.
Well, Jack is continuing here, and he has really tried to spark something for England. He's run in manfully here. Probably going to be his final over. I'm surprised they haven't just switched it and just said, listen, Ahmed, you are trump card here. Why don't you come on and bowl?
Yeah, one thing I must commend the England bowlers on, or the England side really. They haven't gone quiet in the field all day, or since they've been the fielding side. That was something I picked up with the South Africans earlier. They went a bit quiet after 5 overs. And there we hear the England slipcordon fielders, should I say.
Could be defenders.
I guess defending runs, yeah.
Could be defenders.
I've just got some breaking news to bring you guys in between this delivery. Gerald Coetzee has been ruled out of the upcoming Tri-Nation One-Day International Series against Pakistan and New Zealand. Some more details after this delivery. Oh!
Well, umpire says he immediately said that's bump ball.
Yeah, the England slipcordon didn't look too convinced, although it was a good take in the... Was that at Gully? We'll see on this replay. Yeah, it definitely looks like a bump ball.
Well, the umpires called it straight away, and they're the men and women that matters.
Good call from umpire Lekay.
And that's good to see. Sorry, Ken, just to break your word there. And I know you'll read that out. But there was no conferring. They immediately said not out, got the game to go on, and that's what I like.
Yeah.
You know, and everybody, as you can see, the decision was respected and everybody just got on with it. It's when there's sometimes when umpires confer, and then sometimes some of the fielders are in the air. Not with these two umpires though, but I think that was good. They did well there.
Yeah, and like I said, it was a bit of a half-hearted appeal from England. So, yeah, fair play all round. And just back to that breaking news on Gerald Coetzee. He's been ruled out with tightness in his groin after completing 10 overs at a training session at yesterday morning's Centre of Excellence in Pretoria. Coetzee will also not be considered for selection for the ICC Champions Trophy, which comes your way in the next few weeks.
Fast bowlers have had a torrid time with injuries of late. Andre Berger, Andre Nokia, Coetzee, Bjorn Hendricks, Wayne Parnell.
I feel like we're missing someone.
We always are. We always are. But unfortunately, injuries is part and parcel of what goes and what happens. And unfortunately there for the big fella, Good see it. That won't be considered even for the Champions Trophy.
Nicely kept out there by Bulbulia. Eddie Jack on the money once again. Brings an end to the 21st over. Jack picking up a maiden over there. South Africa 32 for 1, still trailing by 97 runs.
Yeah, so there's lots of cricket still on the horizon. South Africa going to Pakistan. Tri-series there. Then off to the Champions Trophy. After Champions Trophy, I guess it's the IPL. After the IPL, South Africa will play the Test Championship final at Lords in June.
If I may, no rest for the wicket.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Also, the One Day Cup is starting not so long in the future. Go and see your provincial teams if you can, and really go and support your domestic cricket.
And for that price, tickets only 10 Rand. Wow.
Nicely played into the offside. There was a rice called, was it Rio rice? And I thought it was 10 Rand rice when I was younger. It's just the way it was written. But there it is, 10 Rand for a ticket. Oh, apologies, 10 Rand for 10 tickets. Oh, what
Wow.
a bargain. What a bargain. Get yourself 10 tickets for 10 Rand to any One Day Cup, only available today, folks, just today. Why not make it happen? I can see Leah he's typing away there. He wants 10 tickets, maybe even 20. He wants
on
to
the phone with his mates there.
Oh, 100%.
I hope a few of my mates are actually watching this. Guys, get your tickets, please. Our tickets.
You don't need a ticket. You got an accreditation.
True. But that's for work.
Every day is a working day at cricket, surely.
Indeed. It's nice to just let your hair down from time to time and enjoy the game as a fan.
Oh, there it is. Babulia's gone. Leg before wicket. Going back. Looks like it was the Googly. And Ali. He's been involved with both wickets. He got the run out. And now he's got Babulia leg before wicket.
Brilliant delivery there from Tazim Ali. Haven't seen too much of him, or I haven't been on comms while he's been introduced into the bowling attack. But he's certainly had a great start. 1.5 overs now for 1 wicket and 3 runs.
Oh, there's a term we use that's called dead. Ah, that is very dead. Plum, as they say. And his venture comes to an end. Babulia 14 of what is that? 68 deliveries.
Yeah.
England has struck.
A real brave innings from Bulbulia. You knew he had to come in, set the tone, soak up a lot of pressure early on. Wouldn't have been easy losing his opener with him to that run out earlier. And England I'm sure we'll hear an increase in the volume in the field now from the England side.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt whatsoever. England on top. 2 wickets in the bag. There's about, 20 minutes to go till the tea break. I'm sure we're going to see Ahmed. Surely we'll see Ahmed now. But Benny Hansen's at the crease.
Yeah, the skipper walks in at number 4. He managed to get a milestone in the first innings. Not top scoring. He was one of the guys that scored 50. He ended up on 63 off 104 balls. So his side will be needing a lot more, well, that and then some more in this innings.
Yeah, Benny Hansen went to a reverse sweep with about 10 minutes to go to tea on day 1. We call him the crouching tiger. He's very low. and he bats extremely deep in the crease. Maybe we'll get a look at it from this angle here.
Yeah, we saw with that first delivery.
Look at where his back leg is there, and his front foot is just barely other side of the popping crease.
Certainly resembles an injector in hockey. But I guess if it works, it's brought him to the dance.
100%.
It's come off the pad there into the hands of the man at, what's that, in between short leg, short mid wicket.
No, just let us go with short leg. Don't give me my extra position. Fonseca under the lid.
Neither here nor there.
Oh, in fact, it's going to be the big fella to continue. Eddie Jack. He's bowled well. I love his energy. Oh, that's where we are, in the elements.
Just soaking it all in.
No, we're not soaking in the elements, let me tell you.
We've got to tell the viewers at home.
No, I'm not telling the viewers. I'm just telling them how it is. It's freezing out here.
Well, I just had a coffee, so that's why maybe I'm soaking it in.
Camera. Now we're going to the camera.
I think you could have given it from wherever you were.
Why can you not have a jersey or something?
He's made of sterner things. Niels Momberg. Doing his usual laps before tea so he can enjoy a scone. Wonder what they're going to have today. There's some chocolate numbers last week with a strawberry on.
Oh,
Wonder what it will be today.
we'll find out soon enough.
No, not soon. Well,
Not soon enough for
not
you.
soon enough for me. Oh, that's down the leg side. I mean, Kieran, you got to love the big fella running and he's steaming in here. And he's just bowled ball after ball after ball with a lot of energy.
Yeah, very much enjoys his energy levels. It's been steaming in from the beginning of this innings. Hasn't really let up. It's constantly a threat. You need characters like that in your team.
Oh, 100%. I think we can come up with quite a few of them over the years.
Oh,
Oh,
brilliant.
glorious shot. Will it go to the boundary? Oh, yes, it does. Well, shot of the day, surely. There's been plenty of good shots, but certainly in the innings here of South Africa, I make that. Hitting this on the top of the bounce.
Oh, look at that. Into position, nice and early. Holds his pose. I think that's for on almost any ground.
I remember guys like Brett Schultz that you couldn't even see the ball in his hand, the big fella. Titans had Rudy, Bryson. I think McCurdy played for EP. Big Rod McCurdy, bustling action. Alan Donald, Franklin Stevenson, and Free State.
Legends of the game. Oh,
Look at that. Look at that. This is what I mean by the energies. Might have driven him for 4. Well, don't think you're going to get another ball there in that half.
yeah.
Well played, though, by Rose.
Yeah, almost the perfect response from Eddie Jack. Just strayed a little bit down the leg side, but the last thing you want to do after being driven for a boundary is following it up with another full one. You might overpitch that one and get it for 2 boundaries in the space of 2 balls. I must say I've been impressed with Jason Rolls since he's come to the crease. He looked a bit shaky.
Yeah, he's always got a smile on his face whenever we see him, whenever I talk to him. Very polite young man. And he just loves the game. Loves being out there.
Yeah, and you can see based on his technique as well, he takes a lot of care with his individual game. So if that's his approach to his own game, you can only imagine what his love for the game must be like.
100%. Well, he's got 2 balls still to go in this over.
Just look as he takes guard.
You're not going to get a ball in his half.
Nicely watched.
Oh, big fast bowlers. You got to love them. Got to love them.
There's always something up.
Oh, 100%.
Always something happening.
I always tell the story, Kieran, when just before franchise came up and we were got called into a meeting at the Wanderers. It was day 4. It was the Strikers, as they were known then, playing us Northwest Dragons. Oh, what a delivery. What a delivery. Didn't hit the timber. Just through to the keeper, Roo. 23 gone. 37 for 2. And we got called in at tea. I think Strikers were 2 down. They were never going to get to the total that we set them. So there's only 1 session left. And I think the powers that be thought it was a good idea to tell us, Northwest, that listen, all you guys, the majority of you guys, you're not going to be needed for franchise cricket. So out we went at tea. I had a quiet word with a certain Sways van der Merwe, Francois van der Merwe, who's now helping out there in Namibia. And he steamed in at the Wanderers. And we end up winning that game. Every batter we went to go fetch out there by the walkway as you come onto the Wanderers. Oh, I mean, to be part of a game like that was brilliant. We won that game, was quite happy.
As one would imagine.
Yeah, Fine's meeting was a little bit longer, especially after you're told you're not needed.
But I guess that's also the other side of being told that you aren't needed.
Yeah.
You tend to play without any fear.
Oh, 100%. You can just go out there, have a ball, as they say. Look at where he's standing, deep in his crease, Benny Hansen. Oh dear, oh dear. And that is where he just needs to keep his shape a little bit. It's very open.
Lifted his head a little bit too early there.
Yeah, that too. But if you look at where his shoulders and his hips were, he's very open. So sometimes a bat doesn't come down on a straight plane a little bit. So he needs to keep his shape a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's why we saw him swiping at that one there. Bottom hand heavy.
Better.
Nicely played off the back foot, but even better fielding in the covers.
Yeah, that was much better. Ali just needs to be careful where his back foot lands. We made mention about this throughout the series. He's very close to that return crease. That time is just okay. I think it was a ball after that he was very close. Oh, he tried to sweep again. He got done with the reverse sweep. Now, is Benny Hansen under a little bit of pressure here? He still haven't got off the mark. He's faced, 5 balls now?
6.
Six balls now.
I mean, I understand why he's under pressure. I mean, he hasn't got off the mark yet, but he also needs to understand he's the captain. He got a milestone in the first innings. It's not like he's struggling to make bat on ball here. Just can't seem to get a run away. But he's soaking up pressure. He's doing his job.
Well, playing that off the surface. Excellent over by Ali. He's going to be a handful here. 24 overs gone, 37 for 2. And the more England bowl very quiet overs, the more they'll feel that South Africa are not going anywhere. They're not eating into that deficit. They still trail by 92 runs. So the more this happens, of quiet overs, the more they'll feel very comfortable out there, as it is. Farhan Ahmed coming into the attack now for England. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed rolls.
Yeah, and I think this is also an indication of England's plan for the next possibly 20 overs. Just operate with spin at either end. Tempt the South African batters into playing the big shot, trying to go over the top. Will they take the bait?
37 overs still left in the day's play. I think we might go into slight overtime.
Yeah, it's not as dark and gloomy as it was this morning, so
No, it's, I'm not going to say the obvious, but it's a nice day now.
minus the wind.
That's why I said I'm not going to say it. I mean, we've said it. We've given the wind so much airtime.
It's a good start from Farhan Ahmed. Managed to take 1 wicket in the first innings. 1 wicket for 38 runs in his 23 overs. Handful of maidens, taking 7.
Oh, hello.
Oh, reverse sweep.
Hello.
And it's 1 bounce for 4. It's a pretty unconventional shot, but one that Jason Riles is clearly in control of. Got into position nice and early there. I think he recognized this delivery was going to be tossed up. Just watch how he sets himself over here. Textbook, but unconventional. Takes South Africa to 37 for 2. Make that 41 for 2.
Yeah, he pulled it off quite smartly. He does play that shot well. I just would like him to get to tee. South Africa under 19 unscathed. Yeah, just 2 wickets gone.
Nicely played. Takes a quick single.
Oh! That hit him on the flesh. He put that, and he's down. He's been knocked over.
Yeah, that definitely looks a painful one. But one I'm sure he'll be able to walk off.
If you get a throw from the big Harry Moore, he was going for the stumps. Called through. As soon as he hit this, he called through. Here's the big Harry Moore. Oh, and just misses the pads. Would have been interesting to see if that had to hit, because umpire Stacey Lakay was nowhere near the stumps. That's just how quickly things have happened. It's not because of the umpire. It's just because of this. Everything happened a bit too quickly there.
Yeah, that ball tends to move. That ball tends to move fairly quickly.
Yeah, 100%.
And despite losing 2 wickets this inning, South Africa will feel they've got themselves in a good enough position to claw themselves back in the contest, possibly knock off the score before the close of play, and then possibly set up a grandstand finish tomorrow.
That is the key there. And that is the question. Can they get to that deficit by close of play today? 5 o'clock, or what did I say, that 37 overs, 36 after this one.
Yeah, we have a look at that injury to Jason Riles again.
In fact, Stacey Lakay got into a good position because she could still see the line as well as where the ball was being thrown from. So I did her a little bit of a disservice there. As I said, everything happened very quickly, but she still managed to get into a good position.
Yeah, she basically had her eyes on everything. She was able to get out of Riles' way just in time as well.
Well, this is what you want. Just a nice little throw on the leg, eats into the time, gets us closer to tee.
Cricketers taking a page out of footballers' books there.
Oh, 100%. Listen, I said this the other day, and I would have been doing gardening, my laces, my gloves, everything. Maybe even change a helmet. I don't know what I would have done just to eat into time. They'll still learn this, Kieran. They still learn this.
Benny Hansen just doing some gardening, settling himself before this delivery. As Farhan Ahmed steams in.
think in that second innings he got bowled by Farhan Ahmed through the gate. So he just wants to get that defence nice and tight here, the captain of South Africa under 19.
Oh, caught and bowled. He's gone for a duck. Disappointed is Benjamin Hansen. Kind of a nothing shot, just lofted the ball straight back at the bowler. As we see again on this replay.
Just trying to force this a little bit. There you go, force it. Good low catch there by Farhan Ahmed. And who knows, maybe that little bit of break, just losing a concentration there. But Benjamin Hansen, Benny Hansen, he departs the scene without scoring. That's the third wicket gone now for South Africa, 42 for 3. And they're in a little bit of bother here now.
Yeah, and that's exactly the situation South Africa were trying to avoid before the tea break. Earlier today we spoke about South Africa wanting to reach the tea break, still having about 7 wickets in hand. Maybe possibly 8. At the start of this over, it looked like they were going to head into the tea break with 8 wickets in the bank. But now...
Well, the other thing, Kieran, there's a man that walks right across the side screen. Benjamin Hansen still played. He didn't pull away.
Oh.
So, if we can have a look at this dismissal once again. And I just want to get you to look just higher up above. And right at the point of delivery.
I saw that.
That gentleman was right behind the bowling arm.
But
did it make a difference? We don't know.
Fair credit to Benny Hansen though. He didn't complain, didn't point afterwards or gesture towards the umpire. As the batter, you always have the right to step away just before the delivery is bowled.
Daniel Bosman. He's now at the crease, left-hander, and there's helmets aplenty coming onto this ground here. England under 19, well and truly on top here. 87 runs, still they trail. South Africa under 19, 2 slips, short leg, short cover.
Bosman has 1 ball to negotiate. And he does that superbly well. The spin was his undoing in the first innings. He was bowled by Ali for 4 runs off 20 balls. And that's the end of the 25th over. South Africa moved to 42 for 3. Jason Rolls at the crease with Daniel Bosman.
Well, this will probably be the final over. Well, let's have a look at this wicket. And there the man just above the screen goes. And just at the point of delivery. However, Benny Hansen still played it. And he's caught. Good catch. Low catch by Ahmed. And he bags one for himself.
It's just a look at some of the overhead conditions. Still some blue skies around, but the later it gets in the day, those clouds will start creeping over. Tazim Ali to continue as England look to build more pressure against South Africa. Nicely clipped off the legs by Riles, gets a single. There's a little bit pedestrian getting to the non-striker's end.
I think he didn't see the ball go past short leg. Now Daniel Bosman, he takes an off-stump guard, as you can see.
Quite unconventional, but it's a modern, well, somewhat of a trend in modern day cricket.
Yeah, just they back themselves to hit the ball with the bat.
Yeah, I used to bat on one leg and I thought that was a bit of a change. Or at least that's what my coaches would tell
Do
me.
you have a little bit of a trigger, a shuffle across?
Mild. Mild trigger movement.
Oh, look at that bite. A little bit of dust as well.
And these are the pitch conditions we were talking about at the start of the day. Almost right on cue.
Yeah, you can say the tide is in, as they say.
Halfway through the 26th over. Tazim Ali to Daniel Bosman.
Yeah, and this will be the final over for T. I'm sure we all be glad to get out to the breeze for a little bit of respite.
And some sunlight.
Yeah. Let's also mention our photographer Grant. He's been taking pictures all over the place, and the pictures are always of a high quality. He's ventured in. He's going to grab an early tee. Just seen him go in there.
Ah, there he is.
That's going to get Bosman off strike, just with one. And with that, everybody will just venture off and take a little bit of break for tea. Where England are well and truly on top of this encounter here. They've got South Africa under 19, 44 for 3. And they've got it all to do. Still a big deficit as well that they have to get through. But England can be well and truly happy with their work. That is the match situation thus far. As we go to tea, England amassing a massive 353 all out. All thanks due to Sawant, who played a magnificent 100 and got unfortunately run out. Just the ball being hit back. But now for South Africa, Jason Rolls, 23 of 61. He's got to really try and steady the ship here for South Africa. Kieran, I think it's time we go and enjoy a tea break, and we'll see the viewers back here in about 15 minutes or so.
Thanks, Kieran. It was going well for an hour and a half for South Africa in that session, and then they just lost it by losing those 2 wickets before Tia. Obviously, the run out that was the first wicket wasn't ideal either, but Babulia and Riles had recovered the situation a little bit. I think we as we watch the restart now, I think where South Africa might be going wrong a bit is that they've been 27 over. Well, we're into the 27th over as Riles as Bosman just keeps that up, fends that one away. 44 for 3, as you say, after into the 27th over. There are many different ways to play out time, and one way to play out time as well is to, and I'm not saying that they need to get there in a heck of a hurry. There's one run now off the outside edge.
Brilliant fielding.
And, yes, it was good fielding. Moves on to 45 for 3, and England have fielded well. Yeah. I mean, they have fielded well. You've got to give them that. And Fine Ahmed bowling from the other side into his third overs, taken 1 wicket for 10 runs, and the 1 wicket that he took was that important caught and bowled of the South African captain Hansen. But what I was going to say was that there's different ways to not even bat out time, but to sort of get to safety. And there's another run that's played out towards mid wicket by the left-hander. Moves the score on to 46 for 3. The deficit is 83 runs. 83 runs. Wiping out that deficit is another way of getting yourself time in the game, in the sense of once you level, then the other team has to bat again. And I just feel that South Africa, although that we've spoken consistently throughout the 2 days of this game, well, the 3 days of this game, about application and not batting out time and playing with a straight bat and everything, is we'll just watch this one more delivery from Ahmed before continuing. And again, he just offers that straight bat and plays it back to the bowler, and the end of the over and the end of the 27th over. But if you get too much into your shell and you get too defensive, you're actually allowing the opposition to dominate you in a sense and dictate terms.
Inviting that pressure.
Yeah, and inviting that pressure. And there's too much time left in this game to just be playing for the draw, if you know what I'm playing it safe. So what I would say, my criticism of South Africa in that last session is that it was 4 without loss at lunchtime, and it was 44 for 3 at tea. So they effectively scored 40 runs in that session, and that was too many overs to be bowled to them for very little. Just even if it just comes to rotating the strike, being positive in that sense, and that's where I think South Africa went that long. Because you look, people say, well, you've got to bat out time, but now you're looking and you're sort of thinking, well, we've batted a long time. We batted 27 overs and we 3 down. Okay, so they would have actually been happy if it was 27 overs and it was 46 for 1. Yeah. But then when you lose those 2 wickets, you suddenly sort of think, well, we've done a lot of batting and we're 3 down and we've got a lot of time left in the game.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. All good and well to occupy the crease, but especially when you have a left-right-hand combination at the crease, you want to rotate the strike just to mess with the bowlers' lines and lengths. Just to give them something extra to think about, but to be at the crease for that long and only have 46 runs for the loss of 3 wickets, it's not the most ideal situation.
Yeah, I mean, look. I mean, if we were in the last session of the day tomorrow, and you were playing for a draw, and there was that definite goal at the end of the day of making it to 5 o'clock with with not having lost 10 wickets, then it's a different story. But when you're 4 sessions away now from ending the match, and you've got a deficit that could be wiped out. I just think that it's better for your mental state of mind, your mental state of mind to be more positive and then possibly wipe out that deficit, and that's the one criticism I'll have for the South African batting in that session. It was almost too to use it, for want of a better word, introverted.
Yeah.
Again, this time he's back onto the stumps and he punches it out
I do also
towards
think,
point.
sorry to cut your word there, I do also think that South Africa, should they knock off that deficit today, it sends a psychological blow to England, who would have fancied themselves to possibly even wrap up today's play or the game today.
Yeah. Look, I mean, you mentioned
Shot.
and then he pulls it over. In fact, it was very, very nearly a 6. He pulled it over long on, or mid on, and there's nobody at long on at the moment. So it was 1 bounce for 4, and that's really what I'm talking about. You get the bowlers to mix up their lines a bit, to lose their lines a bit if you're a little bit more aggressive. I'm not advocating, because I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen now. I'm sort of saying be more aggressive, and the guy's going to sky the next ball and he's going to be out, and I'm going to be critical and I'm going to say he should never have played that shot. But
As all commentators do.
yes, exactly. So what I'm sort of talking about is just a little bit of balance and rotate the strike more. Not let the bowlers just feel that they can toss the ball up and they're not going to get anything back. Although, on that particular occasion, he did toss the ball up and he got something back in the sense that the batsman played it back to him. But you know what I mean. 50 up, by the way, for South Africa. 50 off 28 overs. So it's been very pedestrian, and that's fine because we want to play time. But at the same time, I just feel that if you're too much in your shell, you're allowing allowing the batsman, the fielding team to assert some sort of psychological ascendancy over you, and it's not frustrating them yet because there's too much time left in the game.
Yeah, of course. And you definitely just want to chip away, even if it's 1 run at the time.
And then the demoralising situation that you face when you do lose sudden two wickets, like they did before tea, and then you look and say, well, we did all that batting, but we went nowhere.
Yeah.
It's nice for a batsman, I think, to look and say, well, I batted for so long and I made 28 or whatever, and rather than, I did the job for my team. I made 8 in 2 hours. Wade did last night, but that was in a different situation. So I'm just saying, like, a little bit more positive application.
Yeah.
I mean, I want them to apply themselves, but a little bit more of a positive approach.
Well, cricket's a funny old game. Could change in the space of 10 overs, anywhere between now and the close of play. If South Africa have a dominant phase, might just put the ball back in England's court. Yeah,
well, I don't think. Yeah, I think they're too far behind the game for them to change it in their favour in 10 overs.
Yeah.
Unless you send in the 2 guys who batted for my Cape Town on Sunday night, and they rollick to 100 in 10 overs. You have those 2 guys out there, then maybe. But in this situation, it's the long game. It is the patient. I mean, so that's that's what I'm saying. That they have to be patient. They have to like they're not. I think there we go. They set off for a quick single. The charge at the stumps. Bounces over the stumps, fortunately for the South Africans, although I think he would have made his ground. Yeah,
quick across or in between the wickets is Daniel Bosman. Showed some nice pace to get from A to B over there. But we spoke about this earlier, Gavin. We spoke about being comfortable at the crease.
Yeah.
But also just not doing anything with that.
Yeah.
Can force yourself into a false sense of security.
Yeah. Another single down there towards third man, and since tea, it's almost like somebody's giving them the pep talk that I'm giving over over this forum. Has said, listen, move the scoreboard along a bit. Don't. Yes, keep the ball on the ground. Keep the ball in the ground, and unless you've got a situation like here just now where you could hit it over long, because there is nobody out here, and the ball's there to hit it. In fact, that really sums it up. If the ball's there to hit it.
Yeah.
Now they code another quick single. So now they really are they really are taking on that intent of rotating the strike that we were talking about.
Although, if I can be a little bit critical, I think it might just be a partnership too late because now we have 2 left-handers at the crease. It's a bit better to do that when you've got the left and the right-hander over there.
No, you're right. You're right. It is maybe a partnership too late. If they had it with the previous partnership.
But still enough wickets in the bank.
Except Hansen never really got going, so it's a bit he did look a bit nervy out
Yeah,
there.
but a bit unfortunate from the South African captain there. But while we have your attention, Sisonke Tourism and Event Services calling all schools and sports clubs, are you ready for the ultimate sports adventure? Sisonke Tourism and Event Services brings you unforgettable school sports tours to Southern Africa. Picture this: rugby in South Africa, cricket in Zimbabwe, or soccer in Zambia, where your team competes, connects, and explores incredible landscapes and cultures. We'll handle everything: accommodation, transport, and custom itineraries, so you can focus on the sport. Visit www.sisonketours.com.
Sounds like a wonderful thing to do. If I was a schoolmaster overseas, and I'd sort of think, let's go to South Africa, or as you say, Zambia or Zimbabwe, depending on which sport you want to play.
Yeah, I would think South Africa would be the choice for all three.
Great.
Actually.
I hear there's so many schools that are coming out. I mean, I've got a mate who does tours, and he's just constantly busy with sports tours that come out. You could, of course, change the script of that of that advert and say, "Come to South Africa, experience the Southeaster at Western Province Cricket Club. Experience the thunderstorms in Johannesburg. And what about a bit of humidity in Durban?" I mean, we've got so many varied things in this country, and go to Mpumalanga and see a Mozambican spitting cobra.
Oh, I recently went to Mozambique. Wow, what a place!
It is, I'd love to go there. It's the one part of the Southern Africa I haven't been to, and I like to go. I hear they say the Under-19 World Cup is in Namibia and Harare. I think I need to change the sport I cover and cover that. 53 for 3, 2 overs, two balls before the end of the 30th over. So still not up at a strike rate of 2 runs an over, but that doesn't really matter. What matters is the time, but also the mindset, and that's why I say it's important for the batsman to get into that positive mindset by rotating the strike. What you were going to say? Now you've forgotten what you're going to say, like I did earlier.
Hit a blank.
There's nothing wrong with that. We've got almost 2 hours to go today, so I'm not sure if I understood Eugene properly. I mean, am I talking now for the next 2 hours? Anyway, we'll find out. 5 o'clock. There's the cut-off today, and I think like yesterday we've had a fairly good over rate. So I don't think we'll have the extra half hour like they had on the first day.
Plus, we didn't lose any time with the late start today.
True.
There was a chance that could have happened with the outfield being a little bit wet, and then the pitch square was also a touch damp.
Yeah, when I arrived here, you said to me that they were going to start late, and it did look at the time. I mean, they managed to clear the field and get off, and then get the players out there very quickly. I was quite impressed with the way they did that, and the day has been an interesting one in the sense that it started out being pretty overcast, and now it's sunny, still cold, still a cold wind. Something for the English players probably to make them feel a little bit at home.
Oh,
back over the bowler's head, and that's going to go for 4 towards the other side screen. The side screen where that chap was walking across earlier on when Hansen was caught and bowled, and we'll never know unless I suppose we speak to the player himself whether he was put off there. So that, if I'm correct, takes Riles into the 30s because 20, and South Africa up to 57 for 3 in the beginning of the 31st over. Partnership should be the partnership of 15 now. Yeah, a partnership of 15. I've not substantially enough to really start talking about yet, but everything has to begin somewhere. Again, they set off for a single, so we're seeing a bit of action from the South African batsmen after tea, in the sense of being positive and playing normal cricket. That's really maybe that's the expression I should be using. Playing normal cricket.
Yeah, I really like that from Jason Riles, showing some good aggression with that first ball, and then just watching the second delivery down onto his bat, and then running it down to third man for a single, just to rotate the strike like you were speaking about earlier.
A few puffs of dust out there, so some signs that what we've been speaking about since day one in this game, it might just happen. The pitch will start to break up, and spinners really take control, although we thought that was happening yesterday afternoon, and it didn't really continue to the same extent.
Yeah, that last delivery looked a bit uppish from Daniel Bosman. But I just wanted to mention something I picked up during the tea break. Just before the England side headed out for... Nicely watched off the back foot. I was just saying, just before the England side headed back out onto the field, the coach or the coaching staff asked them to head through to the dressing room, whether there was a readjustment of game plans or tactics, or just a shot in the arm, just to say, listen guys, this is the final session of the day, we need X amount of wickets if you guys want to win the game. I think that's also played a hand in... Oh.
So he goes on the sweep there, and it goes past the keeper, and they take... we'll have to wait for the umpire to leg by, so that takes it on to 59. It'll be 59 for 3 as we head to the end of the 31st. Carry on.
Oh yeah, I was saying that just kind of seemed as though the England side came out from the tea break revitalized, a little bit with a fresher perspective, more intent on certain areas of their game. Obviously trying to get through overs as quickly as possible while putting the South Africans under pressure.
You just watch him on again. He tosses it up. The left-hander plays it out past cover, and it's fielded. They take a single, and the score moves heading towards the next set of 10, which will be the 60s. 60 for 3. 60 for 3 after 31 overs. Not that overs matter in a game like this. It's time that matters.
Some of the England backroom staff over there.
Yeah. One of them's a physio. I know that she had to work quite hard on Harry Brook on the first day. Eugene tells me that it was just cramp in the end. It's like not Harry Brook, Harry Moore.
Yeah,
Harry Brook. If she was working on Harry Brook, she'd have to be in India.
Although she probably worked on him a few years ago.
Yeah, no, probably. Yeah. So I was correct. But
factually correct.
Harry Brook is one of my favourite players.
Yeah,
he's a very, very good cricketer, that guy. In fact, I've become quite partial to England in the last few years. As plays it out, steers it out towards third man, and there's one more run to the total that takes it to 61 for 3. The deficit now starting to shrink ever so slightly, and it's now at 100. Now at 88. 68. Yeah, I don't want to add another 20 runs onto what South Africa have to wipe out. Oh, that was low. A bit of a query.
That would have been a cruel way to lose your wicket.
A cruel way to you lose your wicket, but kind of a sort of an anticipated way late in a first class game. Although when I say first class game, I'm talking about, I don't know if you call this one a first class game. I mean, it's a 4-day game in a long form game. Not that we're that late in it. So it's only the third day of a 4-day match, but you'd expect the wicket to start playing around it. And was that an attempt at stumping? It was indeed.
Yeah. Daniel Bosman going for the big one there, but his head went up into the sky, didn't make contact with the ball. Wicketkeeper Roo just letting him know, I'm always here.
So Riles is the guy who's got to start in this innings. So he's the guy that they're going to have to be banking on for now until Daniel Bosman gets going to very much be the mainstay of this attempt to stave off defeat and possibly even, as I said to Eugene, possibly even win the game. Although they have been batting so slowly that you find that a sort of bit of a fantasy at the moment. But it could still become a reality tomorrow. I mean, you set a team 150 in 3 hours, and they decide they want to go for it. They can collapse. Yeah. I've seen it happen. When we were talking to Jeremy yesterday, we were talking about Eddie Barlow, and when Dennis Hobson was playing for them, that happened many times at Newlands in the 70s. That was driven hard back to the bowler.
A bit of a flat bat.
Yeah, I think on this cold, you might have a bit of a ringing feeling to his fingers.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want in this lack of heat, should I say.
No, absolutely. But certainly, both these batsmen are they have the appearance of being more positive.
Mm.
Yeah, it's like that. You've got the bowlers aren't just bowling machines. They're human beings that are having the ball played back at them, and they're having to do something. And that one again is steered away towards third man, not to the boundary. It's a short third man position, coming around to do the fielding, and it's 62 for 3.
But this is exactly what the South Africans need to do. Just keep chipping away at that deficit.
Yeah.
It's now moved to 67 runs. And maybe just set themselves 10-run targets. Once every 5 overs, try and knock off 10 runs.
Absolutely. And,
That way you
and-
stay positive.
and once the deficit is wiped out, then when a team's going to chase the runs, it's like every run then becomes worth 2.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have that amount of time that you're going to need to then chase a target. Not to mention the psychological impact when if you pass the score with, say, just 3 wickets down. I mean, obviously you pass the score with 7 wickets down, then it's a different story.
Yeah.
But there have been many times in South African cricket history where teams have passed scores where South Africa have passed scores. Oh well, I'm thinking one particular, 1994 in Australia in Sydney, and Jonty Rhodes was batting, and South Africa had like no lead at all, and they managed to get a lead of, I think it was 111, was it 111, 112? When they set them, Australia's task of scoring 110, 100, something around that, and Fanie de Villiers bowled them to victory. I always remember that, and that's always in my mind when you eke out a little lead. That's, I think it was Jonty who sort of eventually got going there and took them beyond the 100. At one stage, it looked like Australia would be sort of chasing 10 or 20.
Sharp in the field are these England boys.
Well,
Seriously impressive stuff.
Well, they have been, and they've got the energy of knowing that they've got that big lead. So, and they don't have a hot day today.
Yeah.
Right, so all good, as they would say. All good for England. All good for England. Not all good yet for South Africa, but looking a little bit more positive than they were at tea, or before tea. Although, it's also, I mean, I don't necessarily know these batsmen that well. I mean, it's also the batsman that you bowl. I mean, maybe Babulia is the type of batsman who can play that long innings, if you know, and not chase his own, chase runs. There are players like that. Well, I mean, like Faf du Plessis did in that test I was telling you about in Perth in 2012, where you just can't have that mindset of. And there are batsmen like that. I mean, and historically in South Africa, there are batsmen who, as they get one more run to the total to take it to 64 for 3, takes Jason Riles to 37. That would have been long before your time, but living down in Durban, there was a guy by the name of Brian Whitfield, and he was very correct, very left-handed batsman. Alan Barrow before that. Well, obviously Jeff Boycott's a great example internationally. Yeah. Chris Tavares. There was a guy, Chris Tavares, played for England.
Quicker one from Ahmed.
Not the guys that you should have necessarily choose for. In fact, you definitely wouldn't choose them for T20. But in the first class game, they were Dean Elgar.
Yeah,
Dean Elgar. It's a modern example. Kepler was a relatively not that long ago example as well. Although he could also mix it up. As could a lot of those guys. I mean, I mentioned Brian Whitfield as a guy who scored slowly, but I once saw him playing a Benson Hedges Night Series 45-over game where he hit 101 in next to no time at all. So those things happen.
And just to look at the crowd over there.
Crowd?
Well,
I see. Yeah, the crowd. There's a
group
crowd
of spectators, should I say. So,
I want to say that that was the one disappointing thing about last night in Quebec. Was everybody sort of, and he pulls again over Lon, and another 4 runs to Jason. No, it's actually to Bosman. Of course, there's 2 left-handers at the crease and starting to accumulate the runs here.
Yeah, both of them starting to look a lot more comfortable now, especially Daniel Bosman. Obviously, Jason Riles has been there a lot longer than him. He's had to soak up some pressure. He should be seeing the ball a lot better than he was earlier.
Okay, so there's a borderline here. I mean, we've been saying that they need to be positive. Like if he does that four balls in a row, I'm going to say no. That's not the way. That's not the way to say it. Then I'm going to say you guys are going
Too quickly.
Yeah, you're actually going a bit. You're actually overdoing it. That you're being too reckless. There's a big difference between reckless and just playing normal cricket.
But that also depends on the situation of the game on the actual field, because that might just send the right message to the England players in the sense that, oh, these guys aren't backing down, we need to change something. Yeah. Once they change that, that might not work either.
And maybe spread the field a bit as well. And
spread the field out.
Although it is relatively, it's an in and out field really.
Yeah, not much protection at all on the leg side. Just the one guy on, it looks like the square leg boundary.
Deep square, yeah. Deep square leg. Not as many demons in the pitch as I would have thought there would be this time of the game when we were watching it this time yesterday. When it was around about this time yesterday that England collapsed a bit. They went through a bit of a mini collapse. Or was that just before tea? That was actually just before tea yesterday. It was just before tea yesterday that they lost. They lost 5 wickets in the session, but they lost 4 in say the 40 minutes before tea. That was a short ball, and that's hoisted over the top of the long boundary for 6, and that's 6 there.
First one of the day.
Yeah. Well, yeah, was it? Wasn't there one down into?
Oh no, yes, you're right. First one of this innings.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, first one of this innings. But there was a 6 earlier today. There haven't been too many 6s in the game. It's not really a 6-hitting wicket, I suppose. But that ball was dragged down.
Yeah,
so
real poor delivery from Tazim Ali.
Yeah.
And got the treatment it deserved from Daniel Bosman. I think Jason Riles may have just gone down to his partner just to tell him, okay, settle down. We got 10 runs from this over.
That's nice. It was along the ground. It was fielded, but again a nice positive shot. And I love watching left-handers with a stylish left-hander.
Same here. It's
Ryan
just
Rickleton.
Oh, but there's just something about a left-hander. Anything. Yeah. So even if someone's kicking with their left foot, it just looks better.
Yeah. Speaking about Ryan Rickleton, that's what I was going to say. Was just to go back to my train of thought from earlier. The one, and I think you were busy agreeing with me, it was the one disappointing thing about last night's SA20 game in Quebec was the turnout. And I mean, I think they've got to question that going forward. Should they have a destination eliminate? Maybe they have a destination final is one thing.
Yeah.
Because everybody wants to be at a final, but particularly in Quebec, and with respect to the people from Quebec, it does seem like a bit more of a parochial crowd there as well. It's like, you get quite a cosmopolitan crowd in Joburg. I don't think everybody who goes to the Wanderers supports Joburg Super Kings. I went to Paarl to watch one of the games early on in the season, and they were definitely more parochial there than in Cape Town, although Cape Town's just become such a vibe.
Yeah.
I mean, such a it becomes like a pop concert. Helps when your team's doing as well as Cape Town, my city Cape Town did, as South Africa moved now to 76 for 3.
To be fair, MI Cape Town have struggled over the last 2 years.
Yes.
So all's fair.
Yeah, I just sort of feel, and maybe because I'm a Cape Townian, I want to think this. I don't know. I sort of feel maybe people are a little bit like me, and maybe they're not. But I get the impression that, I mean, the first time I went to SA20 game, it was to see. It was Paarl Royals against. I think it was the very first SA20 game. It was at Newlands 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And the main reason I went was because Jofra Archer was playing.
Yes.
For my city Cape Town, I wanted to see him bowl in the flesh, and I wanted him to see him bowling to Joss Butler. And at that stage, Owen Morgan.
Yes.
Was playing for Paarl Royals and Jason Roy.
I was at that game.
Yeah. And I went there to just to see it. It really didn't matter to me at that point whether my city Cape Town won or not, because they were players that were from outside of Cape Town. I mean, George Linder was the only. I mean, there's more Joburgers in that my city Cape Town team than there are Cape Townians.
It's funny you mentioned that. I actually posed that question to Corbin Bosch after their second last win at home. if it might be something that's an advantage for him at Cape Town going into the playoffs, whether they made it through to the final or not. Having so many guys from upcountry, would that help?
Yeah.
And he tended to think so.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The only problem I have with them playing in the destination final at the Wanderers is just that there's just so much more chance of rain there.
Yeah.
It's like, and especially at the moment, Gauteng is just been something, and you don't want a final that's got over 10 overs.
Yeah.
I would say if you've got the rest day, then if you can see they're not going to play, you're not going to get much chance of playing today. You postpone the thing till the next day,
Yeah.
provided the next day's forecast is okay.
Well, we'll find out in a few days' time.
Yeah, my daughter's she's got tickets for the game.
I'll be at the final as well.
Are you going final?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. I mean, I was almost thinking of going up, but I've got to, obviously, there's another big sporting event in Cape Town this weekend, not just my city, Cape Town, Stormers against the Bulls.
North-South derby.
Yeah, I've got to be there, unfortunately. Wow.
I could think of worse places.
No, this worse play. It's just that I just wish that they didn't clash.
Yeah, so
If they didn't clash, I'd try to get to Joburg. Oh, yeah, this wind is something else. It's intensifying.
as Farhan Ahmed begins his 7th over. Nicely cracked away through the covers, and that should go to the boundary.
It is, yeah.
Brilliant stroke from Jason Riles there. Takes him to 42 runs.
You see, so suddenly, I mean, to go back to, I mean, I dispute what you said earlier on that you can change it in 10 overs. You can't win the game in 10 overs,
Yeah.
but you can change the whole complexion of the game in 10 overs. And now suddenly, because it's 80 for 3, I think that's a bit, yeah, it's clicked over, it's 80 for 3 now. Suddenly you're only 40 odd behind there, from cancelling out the deficit, and the minute you're in the positives, then it becomes a whole different game.
Yeah, indeed. But there is still that element of threat that looms for the South Africans. They could get too comfortable, try and play a few overzealous shots, lose 3 quick wickets, and they'll be back to square one again.
Again, just forward defensively there, playing every ball on its merits. It's 3:30, so we're an hour and a half from the close of play on this 3rd day of the 2nd youth test.
It's a mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, trying to look it up on YouTube the other day. My wife was doing it for me for some reason, and she kept saying, I said, no, that's the first youth test. You got to do it, and then she got the 2nd youth test, and then it was the wrong day. And I was like,
Oh,
I don't know why she was doing it for me. It's not like I'm useless. I don't know. I think we got 2 more balls, and I think Eugene's joining me. And then, are you?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then
that's
you're coming
correct.
back. Yeah.
Whoa,
They-
another big one. Should go all the way. And it does.
Well, the wind would have picked that one up as well. It's probably on the way. It's
Jason Riles getting a bit of assistance from the wind there,
on its way to Rondebosch.
making its way down to the North and Range fields. No, that's Meadows. The Meadows fields of Rondebosch boys.
And that takes the score to 86 for 3. And suddenly it's become quite a respectable scorecard. But Jason Riles is playing a really good innings. Bosman's also getting quite set now as well. 17. He's faced 45 balls, so that's 7.5 overs. So he's been out there for long enough now to get the pace of the wicket and adapt to the vagaries of this Harry Wilson oval surface.
I guess it also makes it a touch easier when you have 2 spinners to face.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, maybe they should mix it up a bit.
the 2 spinners have been on since before the tea break, and I think they've bowled 3 overs each since we've come back from tea.
Yeah, it's been about that. Well, we've had half an hour, so we've had 35 minutes now, so it's been a time. Yeah, that's why I say I think it's your last ball, and then Eugene comes in, and then we'll see you after that, I think. Another single. So in the time that we've been on, I mean, we started off by saying that South Africa need to adapt their approach and turn the strike over and be a little bit more positive, just because that's also a way of eating up time and then cancelling out the deficit is another way of doing it. And they've done all those things. It was almost like we had a pep talk to them at tea.
Maybe we did. We'll never know. Well, I guess the viewers will never know.
What was the score at tea? It was 40 odd for 3, so they've scored 40 runs in half an hour.
44 for 3, if I'm not mistaken.
44 for 3, so
Possibly 42.
43 runs in 35 minutes. As I say, if they go out, we'll say that they're being too reckless.
I'll see you in a bit, Kevin.
Cheers.
You boys wanted to continue on. You, by all means, you could have gone ahead.
If we what?
Continue on, yeah. You guys were having some fun there.
No. So I'm actually not entirely sure what this thing is from now. I'm finishing off with Kieran.
Yeah, and that is Jason Rolls 50. He was assured. He was slow early on, and then just off the tee, he's accelerated nicely. I think this is much better from South Africa. A little bit more positivity in their play. They're running well. They're playing their shots. They've identified which area to go, and that's good. Just trailed by 41.
Yeah, because your mindset. I was saying to Kieran that you know if you're not going anywhere, it's easy for you to get into the mindset where the opposition are sort of dominating, and you're frustrating them, but at the same time, you're not going anywhere. And then you lose your wicket, and you've made 8 in an hour, and you don't feel too happy about life.
Yeah, just put a bounce there for the captain
Absolutely.
of England under 19. So the first half an hour has been negotiated by South Africa under 19. Now they're going to be working their way for the next one to that drinks break at 4 o'clock.
Well, they've gone so quickly since tea that if they carry on like this, and they don't lose a wicket, you could be wiping out the deficit in another 40 minutes.
Yeah, 100%. That's why I said I like the positivity since tea.
Certainly brought some momentum to South Africa.
He's looked assured, Daniel Bosman. 17 of 40 deliveries.
48, yeah.
So
he's settled. So it's going to be dual spin to continue, although they have changed their spinners around. I mean, Archie Vaughan's on now.
yeah, and that is to try and get the ball to turn away from the left-handers,
Yeah.
because the leg
Oopsie.
spinner predominantly will bring it back. He has got a googly, does he, Wally?
Nice to have the sun out.
Oh, yes.
It's like
You can just get that breeze to say, listen, just go away.
been a strange day.
Oh, beautifully put away once again by Jason Rolls. No one's going to stop that. And that has been well put away.
And now the deficit's less than 40. So it's getting closer. And as South Africa get closer, so you become more positive and more hopeful.
Yeah, but you shouldn't lose your head, though.
Yeah. No.
Sometimes you do get carried away
Yeah,
thinking, we're eating into the lead.
This wind is is intensifying.
Nicely played. Nicely played. Good understanding between these two. Through they come for a single.
Yeah, and it's been a complete transformation since tea. Oops. Now my chair's collapsing into the desert that's beneath it. Lots of sand down here. Feel like we're in a sand pit.
Again, nicely played.
That's nice to watch. The way they're rotating the strike and they're hitting the bad ball. It's a bright period for South Africa. Possibly, I can't remember even on the first day they ever got into a groove where they were scoring quite as quickly as this.
Yeah, there was. It was Daniel Bosman. Apologies, Daniel Bosman.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Yep.
going to go straight over for a 6. Big hit. big hit from Jason Rose. Was flat as well. And he's certainly taking the attack to England, and that brings up the 100 for South Africa under 19s.
There definitely was a chat at tea, I think, saying that, listen, guys, we're going to change our attitude. We're going to be more positive. We're going to, and the players have taken it to heart.
Yeah, there was a period on that day one where Benjamin Hansen and Paul James were going quite nicely. They were running the ball. They were really consolidating the South African innings after a little bit of trouble. And they really took the attack then. And that's why I say it's important not to lose your head. We've seen this far too much in the series.
Because they gave it away. Yeah.
We've seen it far too much in the series where one wicket, just when you think that a team is going quite well, and then that just sort of brings 2 or 3.
Yeah. That is the problem. But so far, so good. $100 for 3 after 38 overs. So they're not that the run rate really matters, but it was below 2 and it's now heading up. Well, carry on like this, it'll be at 3 in the not too distant future.
Oh, Vaughan's going to continue.
I'm a bit disconcerted on this wouldn't. Vaughan into a second over from the Weinberg end. Did his father ever bowl? Spin? Did he ever bowl spin? Michael Vaughan.
Yes, he did.
I seem to remember at the beginning of his career. He didn't later on. But
No, he did even later on. He did turn his arm over. Oh, that's a lovely sweep. Shot from Bosman, and he's going to pick up a boundary.
And goes
The
into his 20s.
Runs are flowing here. Yeah, Michael Vaughan did bowl.
Remember
host, yeah.
Yeah, I remember Graham Smith used to bowl off spin at the start of his career as well. You forget those things.
A little bit quicker. Well played.
405. Well, touch wood, but we were talking at one stage that there was a possibility that the game could end today. I don't think it's going to happen now.
Oh,
No. We're going to go to the
Gavin
commentator's curse.
Rich.
No. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Let's just enjoy how
I'm going to come back here tomorrow as a spectator for the morning session.
With their rebuilding phase. Yeah.
I'll come and watch you guys commentate. If it's a nice day. If it's windy like this, I might watch you on YouTube.
Yeah, I think so. I would do that if I were you. If it's windy.
Well, as I said, I've got to go to lunch at Forrie, so I might as well come through on the way. It's a pity because it's it's actually such a wonderful atmosphere when it's not blowing and the people walking around with their dogs, and as the sort of like shadows come across the field, and you get more bird life. Like yesterday we had ardidars and we had pigeons earlier, but nobody. I mean, there's no living organism that wants to be out in this wind.
No, it's good having the people come around. There's a few walking trails or running trails around here with the mountain in the backdrop. And they just enjoy being around here. There's a lot of areas for your dog to come and watch and walk and have fun, run around.
Yeah.
Well, Ahmed has decided he's going to come over the wicket now. Trying every trick in the book now.
Oh.
Not sure of that shot, but he's got an edge. And it's going to bring about a couple of runs. Just beats a leaping salmon of a dive there from Archie Vaughan. Nearly got there, but that eludes him.
Would have been a brilliant catch if he'd taken it. Goalkeeper like. The catch Ryan Rickleton took last night. No. Ryan Rickleton to get rid of Leandre Pretorius.
Oh, that's cut away again, and again they get the single.
So they're closing in, 23 runs away from ensuring that England will bat again. Something that I am completely confident of now.
Gavin Rich, he's all about a surety.
I know that I'm going to come back tomorrow to watch. Or there will be cricket here tomorrow. Whether I'm here or not is another story.
Yeah, just a change of line for Ahmed here.
108 for 3, so the deficit is now just 21.
Oh, was it a mis-stumping? Was that a mis-stumping?
Let's have a look.
Oh, Thomas Rue, he's had a good game again.
Yeah.
Has he let one go by him here?
Apparently he was very good last week in Stellenbosch. Let's watch this.
Well, difficult one. Difficult one for the keeper, I would say.
No. I think we'll let him get away with that one. I see they're helping us out here by making sure that our accommodation is nailed down.
I wouldn't mind just sitting in the sun, to be honest.
Yeah, do away with on a day like this, you could do that. Maybe you wouldn't be able to see the TV screen. I mean the computer screen.
The old monitor.
The old monitor, yeah. Ooh. 108 for 3, 40 overs bowled here as the wind. I keep saying it intensifies. It can't be intensifying, but it does feel stronger than it was 10 minutes ago.
No, it does.
Yeah.
And it's just coming straight into. We are sitting straight into the teeth of it.
Yeah.
That's the situation. South Africa 19 still trailing by 21. It's been a fair old effort thus far, especially Rolls on 61 and Daniel Bosman on 26.
Archie Vaughan continuing. Yeah. Into his fourth over now. Conceded 7 runs.
And he's managed to get the breakthrough. The captain has got Daniel Bosman caught behind. In fact, Daniel Bosman walked straight away.
Yeah.
And they have managed to get the wicket and break this partnership.
A very good partnership too. Very unfortunate from a South African point of view. Got the edge to the keeper. What's happening? Is it now? Is it drinks? Yeah.
It's just
whilst
wicket fall, then the
whilst
player
they're
will bring
waiting.
on drinks. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
But this was brilliant from Archie Vaughan.
Here we go. Yeah. Let's watch it.
Just going back.
Yeah.
And then there it is. Fourth wicket gone. That partnership yielded 66 runs. And it was looking good for South Africa under 19s. Now, Bandile Mbata is coming out to the middle to meet Jason Rose.
It was changing the momentum of the game. Now, it wasn't. You're still a long way before South Africa were in a position of strength, but there was a momentum shift happening. Now, South Africa going to have to consolidate again. Still with that 21-run deficit.
Yeah, now they're just waiting for a helmet to come on. Mbata's looking and searching for runs. He's a good little cricketer, this guy.
He should be wearing longer sleeves. I just feel like it's too cold to be batting in short sleeves. Well, it's not. They're not short sleeves actually. I know he's got a bandage on the arm.
He either cut the sleeves or he pulled the sleeves up a
Yeah,
little bit.
yeah.
Archie Vaughan round the wicket to the right-hander. A little bit of a drive there. Archie Vaughan thinks he's in business. All of a sudden, again, England
Boisterous.
boisterous indeed.
It's always like that. They get silent, and then a wicket falls, and suddenly the choir's out. The canaries chirping. An important period of play now. This next hour before the close, or hour and a bit before the close, it'll determine what we're looking at when they come back tomorrow. If they don't lose a wicket now, but before the close, then there's still a lot to play for. But if South Africa lose another wicket or two, and you go to bed tonight 6 down with not much of a lead, then tomorrow it's like you come back. It's like a bit of a sort of. You come back with the expectation that England will win.
No, I think they're on the realism that they've got a lot of work to do here.
Yeah.
They're still behind the 8 ball. Yes, they want to get that deficit out the way, still trail by 21. And then after that, it's just a question of batting and taking time out of the game.
Yeah.
But they still have to score runs as well. A little bit low, but well watched by Rolls. Now, Bandile Mbata will be on strike. To the right-handed Ahmed. Is he going to stay over the wicket? Looks like he is. Umpire Shays is just having a look and maybe just politely say, listen, just creeping in ever so closely to this danger area. Well, he's going to get off the mark with that one. Ahmed was interested.
Watch Neil Smomberg going past, accumulating the steps like the batsmen are trying to accumulate their runs.
You want my watch, Niels? Do you want to take my watch with you? I got to do it right, Niels. You're doing it right.
Accumulate the steps. I'm overdressed for that at the moment. I haven't got walking shoes on, in other words. 110 for 4 in the 42nd over. We are an hour and 6 minutes from the close of play. I don't know how many overs have been bowled in the day, but we should be finishing at 5.
Well, they got, at the end of this one, 19 overs still left.
Okay.
So if spin goes, it should be bang on 5.
Yeah, it should be 5, yeah.
Maybe just a little bit after. As Archie Vaughan brings in the field now for the last ball. Or 2 balls to go.
Riles all defence, but he's scored at quite a lick since T. At T the score was 44 for 3. It's now 110, so that's 66 runs in hour and no, not even an hour yet.
55 minutes.
Yeah, 55 minutes. So certainly they have transformed the game from a South African perspective, just in the sense that it's brought South Africa a lot closer to that point where England will be forced to bat again.
This is the question I asked Kieran. I said, what would England be happy with in terms of wickets for the deficit? I think they'll be happy now.
Yeah.
And if
Yeah,
they can,
4.
Yeah, and if they can prize one more.
Yeah. I think normally it is 4. It would normally be 4. 4 wickets. Yeah, well, they've got another 19 runs to prize another one out before that deficit is wiped out.
Well, things are happening out here at Western Province Cricket Club. Resilience needed here from South Africa under 19. England sniffing. England under 19 versus South Africa under 19. It's on the money.
It's going through a quite rebuilding period from a South African viewpoint. Yeah, he is. He is on the money.
Oh, looking for that booming drive. That's when the ball pitches and maybe goes through a little bit of a gap. Another maiden. 110 for 4.
Did you buy the wicket? Did the wicket fall when you were here?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Oh, no. I know. I've done it again, haven't I? My streak continues.
I don't think I've been sitting here whilst the South African wicket has fallen today.
Yeah, it was your first.
I was sitting with you, yeah, of
Yeah.
course. Okay, sorry. That was my first.
Probably the final over to the drinks break.
Yeah. After the overcast start to the day, the sun's shining at the moment, but certainly not a typical Cape Town day or summer's day in terms of what it feels like. Bit of a wind chill factor. But that won't be bothering England, who still in a very dominant position.
100%. Well, they'll scamper through for a single. So Fran Ahmed wouldn't mind that whatsoever. Well, Nelson's on the board. You a superstitious man, Mr. Rich?
No. Yeah, I suppose now I was asked earlier, and I said not at 222, but yes, at 111 to some extent. But I wasn't looking at the board. I didn't realise it was there. So thanks for reminding me. I'll lift my leg. Are you?
There's a few things.
Yeah.
Maybe not the score.
Yeah, it depends how vested I am in the game. I know when I'm watching a game on TV involving the protest, sometimes I've got to stand on certain lines in my lounge.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that sort of thing. Bit of a Neil Mackenzie in that sense.
It's coming back around now. The right-hander. The right-handed Ahmed. to the right-handed Mbata. The only man happy to be walking around in this, Mr. Momberg. That was a quick lap indeed. Tries to force that through the offside. 1 ball to go, and then that will be drinks. Oh, no, that.
It'll conclude a good hour for South Africa, apart from that 1 wicket that did go down.
Yeah, they've been positive with the bat. Yeah. Then unfortunately for South Africa, they lost that wicket.
Made inroads into the lead.
Oh. That's put away. Just for a single, gets them off the dreaded Nelson, and the boys are going to walk.
We can all relax.
Off to the side, and they're going to enjoy a little bit of a drinks break, where South Africa U19 find themselves 112 for 44 deliveries. This partnership does 4 runs. There it is. South Africa still trail by 17 runs. So let's them go and enjoy a drinks break, and we will as well. And when you come back, it will be myself, Eugene Molian, with Kieran Thompson.
Cheers.
Welcome back here to day 3, session 3 of this youth test between South Africa under 19 and England under 19. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of where this game is, we just want to pay homage to Sawant Tourism and Event Services. They will cater for all your touring need for any sport event that you so desire. They will put a package together, whether it is on and off the field, and they will be your logistic champions there to get you sorted. Please go and look on their website at sasonketours.co.za for more information. I'm sure they will be glad to put something together for you in terms of sporting codes on and off the field. Well, we're back going here. Still an hour to go, or 17 overs. Joined again by Mr. Kieran Thompson.
Thank you, Eugene. So, obviously the wind is still about, but there's somewhat of a warm breeze blowing around now.
I don't know where you've been.
I'm serious.
I heard you were at the hockey pitch there, so it's probably nice and warm there. Well, Niels Momberg said exactly the same thing. So it is just this corridor, this uncertain corridor where we find ourselves in, that it is cold, wind is pumping.
In between the scoreboard and the sight screen, basically a rock and a hard place.
Surely we need to have a word with our producer Pandile. Surely he can put us on a lovely spot tomorrow.
A nice vantage point here. Although if there's no wind, there'll be no complaints from me.
Yeah, for sure. You will be joining us with Johan Ferreira tomorrow. I've thoroughly enjoyed the series. These two teams have been evenly matched. South Africa coming back from losing the first youth ODI and then coming back to win the next two, and then that test last week where it just ebbed and flowed this way and that, and just shows how these two teams are really vying for honours here.
Also just shows you how they've grown in stature since their first meeting.
Yeah, it all started here, not so long ago, with the first ODI.
It's really great initiative for the boys. Get some international experience.
That is something that Jeremy alluded to yesterday. This format here, the 4-day format, which these boys are not really open to in terms of at school or at clubs or even beyond with the provinces. So this will be a steep learning curve that they've done over the last couple of weeks.
And I think it's fair to say that they've adapted really well. I mean, to not be familiar with this format of the game so early on in their careers.
Oh, got to get a hurry up. Oh, missed field by Sawant. So through they come for that single. And Mbata, he will keep the strike. 113. 113 for 4.
And yeah, just back to what I was saying about how these teams have grown in stature and getting international experience at this level and in this format of the game. I mean, no one would have anticipated that that first test would have gone right down to the very last ball on the last day. And at the start of today, you would imagine that England would have wanted to wrap this up by today or early tomorrow morning, but things have changed. South Africa now trail by 16 runs, and it looks like we might get the full 4 days play.
Well, still, as I said to Gavin Rich, still a lot of work to be done here for South Africa under 19, and that's what I want to see, them knuckling down, really going about their work. Jason Rose has faced over 100 balls. It's nicely hit, but for no run. And yeah, it's all about the fight back, and that is what South Africa is all about, not just lying over and dying.
He looks a solid customer with a bat, does Pandile and Mbata.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer. He's a good cricketer. Nuggety. Won't give it away. The only thing I think is when the ball's a little bit shorter, his back foot doesn't move back. It sort of just stays where it is, and then you can't get your weight going back. So you tend to lean back, and that's why you sometimes get into trouble off that back foot. But he's good here.
Nicely stroked, but straight to the man at cover. Farhan Ahmed into his 11th over, halfway through his 11th over, none from it so far. South Africa on 113 for 4. Again, such solid technique. The ball making a wonderful sound off the bat. Love that cracking sound, leather off willow.
We can hear it quite clearly.
So maybe the wind's died down a bit.
No chance. I wish I was that hopeful.
Oh, toss that one up. And stroke through the covers. Might not go to the boundary. It's nicely done. Looks like was Wade
yeah.
out in the deep there.
Yeah, nice shot there by Mbata, and they've come through for 3. Again, umpire Shazy having a word, this time with the batsman, and I think he can ill afford to be running on the danger area.
Yeah, shooting yourself in the foot there. Especially with the spinners operating. Ahmed to finish his 12th over. Rahul's on strike on 63.
He's gone for a bit, hey? 12 overs, 1 for 56. By my calculation, that's way over 4 and over from your number 1 spinner. So it just shows how, especially Rolls has taken the attack to him.
Yeah, I think any sort of score South Africa put on the board, maybe even if they bat through until tomorrow, Jason Rahul is going to be pivotal to that cause.
Round the wicket again, Mr. Vaughan. See that back foot? When he goes back, that back foot doesn't go back. It just stays there.
Yeah, I see what you mean about him getting himself into trouble there. Just on that note, Eugene, about Mbata's technique, do you think maybe having or trying to incorporate the trigger movement into his game might help him?
Well, that's a good question, I wanted to say.
Oh, and he's castled.
Across the line. He's played across the line at one. Oh, I think he did this in Stellenbosch as well. At Marty's, and he plays across and he's castled. And that is 5 down now. So South Africa again in all sorts of bother.
It's good work by Archie Vaughan. I think he might have given this one a bit more air. Just drifted in the air. And then Mbata playing all around that one. Takes out his middle stump.
Play straight, man. Just had to play straight. Bandile Mbata sort of wanted to hit it down with the turn, with the spin. Well, again, this game changes. 116 for 5 as Paul James now comes to the middle. He had a good first innings for South Africa under 19. He needs that and more now.
Paul James stopped scoring with 84 in the first innings. That coming off 179 deliveries. Hit a couple boundaries over there. 9 boundaries, should I say. 9 fours and 2 sixes. And he's come in today. Not with his side in too much trouble, but it is a precarious position.
Oh, that it is. It is very precarious. They need to bat out the day now, these two. Archie Vaughan tail up, 2 for 8. Busy with his 7th over here. He's taken the bull by the horns and led his team here. He's led his team very well. Now, different type of pressure. Once again, Paul James in a pressure cooker position situation.
And that wicket's just given England a little bit more impetus. Their tails are up. All of a sudden, they found their voices in the field. As Archie Vaughan bowls his 5th delivery of his 7th over. He's already bowled 2 more overs than he did in the first innings. Took 1 wicket there. He's taken 2 wickets here so far. And a bit of a momentum shifter for England in this test.
They've always had the upper hand with that lead of theirs, and South Africa have to just keep eating into that. Make that 13 to go.
Oh,
Not out, says umpire Stacey Lakay. And that over again comes to an end.
playing across the line there was Paul James, but looked like he got nice and far out. Well, couldn't quite see where the ball struck him, but I would imagine going down leg if umpire Stacey Lakay wasn't interested at all. So it's another interesting period for South Africa to try and navigate themselves through under a little bit of pressure, but they shouldn't feel too pressurized. I mean, they're only a handful of runs away from drawing level. They still have 5 wickets in the bank. There we see South Africa trailing by 13 runs. And as I mentioned, 13 wickets in the bank. So there's no need to play erratically, but can still stay positive as Ahmed continues to rouse.
They're happy to give him the single. Now they're going to try and apply pressure here to Paul James. Yet to get off the mark.
Right you are, Eugene. We see the field coming in a little bit. See the man going under the helmet at short leg there. I'm sure the wicketkeeper Roo will be in James's ear, just offering him a bit of encouragement to try and take the bowler on, try and take the fielders on. And that one going down leg side.
Oh, thought for a second there he might be found wanting, but he's quick is Jason Rolls.
Yeah, he set off nice and early, did Rolls. Some handy work behind the stumps there from Roo. Bit of a blind throw at the stumps once he caught the ball through his legs. Ahmed with his 3rd delivery of his 13th over to Jason Rowles. Nicely played off the back foot, should just get a single.
He's played that shot well, and look how he uses his crease. Look how that back foot goes back and allows him to get enough time for him to hit the ball wherever he like on that offside.
Yeah, it's a shot he's gone to quite often today. Very comfortable playing that one off the back foot.
Ooh, is that going to just tempt Archie Vaughan to get a silly point in? Because that was played with a little bit of hard hands by Paul James. The question is, where are you going to bring him from?
It's nicely played. Farhan Ahmed just giving that one a little bit more air, trying to tempt the batsman into the big shot. I've just been attacked by a cooler box,
Oh dear.
or a cooler box lid.
I mean, if a cooler box lid is falling off its box, then we're in trouble. Plenty of gap out there.
And that's Paul James off the mark. It's taken him 7 balls to do that, but I'm sure he'll feel like the weight of the world's been lifted off his shoulders.
Yeah, just the 9 runs now, the deficit. 13 overs still left in the day. He'll go a little bit over.
I would imagine, Eugene, that that deficit would probably be surpassed within the next 2 overs. From there on, what would be a good score
Well,
heading into the end of day's
the
play?
positivity from you and Mr. Rich is quite massive. If it does in 2 overs, yeah, South Africa will gladly take it. It's just a question of batting time. That's for me, because you got to just bat the first session if we get there tomorrow, and then just see where you are at lunch, and then decide from there. I can't see anything just being gifted to any of these teams.
Yeah.
So for me, this game is in England's hands, what they want to do. South Africa, it's about showing grit and trying to bat as long as possible.
Yeah, and on that note, South Africa kind of getting about 3 fingers worth of grip on this game, trying to get a whole hand on it now. Like you said, it's all in England's hands.
Yeah, the 5 wickets doesn't help. So they need to really ask these two, listen, the remaining 12 after this, just stay there.
It's real sensible batting from Paul James. Played a lot of those forward defensive. Solid forward defensive shots. Not looking to score just yet. Just doing his bit.
Tossed up. Oh, he's trying everything. He's the captain. 1 more ball to go.
Yeah, Paul James will also know Jason Rowles is the one who's been there longer. He's in good touch. So there's no need for me to try and go for the runs as we come to the end of the 49th over. South Africa 120 for 5. Rowles on 65, James on 1. And South Africa chip away at that England first innings total. Rowles just having a look at the pitch. And as we see on the scoreboard there, South Africa trailing by 9 runs. Jason Rowles to face Farhan Ahmed.
A little bit quicker, but he's played that shot well today. Just off the back foot, steers it down to long on just for a single.
And this is also something South Africa didn't do enough of earlier in the day when they were batting in the earlier sessions when they had the left and right hand combination weren't rotating the strike often enough.
Yeah, I agree. I think they were just trying to defend that. When was that? After lunch? And they never really shown any intent to score, any intent to rotate. Yes, you have to bat as long as you can, but you also have to show intent to score so you can eat into the lead and hopefully put the pressure back on England.
England looking for that breakthrough. South Africa looking to chip away at that lead.
Oh, there he is. There's that tempter from Ahmed. Good hands from Paul James. Not sure if he plays hockey as well.
Looked like a bit of a risky shot there. Yeah, more often than not, hockey and cricket go hand in hand. Just ask Jonty Rhodes.
Yep, he swept everything. Last ball of the 50th over.
Oh,
And through they come for that single. And that will be 50 overs. And with that, 11 overs still left in the day's play.
Farhan Ahmed just ending off with a slightly quicker one to end off the 50th over. I wonder what sorts of discussions Riles and James will be having there now.
Oh,
I wonder if they'll be aware of how many overs are left in the day.
I'm sure they have. I'm sure those are the information that will be given to each and every player, especially from the management staff. As some of the crew, I think that is Mr. Rue there, the one in the red cap that you saw just a while ago, the father of Thomas Rue. Oh, a little bit. Oh, it's been given. He has been given. Archie Vaughan has picked up a third.
Paul James not too happy about that one. But umpire Stacey Lakay looked very assured of herself. She raised that finger very, very quickly.
Well, Archie Vaughan has proven to be the little bit of a golden arm here. Umpire Stacey Lakay gives that in the affirmative for England captain. And they are really chuffed about that, as Paul James is really taking his time to walk off the pitch. And that is 6 gone now, where South Africa are 122 for 6.
James very disappointed in himself for that dismissal. He felt he was just about playing himself in, just about got himself in. Faced 18 balls, got 2 runs, and looked solid with his forward defensive. He's playing the spin quite nicely, but just couldn't pick that last delivery from Archie Vaughan, who picks up his 3rd wicket of the day. Jeez, what a spell this has been.
3 for 8. Busy with his 9. As Chad Mason comes to face the music. Let's not forget, there's still 11 overs left. 10 overs left at the conclusion of this one.
And with each passing wicket, England will just start getting more of a sniff. They're clearly smelling blood in the water now. And there's also quite a bit of cloud cover heading our way.
I think those are all good. That will only encourage the men from England a little bit more. Still 7 the deficit.
Oh. Chad Mason, the new man at the crease. He's faced 3 balls so far, scoring 15 in the first innings. That 15 coming off 40 deliveries. His side will need a little bit more than that today, maybe even into tomorrow.
Oh, good take by Thomas Roux down the leg side. Good feet, good hands. Simple as you like. Been impressed by him throughout the series.
Very much so. The lively character behind the stumps. It's got good reflexes, good hands as well. I mean, you need to have good hands if you've got the biggest hands on the field. Rocks onto the back foot, and Chad Mason gets off the mark, taking South Africa's score to 123 for 6 at the end of the 51st over.
Well, to take you through to hopefully the remainder and see South Africa through without unscathed, I'm going to put South Africa in the very confident hands of Mr. Gavin Rich and Kieran Thompson.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Eugene. Things have happened since I was last chap. Is he thinking it might be over tonight? It's is there? I was going to ask you. Is there one of those stipulations that if there's 8 wickets down, mind you, they'll be in the lead by then. But if there's 8 wickets down, they add an extra half an hour on. You know, like they do in tests.
Potentially. I mean, I think that would be at the discretion of the umpires. I should know these things because my dad is an umpire.
No, I've got no idea either. But we could be. I mean, I'm just saying if they add an extra half an hour at 5 o'clock, we could be here for another hour. It's possible. So we were all full of joy and full of optimism last time you and I spoke, and the 2 guys were together. It was Riles taking the attack to England, and he's still there, but he's lost Bosman. That was the most important one, and then since then another 2 wickets, and South Africa going through a bit of a slump now. And I think that, without wanting to be too depressing, it looks as if this game is going one way. It will go into tomorrow, possibly, but
Will's a strong word.
Will,
Should.
yeah, it could. We need a bit of a rear guard. They do say Chad Mason bats high up in KwaZulu-Natal, and he's a good batsman. So, I mean, he can bat. So it's not like all is lost. And I did say to you in our last year that when I was last on air, that I always remember that game in Sydney in 1994 when South Africa eked out a lead of about 111. So who knows? But I think when they need the wicket the pitch to deteriorate a little bit more than it has for it to really play into South African hands, and obviously if it does, then South Africa aren't going to get that 120 run lead anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're into the last half, ostensibly into the last half an hour. Is it that they're playing overs? I mean, they how many overs are left? 9 overs left in the day.
There should be 9, yeah.
So 9 overs left in the day. I'd just like to know what happens if another 2 wickets fall now. Is it 2 or is it even just 3 that they require in the last half hour?
I think it's 3. No, 2. I think it's 2.
2.
If you 8 down, that sounds about correct.
Because then you come back to because obviously then they don't want to come back tomorrow if it's just to get 2
10.
wickets. Yeah. But it's been a good day's cricket. Mostly England have dominated, except for that very fine 66-run stand between Riles and Bosman, the two left-handers together.
Yeah, but you would think, Gavin, that South Africa's hopes hinge on Jason Riles.
Very much so, and I thought on Paul James as well. Now, unfortunately, he's gone, but I had a feeling he might lead a rearguard action like he did in the first innings where he made 80 odd. 123 for 6, so it's 1 run away from ensuring that. Is it? They say trail. No. Why did I think it was 124? Oh, because they made 200. South Africa were 224 all out in their first innings, so it was a lead of 129. So still a deficit of 6. Actually, it's been quite a parlous situation since Eugene was on the air. Because when we were last spoke, you and I think that the deficit had come down to less than 30, and they still haven't wiped it out. So it's a hard. This game's hardly gone anywhere in the last hour for South Africa, because it was an hour ago that Eugene joined me.
Yeah, just starting to stagnate a little, are the South African batters.
Yeah. Well, England very much on top. I think once Bosman went out, it became a bit of a bleak situation for South Africa, and they needed to dig in, and they weren't able to get in. And it just James didn't appear particularly happy with his dismissal either. He was given out LBW.
But we're not batters ever
That's
happy about
true. LBW, they should remove a batsman would actually vote the LBW to be removed from the game.
You can't.
No, I don't think serious. I'm just saying if batsmen could have their way. If Archie Vaughan 3 for 9 and 9 overs, and he's into his 10th over now, so very good with his spin from the far end, bowling with this very strong, I was going to say breeze, but it's more of a gale force wind at the moment. It's quite trying, isn't it, sitting for an hour here? I mean, we are doing it in half an hour as well. It could be an hour if they take another 2 wickets. But 124 for 6, 5 runs from ensuring that England bat again. If they need 1 run, they'll have to bat again, of course. 3 for 10 now for Archie Vaughan as he prepares to come in from the Weinberg end of this ground and tosses it up, and Chad Mason just leans down on it and squirts it out, and he stays put on 1 run.
A real skipper's spell this from Archie Vaughan, taking 3 wickets for 10 runs. It feels like there's more in it for him.
Yeah, as Eugene said, a bit of a bowler's a bit of a golden arm at the moment. England, I wonder if they might be motivated to finish tonight because they want to spend it'll probably be their last full day in Cape Town tomorrow doing something other than playing cricket. Because they're coming to the end of their month. I think it's been a month in South Africa.
Yeah, that's correct.
And they lost the one-day series, the ODI series, 2-1. And looks like very much like they're going to win this series 1-0. And they played, of course, that warm-up game against Western Province. So, and that was towards the beginning. It was about the 14th of January, if I remember correctly. So it's been almost, it's been about 3 weeks, and I'm sure that they wouldn't mind if tomorrow is a sunny day, spending at Camps Bay or somewhere.
I could think of worse ways to spend your last day in Cape Town.
Clifton or somewhere like that. Certainly, I can't imagine wanting to take my shirt off in this weather at the moment and go and sit on any of the beaches, but this being Cape Town tomorrow could dawn fine and scorching hot, actually.
What's the word I'm looking for? Temperamental.
So I was thinking of coming back tomorrow if there was still something on the game, but at the moment, even if South Africa do see out the day, I don't think there's too much left in it. Although I could come here on the way to go to my lunch in the southern suburbs.
Hopefully there's a contest.
Yeah. Well,
all depends on these last couple of minutes.
You're being optimistic in saying that. We're watching Ahmed from this near end, which would be the Rondebosch Boys High School end of the ground.
Yeah. Sounds like a good name to me.
Yeah. Bowling to Chad Mason, who now has 2. He's doubled his score. And gets it just short of a length, and he plays it out
Nicely
without
whipped
a
off
run.
his legs though.
So yeah, it was. He did play that well off his legs. To sort of a backward square position, I suppose you'd call that.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I think I'm going to get a cold from sitting out here today. 125 for 6. The deficit is 4. A boundary will now put South Africa level with England, but they only have 4 wickets left as Ahmed comes in again, and again Mason is forward this time onto the offside, and it's fielded by I think Harry Moores, the tall Harry Moores, at mid-off, and there's no run.
It's an interesting field this from Ahmed.
Well, he's got the man at silly mid-off, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Wait, he's got a man at silly mid-off and a man at mid-off. So if you evade the, it's going to have to. It might require the silly mid-off to duck for Harry Moores at Harry. It is Harry Moores.
Yes.
I
Harry Moore.
was going to say Archie Moore. Yeah, okay, Harry Moore to take the catch. He doesn't look like he's expecting a catch at the moment, standing with his hands on the hips. Now he does move in with Ahmed, and Ahmed aborts in his bowling stride. There's a bit of dust flies from the bowler's popping crease.
Must be tough bowling into this wind.
Very. Although if you're bowling spin, the wind might be your friend. That one lifts sharply off length and hits him just above the waistline.
That one's reacted off the surface quite a bit there.
Waistline, of course, I think was one of the things that Dave Miller might have been disputing last night when
Dewald Brevis.
Dewald Brevis was given not out, caught in the boundary. He looked very miffed.
Yeah,
He did. He didn't look happy about that at all.
to put it lightly.
Yeah, I called it as a no ball though. I don't know. And then the later one, he was also disputing, and that was more blatant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gavin, you mentioned if you were spinner, this type of wind shouldn't phase you, but just looking at Farhan Ahmed's run-up, it's more or less a medium paces run-up.
It is. You're right. You're right. He's not one of those guys who has a languid sort of run-up and a lazy run-up, which, well, let's put it this way: he doesn't have a run-up of Nathan Rousseau.
Yeah.
Yeah, very slow and sort of languid, and takes his time to get to the wicket. He sort of rushes to the wicket, bowls a full toss, and this one's played out through the covers. They'll take one. They'll cross for the second.
Sent him back. Umpire says not out.
Just made it. So did they take 2 there, or did they take
the one.
They
Just
just
the
took the
one.
one. So it moves to 126 for 6. 126 for 6. The deficit is 3. We have had 54 overs in the South African second innings, and we are now 8 overs from the close of play, or is it 7? I actually don't know how to check. I think it was good. I think there were 61. There were 61 that had to be bowled. That was what myself and Eugene seemed to work out earlier. So that would make it 7 overs left in the day, unless 2 wickets fall now. But then if South Africa go into the lead, the 2 wickets probably doesn't count anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, there has to be a deficit. That's if that rule is even in play in this game, which we're not 100% sure of. So we're going to be commentating in the dark for a while, but my money's on no more wickets falling in the immediate future, and South Africa getting to the end of the day with no more than 7 down.
Must be a big temptation for the South African batters, knowing that they are so close to drawing level with the scores, only trailing by 3 now. But this is where you have to knuckle down.
You can see out the day and then pray for rain.
I mean,
not
judging
gonna
by the
happen.
cloud cover,
It could happen. We're not ever going to have a full day of rain here, though.
I think
don't
we'll
think-
have a little bit of overnight rain, but
Yeah.
tomorrow should be a lot clearer and a lot less windy. Unless I've just jinxed us.
Pardon? Yeah. I think it is a warmer day tomorrow. Still Archie Vaughan operating from that far end, the Weinberg end of this ground, the Harry Wilson Oval at Western Province Cricket Club. As Harry comes in again and bowls to him, and this one's just short of a length, and back onto the stumps goes Chad Mason and plays it out to that silly mid-off position to keep the score at 126 for 6. Jason Riles not out 67 off 107 balls. It's been a fine innings from the left-hander, the number 3 batsman for South Africa under 19. Mason on 3 as again he comes in from that far end and again pitched up this time to Riles, and Riles just leans on it, and it's the silly mid-off again who does the necessary.
Just looking at the forecast for tomorrow, it's apparently today was supposed to be the sunny day and tomorrow was supposed to be the windy one, so hopefully that switches, but there's a maximum expected of 27 should I say.
The ball's played out square on the offside and they take a single. Mason moves the score along to 4. The South African score moves to 127 now for 6. The end of the 55th over of this innings, and Archie Vaughan's figures stand at the moment as 11 overs, 3 for 12. Something to be very proud of from his point of view, and certainly the captain playing his hand as some runners take a little jog around the pathway that runs around the perimeter of this ground, this very picturesque ground on a nice day, but a very blustery scene at the moment.
Yeah, those runners will be heading our way pretty shortly.
There they come. Something I don't do that much of anymore, but I know you do. As you said, you ran a marathon not that long ago, or September last year. Now we watch Ahmed coming in from our end, and it's down the leg side, and Roo does the necessary behind the stumps. Come on, South Africa, get into the lead so that at least we've got that one out of the way. A barrier for South Africa to conquer. As again, Ahmed comes in, bowls to him, and it's up to him, and he goes back onto his stumps and plays it away square.
He gave that one a lot of flight, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Mason not taking the bait.
Don't let the pitch do its work here. Fahan Ahmed. That one's up to him, and he drives, or he sort of drives, but doesn't middle it, and it goes to mid-off where the very tall Harry Moore does the fielding. It's got very distinctive action, hasn't it? I mean, the way he lines up and he goes in, I almost want to say like a frog, sort of preparing to launch.
Starts off with a squat.
Yeah, starts off with a squat.
A squat, a hop, a jump, and a skip.
Yeah. So, 11 minutes from the official closing time, but it looks like we were going in after that. We'll be going in. We'll be extending for probably. Well, there's another 5 overs to go, so we'll probably be going through till about 5:15, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's a safe assumption.
As this cold wind continues to drive its way across the Harry Wilson Oval, and it's Chad Mason, who drives this time, and he'll get the ball away for a single as Harry Moore, should I say, I almost said Harry Viljoen, as Harry Moore turns and runs out towards the boundary and does the necessary, and South Africa moved to 128 for 6. 1 run away from drawing level, which will be some kind of achievement, although there was a time an hour or so ago when we felt that it wasn't just going to be a case of wiping out the deficit. South Africa were going to take a lead in this game. They will take a lead in this game, but how substantial it's going to be is highly questionable at the moment. Into the left-hander Riles, and Riles plays it out to mid-off.
And that's the end of the 56th over. South Africa 128 for 6.
Sorry?
Oh, no.
Sorry.
just saying that's the end of the 56th over. South Africa 128 for 6. Let's just look at the scorecard at the moment. England's bowling figures. As you can see there, Archie Vaughan, the pick of the bowlers. 11 overs, 3 wickets, 12 runs and 4 maidens.
And the South African scorecard, Jason Riles, 67 off 108 balls. He's still there. Very much the man standing between England and a series victory here. Chad Mason's with him. He's got 5. The only other real contribution was from Daniel Bosman with 26. And Bill Boyer at the top of the order made 14. Was very watchful and circumspect, but did his job in wiping the shine off the ball in that initial period when the England fast bowlers were very impressive with both their pace and their direction and their line and their length. 128 for 6, 1 run, and South Africa will know that they have to pad up, or the openers have to pad. England know that they'll have to pad up. Now he plays the ball out through the covers on that offside. They'll have time enough to turn for a second, as I think it's Jack out there who goes to do the fielding into the wicketkeeper Roo, and South Africa now move to 130 for 6, which is a lead of 1 run, and it means that we've got South Africa are going to have to bat again. We've got less than 5 overs to go now in the day's play, as Archie Vaughan comes in. Was he caught down the leg side? Yes, it looks like he was. Roo's celebrating. The umpire's finger goes up, and 130 for 6 becomes 130 for 7.
And Mason not happy with the decision there, but he's accepted it and he's walking off.
And I suppose we're going to start asking that question now about the 8 wicket and that rule, although South Africa are in the lead. So what is the extra half an hour? Does the extra half an hour start at 5? I mean, we are in the Western Cape. The extra half hour could start at 5:30.
That's also very true.
130 for 7, a lead of 1 run, and very much the last recognised batsman, isn't he? I mean, not the last, the all-rounder is out.
But we saw how England's tail was able to wag at the close of play last night.
Absolutely.
Up until this morning. Ended up frustrating the South African bowlers.
Well, let's face it, they added 129 runs to the lead.
Yeah.
They had 129 runs to the lead. If South Africa do that, and it was... England did have 8 wickets down when they passed South Africa's score yesterday evening. It will be a bit of a testing chase then if South Africa managed to set them 130. So let's not write off South Africa completely. If they do set them 130, then you're going to be here until mid-afternoon tomorrow. But my money says that you're going to be home. If you do come tomorrow, you'll be home before drinks in the first morning.
Well, just looking at the situation now, it's pretty similar to England's situation last night in terms of Sawant being the batter that was at the crease. He was joined by a tail ender. Somewhat of a middle order, top order batter was Sawant. And
in fact, he's a number 3 as well, wasn't he? Or was Finesca the number 3?
He was number 4.
Number 4, yeah. Finesca was number 3.
So yeah, pretty similar situations. Can South Africa reply in a similar manner?
Jason Riles, apart from being left-handed and Finesca is right-handed, is far more expansive as a player. I mean, he really did get going in that session straight after tea. No, was it building up to tea?
Building up to tea.
No, it wasn't. No, tea
it was
time.
after tea.
Yeah, no, tea time where it was 44 for 3. So it was that session after tea where he really got going there. He had a 66-run partnership with Bosman and in less than an hour, and then the wicket went, and since then it's been mostly downhill for South Africa. And it was they'd only just passed the 100 mark when they lost that 4th wicket as well.
Yeah, that's exactly where the wheels started coming off for the home side. But they are still in it.
4 for 14 now for Archie Vaughan. So he really is playing a leading role here in driving his team to not just the victory in this particular game, but because the first test was drawn, it will be a victory in the series. 2-match series. The first game played last week, of course, out in Stellenbosch, where it went to the last ball, really. I mean, there were 9 South African wickets down. They were chasing 300 odd in the final day, and they were about 21 runs short.
Yeah.
And
England needed 1 wicket to win.
yeah, it couldn't have been close. It couldn't have been much closer than that. And there was a stage when South Africa looked like they might chase down 300 when Babolio made his 100.
But that's what you want to see.
Yeah.
Those are the types of contests
Yeah.
you want to see.
Yeah, it was a good game, and this has been a good game too. England have taken control today, but it was very much even Stevens overnight.
Yeah.
And there was that little fight back by South Africa in mid-afternoon. So it hasn't been a case of South Africa just lying down in their back and being tickled by England. They've put up a fight, and I'm sure they'll do their best to go down fighting. But just 4 overs left in the day's play. They lead by just 1 run. They've got 3 wickets left.
Oh.
It's a long, long way for South Africa to come back to position where they could win this game or even draw it. But and I don't think that's really likely now. And 1 more run now added to was it McKenna who took that run?
No, that was Riles.
Riles. I was going to say left. I was going to say McKenna's not. It was signalled there as I think on the board as McKenna.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Yeah. But so 1 more run to Riles should take him to 70, not to it's 68. 131 for 7. .1 overs bowled in this South African second innings, which started 2 overs before lunch. It was England who were dismissed about 15 minutes before lunch, 17 minutes before lunch, and it allowed England to bowl 2 overs at the 2 South African openers. There was no damage done then. Then there was a run out.
Ooh.
Jarek van Schalkwyk was run out, and then a bit of a partnership. Well, certainly in terms of time, a bit of a partnership between Babolio and Jason Riles. Then 2 quick wickets, and then a 66-run partnership that almost brought South Africa back to parity before they had another spate of wickets fall.
Oh, it's gone for the big shot. Come off the edge and we'll run behind square. Mokoena will pick up 2. South Africa's lead increases to 5. 5 runs?
Yeah, it almost feels
Make that 2 runs.
So
moves up to
4 runs. So they need 5 to win if Ahmed gets a hat trick now. So he's taken 1 for 66 off 17 overs. 17 overs and 3 balls. We watch him bowl the 4th ball now as he waits for the wind to stop buffeting him, and then he sets off, as I say, like a frog, sort of waiting to launch itself, and forward goes Mokoena.
And this is all Mokoena needs to do. Survive and frustrate the bowlers.
And leave Rouse to do the rest from the other end. I can't believe that Rouse is, in fact, both batsmen are not wearing any
Long sleeves.
long sleeves. I mean, I'm sitting here dressed like an Eskimo. Maybe it's because we're here for the long game and we've been sitting here and we're not moving around. Maybe if you move around, it keeps you warmer. As he bowls, this is just sort of a lengthen back onto the stumps goes Mokoena. Well, he didn't really go back on the stumps. He almost just stopped. He stopped the ball dead.
That one was a little bit quicker from Farhan Ahmed. I guess Jason Riles hasn't spent that much time at the non-striker's end, because I think that's where you tend to get the coldest while you're out in the middle.
Yeah.
While batting, of course.
Yeah. This one's driven out through the covers, out to the cover point position, and they take a single. That means that now South Africa have a lead of 5, which means that if England do bat again, it's not good. They can still just do it in 1 shot if they got them out now. But I think we can back South Africa to go a little bit deeper than that.
Yeah.
3 overs left in the day's play.
Yeah, and I think from this point, should South Africa lose a wicket, either now or early tomorrow morning, the message from then would probably be just get as much runs on the board as possible. Don't try and survive, because you'll invite that pressure. Rather change your defense. The best form of defense is attack sometimes. So I think that might be the message tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think that they have in their minds like we want to force this game into another day? Is that what's on their minds at the moment? So we close up shop, or do they think to themselves, we want to actually get some runs on the board? Because let's be honest, it sort of doesn't matter. I mean, it's they're in such a tough position at the moment that every run does count. If they did suddenly get a sort of freakishly big partnership going, they need the runs. They need to get every run that comes their way to get that momentum.
I definitely think so. Any partnership from here on would be a platform.
Yeah. So it's not a case of playing time. And in other words, what I'm saying is they're not playing time and saying we want to still be here tomorrow morning. Us two batsmen want to be the not out batsmen overnight, because it is a great. I mean, I think the batsmen love being not out overnight and knowing that you're coming back tomorrow to face. And for these guys, it's probably a relatively new experience as well, because
Exactly.
they haven't played that many multi-day games.
Because I would imagine that Kobani Mokwena's most of his time with the bat would be in the nets.
Yeah.
Maybe a handful of middles here and there.
Well, again, I don't know. Whether when he played at school level, was he a batsman as well as a bowler? I mean, you often come across these guys that were recognised as batsmen at school, and then
Standout performers when they're younger, and then
they stand out, and then they specialise. And then, as I said earlier, there's some players who become more who develop into all-rounders who weren't necessarily all-rounders in the beginning. So there's 14 balls left in the day if our sums are correct. As Archie Vaughan comes into the left-hander stares it out towards mid-wicket, and sort of mid-on coming around to mid-wicket to do the fielding, and move to 136 for 7.
that takes Jason Riles to 69 off 111 balls. Mokoena just needs to see out this final delivery of the 59th over. Jason Riles can take strike for the last over, it would seem.
You think it's the last over of the day? No. Or there's another 2 overs to go?
Oh.
It depends if Eugene was right and what he was saying earlier. Yeah.
We'll find out soon enough.
Yeah.
Mokoena maybe just playing a little bit of mind games with the bowler there.
Yeah, it's just the reason I say is this the last ball. It's just the way that England was behaving. There was a sort of a sudden buzz about him, as if like, this is it. He plays that safely. The umpires, are they coming in to remove the bails? No, they're not. So we do have more cricket to report and to show. And South Africa still with those 3 wickets in the banks. 3 players still waiting to come in from the pavilion, and a lead of 7 runs. So it will require more than one ball for England when they do come in, because they need more. They need more than 6. They need more than 6.
And I think the intent from these two in the middle at the moment for South Africa would be Jason Riles to face most of the strike, and then try and just create a single to give Mokoena the last ball of each over.
Yeah. What they're appealing for? I thought they'd hit the bat.
Yeah, it did.
Well, he almost went. I thought he went up for an appeal there. We've got a bit of a still screen here, but
And we're back.
the cricket continues as we watch Ahmed
Ahmed's just changing his
distinctive
angle.
with his distinctive approach to the wicket.
Coming round the wicket to Riles
Yes,
now.
yeah. And Riles just plays it safely. I think the sensible thing now is just to play for time, play out the day.
Yeah.
With there's just 2 overs to go.
I think even if England were to get 1 wicket here, I don't think.
I think the game will continue tomorrow.
Yeah.
Although We don't know. As I say, like, I mean, is the extra half an hour from 5:30? But the half an hour, the way I understand it, the official cutoff was at 5. So I would imagine that the extra half an hour would be from 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
In which case we're into that already. We're 5 minutes into that on my watch. It's a quicker one from Ahmed, and it's steered out on the onside for a single. And Jason Riles moves to 70. And South Africa move to 137 for 7 and head towards that magical double-digit target that they'll set that they'll set England to win.
That might just be the platform to a three-figure target tomorrow.
Which it could be. You never know. You come back tomorrow, it's a whole new day. I just rate this England attack, and I just think that those two big opening bowlers, they're a handful for lower order batsmen.
Yeah.
Not to mention the spinners.
And if it goes long enough tomorrow morning, I think that new ball will be available pretty early on for England.
True, it will be 19 overs away at the close of play, if the close of play is when we think it's going to be. I have it at 8 balls from now as we watch Ahmed again, and he comes in now. He's bowling to McKenna, and McKenna just plays it safely out onto the offside, and there's no run. And backward of square.
Just leaned his bat towards that one, did Mokoena. That can always lead you into a bit of trouble.
True. Last ball of the day, I think, for Ahmed. If we only have one over after this. If they go beyond 61 overs, then we're not going to be sure when it's going to end, because then it could well be going to an extra half hour.
Oh, that's a big one. Won't go all the way. Then again, it might. It is. What a shot!
I think any airborne shot from that side of the wicket today on this wind is going to go for 6.
Should be. Yeah.
I think it went up there and it just got picked up in the airwaves and it was blown over the boundary. So South Africa moved to 143 for 7, a lead of 14 with 3 wickets in hand, and 1 over to go by our estimation, until we come back tomorrow, and hopefully on a lovely sunny day for you anyway.
Hopefully.
I might watch a bit on YouTube. I don't think there's enough left in this game to make a turn here, as a South African saying, turn, make it dry.
Tell me you're South African without telling me you're South African.
Archie Vaughan's last over of the day. Well, probably his last over of the day. 4 for 16 of 13 overs. He's been outstanding. He bowls to left-handed Rouse. Rouse taps it out into the covers, takes the single, gets off strike. Now he leaves McKenna to bowl to face 5 balls.
Not the most sensible thing to do.
No, unless there's a different game going on than one we know. Different amount of time left in the day. But still, I mean, you normally look after the tail enders.
I mean, based on the last ball that Mokoena just faced against the spinner, I think he backs himself to take Vaughan on.
I wouldn't do that into the wind, though.
No.
Here comes Vaughan, and he
again,
stops.
Second over in succession.
He's blown forward there by the wind, gust of wind. Look at that field setting. Got a leg slip. We've got a man at silly at short leg. You've got a man at silly mid off. You've got a man in the slips, obviously.
Very reminiscent of the last over last week.
With more in the game this time. No, sorry, it was more in the game then.
Yeah.
Because there was the last South African pair with the wicket, and there was a difference between drawing the game and England winning it. This, at the moment, is England very much in the driving seat, regardless of what happens in the next 4 deliveries that we have before this day comes to an end.
As Vaughan continues. Comfortably kept out by Mokoena.
He looks like he can bat a bit as well.
Yeah, he does. Looks very capable, does the right-hander.
144 for 7. 3 balls to go in the day. Again, it's Archie Vaughan, and this one's played out on the onside and goes out to the deep, and they'll take a single. 145 for 7. McQuina on 11. Jason Riles is on 71.
I just feel, Gavin, maybe South Africa should have done this a little bit earlier in the day, earlier in the innings, trying to rotate the strike.
Yeah.
You mentioned it a few times earlier.
Yeah. In that mid-afternoon session, in the session between lunch and tea,
Yeah.
they were a little bit too stalled then. Although, having said that, Jack and Moore bowled very, very well in that period. And from this side,
Oh,
is that a catch off the last ball of the day? Look at the ecstasy from England. That's the 5th wicket for Archie Vaughan, and Riles looks absolutely desolate there. He looks disconsolate. He's on his haunches. He's not walking.
Archie Vaughan's teammates ecstatic for him
He's
over
not
there.
walking. Why is he not walking? Maybe it's because it's the end of the day. That was the last ball of the day by my estimation, or was it the penultimate ball of the day? It will become the last ball of the day if it was the penultimate ball, because of course they're not going to bring out a batsman for 1 ball.
Yeah.
We're just watching this one, and straight to the slip, and England cock a hoop, knowing that they've got to come back tomorrow to take 2 wickets. They trail by 16 runs, a negligible advantage for South Africa. But most importantly, the man who's held them up throughout this long afternoon, Jason Riles, is out for 71 off 116 balls. A fine innings from him, but understandably disappointed that he couldn't take it on into tomorrow. And with him was Ngubani McQuena, who will come back tomorrow with 11. South Africa 16 runs to the good. They have 7 wickets left, and it is a long, long way for South Africa if they're going to save this game.
Yeah, disappointing end to the day's play for Jason Riles and South Africa. Did the hard yards, stuck it out until that penultimate ball of the day. And unfortunately, Jason Riles, who did so well, perishes.
And it's going to be a case of England coming back tomorrow and trying to finish off quickly so they can get to the beach on what will be their last day of their South African tour.
And from Gavin Rich, myself, and Eugene Mullion, I'd like to thank you for joining us today, and see you tomorrow.
Cheers.